Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Are you still going to leave, Akame? Cole asked. Well, Tsukushi and the others are still waiting for me to return. I won't tell my father about Sister Cole's affairs, and I will find out the current situation of the Empire myself. The other side. Hey Tong, Nadera, please stay. Wu Min said to persuade her to stay. My companions are still waiting for me, and I will go with my sister to find out the truth. Whatever you want to do, just do it. I'm here for you. You are welcome to come to me anytime. I will, Akame said. Portal. Let's go along, Hey Tong said reluctantly. Thank you again for saving my life, Natera said sincerely. Then Akame and his group walked into the portal. Don't look, everyone has left, Sai Lu said. Nangong Long pinched Sai Lu's cheek and said with a smile. Jealous? No. Siru, your mood is written all over your face, Leon teased. Snort. Mara, do you understand your mission? Nangong Long turned around and said, No problem, but how do I contact you? I will send a subordinate to you later. When you want to see me, just ask him to use the portal. Is there anyone else who can use it besides you? Mira asked in surprise. Of course, it's not a very difficult magic. Looking at the figure approaching rapidly in the distance, Mira became alert instantly. No need, he's mine. Hearing this, Mela relaxed. It was a completely instinctive reaction just now. The oppressive feeling given to her by the other party was too strong, and the closer she got, the stronger the feeling became. It was not until the other party stopped that Mela could see the man clearly. He was wearing a dark and hideous armor, with an ominous blood light in his pupils. He carried a huge blood-red sickle on his back, like the scythe of the god of death. Just standing there was enough to make people feel scared. Greetings, Your Excellency. Get up. This is Death Number 1. He will be your colleague from now on. Death? Codename? Mara asked. Number 1, take off your helmet. Yes, sir. The moment Number 1 took off his helmet, Mela was stunned. She even suspected that she was hallucinating because what she saw was a skull instead of a human face. Okay, Number 1. Is this true? Mira stuttered. Is there really a god of death in this world? Mara said in disbelief. You'll get used to it. I felt the same as you when I first saw you, Mio said with emotion. It's just that, how should I put it, a being that has always existed in legends suddenly appears before my eyes. It always feels a little weird. Where did you find the god of death? And he even controlled him, asked Mira. Where can I find it? It's still unclear whether it exists in this world. Where did the god of death come from? I created it. Did I hear you right? You said create, Mela said with her eyes wide open. His Excellency the Duke knows a lot more, far beyond your imagination, Wu Min said proudly. That's right, Remus agreed. Who are you who can create the god of death? Mira took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and asked. Your Excellency is the undead king who is above us undead and controls everything, said Death Number 1 respectfully. The immortal king? I am becoming more and more interested in you, Mara said with a smile. It's better for you not to have any interest in it, Selu said warily. Why? Are you afraid that I will snatch him away? To be honest, I prefer you guys right now, Mela teased. Give up? I will never like you, Selu refused. That's right. Ciro, we'd better stay away from her, so as not to be led astray by her, Leon said. Mara, Nangong Long's low voice sounded. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously, Mela said quickly. It's better this way. Let's go home, Nangong Long said to Sai Lu and the others. As for you, if you want to come, you can. Number 1 can bring you here. Okay, I'll go after you explain everything, Mela responded with a smile. The materialized gods of death are more warrior-like, and their magical attainments are not high, so Nangong Long only created 3 of them. The remaining 7 are all sages who rule over death, used to create an army. Ma 2, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Goziki confirmed, holding up the portrait in his hand. It must be correct, The senior was there at the time. What a trouble. The Duke is actually involved in this. And is this person Cole? He should just look similar. After all, I saw Cole's body with my own eyes, so it can't be fake, Goziki thought to himself. If Ian was present, he would definitely have the same question, because Wu Min and Remus were also in the portrait. But this time, she, Tsukushi, and Bonnie were in another room. Which one is the Duke? Asked the horsehead. That's the man. What should we do next? Zhu Tian asked. For the time being, let the spies go out and investigate. We'll take it one step at a time. I hope we don't get into any big trouble. Why don't we report it to the minister? Ji suggested. Forget it. Let's wait and see. Gotsuki refused. Tsukushi, who was on guard duty, saw Akaheim and the others and ran over and shouted. How did you escape? It was the dragon that helped us. It's him again? I always need his help every time, Tsukushi sighed. I'm glad you're okay. I'll take you to see your father. Once we know you're okay, we'll all be relieved. Boni Jin, look who's back, Tsukushi shouted. Red eyes. Black pupil, Natera. I'm so glad you're all right. That's it. Akagi slightly elaborated on what happened after being captured and told it to Gotsi. Well, this result is not bad. It's a pity that Oberg wasn't destroyed. According to Akahima's narration, Oberg was defeated and fled, instead of joining Nangong Long. But I didn't expect that the usually low-key Duke actually has such a powerful team, Gotsi said with emotion. Akagi didn't say that Nangong Long was the armored man of Potola. Otherwise, Goziki would be even more surprised. He has secured the throne of Duke at such a young age. He must have some extraordinary qualities. Otherwise, how could he survive in the imperial capital? Ji said. What does this mean? Asked Chitong. Nothing. This is not your concern. Ji, you've gone too far. Ji kept his mouth shut. He knew he had said too much accidentally. These kids have been brainwashed, and it would be bad to make them suspicious. Anyway, this matter is over for now. As for Oberg, we'll wait until the spies find out. Akato, you guys should go down and rest first. Adjust your mindset, and wait for the next mission. Yes, in the girls' room. Akagi, is there really someone who looks so much like Sister Cole? Bonnie asked. It was not until just now that Goziki asked Chitong this question that Bonnie and the others knew about it. Goziki had not mentioned this matter before, mainly because he was afraid of affecting Bonnie and the others' mentality in case they encountered an unexpected situation and made irreversible mistakes. Yeah, Akato replied, trying hard to suppress the urge to tell the truth. She wasn't sure whether her companions had the same doubts about the Empire as she did, and speaking out would only add to their troubles. It would be great if it really was Sister Cole, Tsukushi sighed. Next time I see Long, I must introduce him to me. Yeah, that's right. I knew that guy was a pervert. He has so many girls, Ian said, gritting his teeth. Ian had not seen the portrait, but he just learned from Chitong's narration that Nangong Long's team was composed of beautiful girls. Are they beautiful, hey Tong? Ian asked after calming down. Liar, philandering B, asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Ian muttered to the side. Imperial capital, Nangong Long's home. Chelsea, turn into a cat for me to play with. Don't want. No, the cat you turned into is very cute and feels great to the touch. Chelsea made a face at Nangong Long, turned around and ran upstairs to find Meowsy. Time passed slowly amid the quarrels between Nangong Long and the girls. 5 months later. A lot has happened in these 5 months. Akaheim and her friends were ambushed by the survivors of Putora and the Revolutionary Army, and also met the long-missing Nahashu. But because he was controlled by someone, Nahashu no longer remembered Akaheim and her friends, and instead turned his sword against them. In the end, Gozizi had no choice but to kill him. Akaheim and her friends were sad for a long time because of this. The Empire then sent Gotsi to assassinate the leader of the rebels, but due to incorrect intelligence, Gotsi was surrounded. He eventually managed to break through, but was also seriously injured. Before he died, he handed Murasame to Akaheim. The more missions he completed, the more Akame understood the darkness of the Empire, until he met Najinsada and was persuaded by her to join the Revolutionary Army. Before leaving, he explained everything to his companions. Under the influence of Nangong Long, Tsukushi and Bonnie also understood the true situation of the Empire, so after listening to Akame's words, they followed her. However, Haitong and Een rejected Akame's invitation and then returned to the original assassination reinforcement team with Natera, led their companions to rebel, and went to Nangong Long's house. Ever since his death returned from suppressing a rebellion at the border 3 months ago, she has often come to Nangong Long's house to fight with him, but she has never won. However, their relationship is getting better and better. The appearance of his death also brought a great sense of crisis to the other girls. After all, she had a good figure and was beautiful. Based on their understanding of her, it would be strange if Nangong Long did not have any bad intentions. Long, have we caused you any trouble? Haitong asked. It's okay, it's easy to solve. The minister has learned about my strength from his death, so he won't want to fight with me. Tomorrow we will just go to the palace for a formality. Don't worry. Thank you. There's no need to say these words between you and me, Nangong Long said, touching Haitong's head. Yeah, Haitong nodded with a smile. Stop showing off. There are other people here, Een complained. Don't worry. You have a role to play too. Een slapped Nangong Long's claws away and said, I don't want to. No need to be shy. Cut. Your bodies have all recovered, right? Well, thanks to your medicine, my companions are all healed now. The rest have been sent to Overlord by Nangong Long and handed over to Mela's management. It's getting late. You guys take a rest. I'll be leaving first. After coming out of Haitong's room, Nangong Long walked towards the garden, intending to look at the starry sky, but met another person instead. Why aren't you sleeping yet? I can't sleep, Kasmiya replied. What are you thinking about? It all feels like a dream. If I hadn't met your shadow demon that day, what would I be like now? Or would I be dead? Hee, you might become a female pervert. How is that possible? I don't even have a boyfriend, Kasmiya said shyly to Nangong Long. Sing a song, Kasmiya. Dragon, you're the first person who said that my singing is beautiful, without disgust or fear, so I will keep singing to you as long as you want to hear it, Kasmiya thought. Nangong Long had long ago sent out a group of shadow demons to the Western Kingdom to look for Kasmiya. If possible, he wanted to save this girl with a tragic life experience. It was only several months later that Shadow Demon sent back the news that she had been found. That was more than 5 months ago. Nangong Long asked Shadow Demon to protect her secretly and not to show up rashly. It was not until the Inquisition was about to kill her entire family that the Shadow Demon appeared and killed all the enemies, then explained the whole story to her. Nangong Long was planning to pick her up at that time, but Kasmiya said that she wanted to take revenge on the Inquisition and was willing to give up everything in exchange for Nangong Long's help. So Nangong Long sent a sage of the rule of death to help her. Because the Inquisition was spread throughout the Western Kingdom, and it would take a lot of time to kill people, and at that time he had to deal with the matter of Oberg immediately, so Nangong Long did not go there in person. Of course, Nangong Long did not make any excessive requests. He just asked her to sing for him occasionally. After Kasmiya settled her family, she embarked on a journey of revenge with the Sage of Death's rule, until she came here 3 months ago. As for her family, they did not come with her because they did not want to leave their homeland. However, the Sage of the Rule of Death had already made the coordinates, so he could go back to visit her family at any time. Still sounds so beautiful. Hearing Nangong Long's praise, Kasmiya smiled from the bottom of her heart. The next day, Nangong Long went to the palace alone to argue with the ministers. Nangong Long didn't think that the ministers would target him. Instead, other people who didn't know his strength but wanted to curry favor with the ministers might jump out and cause trouble. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Explain. Yes, a few days ago a small group rebelled against the Empire and caused considerable losses, and these people were taken in by Duke Nangong. I believe that the Duke also has the intention of rebellion, and please sentence him to death, Your Majesty. So what if he is a Duke? He will be killed if he offends the minister. I will use you as a stepping stone to please the minister. If the minister is happy, maybe I could get a promotion, the official who made the report fantasized. I have also heard something. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I second the motion. Several other officials quickly echoed this, regretting that they were a step late and that such a good opportunity was snatched away by others. There were also people who were watching and did not speak easily. They felt that the matter might not be simple. After all, given the minister's character, if he could take action, he would have killed him long ago. Why would he wait until now? Another group of people have no intention of getting involved in this mess and are simply here to watch the fun. There are also a very small number of people who know that Nangong Long and Isdeth have a close relationship, so nothing will happen to them. The only one who will be unlucky is the person who gave the advice. Of course, they won't remind others that in their hearts there are no friends here and everyone is just a competitor. No one said anything, so I'll say it. This is pure nonsense. What you said is completely untrue. How dare you frame me, a duke? You are so bold. Nangong Long shouted harshly. You are just quibbling. You are dying and struggling. Under the pressure of Nangong Long's momentum, the flattering official stammered. You are the one who lied. What is your purpose in slandering the duke? I suspect you are a spy for the rebels, Isdeth said as she walked up to Nangong Long. As expected, the general and the duke had a close relationship, but fortunately nothing was exposed, an official who knew some intelligence thought. General, you can't say such nonsense. I am loyal to the Empire. Isn't the general in cahoots with the minister? Why would he target me? Isdeth's unexpected move made him completely panicked. What I said is the truth, Isdeth said domineeringly. How can this be possible? Minister, who of them is telling the truth? What should I do? Asked the little emperor. Hearing this, everyone listened carefully and waited for the minister's decision. Of course they framed the duke. How could General Isdeth lie? The minister said while chewing meat. Oh, I understand. The little emperor nodded. You are sentenced to death and executed immediately. No, Your Majesty, I am innocent. It's unfair. Minister, you can't do this. The minister ignored him. What did this bunch of rubbish have to do with him? As for the assassination troops joining Nangong Long, he didn't care much. He could replenish that kind of thing anytime he wanted. Just give it to Nangong Long as a personal favor. Moreover, Isdeth had a good relationship with Nangong Long. He didn't want to offend two powerful enemies at once. Seeing the miserable end of the official who made the suggestion, other officials couldn't help but feel fortunate that they didn't speak out, otherwise they would be finished. At the same time, he was also thinking about how to curry favor with Nangong Long. After all, this young duke was not as simple as he seemed. Didn't you see that all the ministers had taken a step back? Even the sadistic female, general, had a close relationship with him. Minister, how am I doing? Asked the little emperor. Very good. Your Majesty is indeed a wise ruler, the minister praised. That's good, said the little emperor happily. Nangong Long couldn't understand why the little emperor would listen to his ministers so much. Even if it was the ministers who helped him ascend the throne, it shouldn't be the case. You know, the courage displayed by the little emperor until his death was extraordinary. Nangong Long was confused and could only attribute this to the minister's successful brainwashing. After leaving the palace, Isdeth stepped forward, hugged Nangong Long's arm, and said, Go to my house. Okay. Little did she know that her action shocked many people. Isdeth's house. Long, what do you want to do? If I say I want to rebel, will you help me? To change the empire? Isdeth asked instead of answering. Not all. I don't think you want to be the emperor. I want to build a stronger country. Oh, then I won't stand on your side. After all, if I let you succeed, I will lose the life I like now. You just like war, don't you? Those two things don't conflict. Tell me about it, Isdeth asked curiously. After all, the country is stable and strong, so there will be no war. Who would rebel? And which stupid country would invade a powerful country? As a country becomes stronger, it will naturally expand outward. At that time, it will not only have to fight against foreign nations, but also against the Western kingdoms. I think you should be very interested. I'm very interested. But how long will it take to transform an empire from a corrupt one to a peaceful one? I don't want to wait that long. I didn't tell you to wait, Nangong Long said, spreading his hands. Oh, are you going to force conscription? Isdeath said with interest. How could that be? I have other ways, and I think you will like them, Nangong Long said with a smile. Yeah, take me to the cell, and I'll show you how to do it, and you'll understand. Are you also interested in interrogation? Isdeath asked excitedly. Not really, Nangong Long shook his head. Having said that, Nangong Long stood up and went to the cell with Isdeath. As the two approached the cell, they saw the guards carrying out a body and preparing to throw it away. So Nangong Long walked towards them and said, Just put it here, you can go back. But, yes, sir. One of the guards was about to say something when he was interrupted and dragged away by his companions. Why stop me? It's against the rules to leave it here, the departing guard asked in a low voice. It's for your own good. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. They are the Duke and the General. We just need to obey their orders. The rest is not our business. This is convenient now, as we don't have to go in, said Nangong Long. What do you want the corpse for? You don't have any special hobby, do you? Isdeath joked. Creating a mid-level undead race. Under Isdeath's astonished gaze, the corpse on the ground gushed out a lot of black mud, covering the corpse entirely. Then the corpse seemed to be melted, pulled, and deformed, and finally turned into a 2-meter-tall violent and twisted aggregate, the Death Knight. Your abilities are truly bizarre, but this thing gives me a pretty good feeling. Tell me, what is it? Isdeath said with an evil smile. We walked and talked. Good. Follow me, Nangong Long ordered the Death Knight. Nangong Long did not cast any hiding magic on the Death Knight, and just let him follow behind. Anyway, the guard would get used to the existence of the undead sooner or later. Death Knight, a tireless fighting machine, one of the many types of undead under my command, Nangong Long explained. Are there others? I've been to your house so many times, and apart from those girls, I haven't seen anyone else. I sent them all out to build an army. Oh, so you have a lot of Death Knights. There are indeed quite a few. Not just him, there are many other types of undead. How about it? Do you want to come to my place? Nangong Long asked again. I have no reason to refuse. Greetings, General. Your Excellency the Duke. The patrolling soldier saluted. Nangong Long and the other man nodded in response. After watching the two walk away, a soldier spoke. What's that thing following the General? It's so scary. That cold atmosphere is really uncomfortable, said another person. And he exudes an alarming, murderous intent, as if he would suddenly kill someone at any time, a soldier said in fear. Please give me this Death Knight, Isdeath said after returning home. No problem. If you like, I can ask my subordinates to transfer another team over later. Not for now. I'll find you when I need it. Stay tonight, Isdeath said again. Good. Slam. Leon, long time no see. Please give me a shoulder massage next time. You're still as beautiful as ever today. Would you like to have a drink with me? Maybe some other time. Are you getting along well here? Ian said. Of course, this is where I grew up. Why did you bring us here? Hey Tong asked. It's not good to stay stuck in the Duke's mansion all the time, so I took you out to relax, Leon said with a smile. Hey Tong was about to say something when he was interrupted by a shout from behind. Leon pays back the money. Stop, don't run. Go. Leon quickly ran away with Kuroneko and Jin. You really are popular, Silver taunted. Why should we run? You are not short of money, Heitan complained. Oh, that's right. I'm in a powerful position now, Leon said with sudden realization. Forget it. Let's talk about it later, Leon said nonchalantly. Come on. I'll take you on a tour. Leon Long, there won't be any trouble, right? Heitong asked. Don't worry. He will handle it. Nothing can stump him, Leon said. How long have you and Long known each other? Ina asked, looking at Leon. It's been almost a year. How did you know each other? Heitong asked. It was also here at that time Leona recalled, as if she had returned to the scene of her first meeting with Nangong Long. It really fits his personality, Heitong said after hearing Leona's words. I think he's attracted to you, Ian said. I think so too. I'm very confident about my figure and face, Leon said generously. TSK, mine is no smaller than yours, Ian said, puffing out his chest. Heitong silently looked down at her chest without saying anything. Let's eat, Cole said. Where is Long? Ian asked first. He's not coming back today, Takeo replied. Where did the dragon go? Selu asked. He said she left it with this death, Cole replied. It's over. Someone is going to get there first, Leon exclaimed. What do you mean by taking the lead? Remus said, I don't understand what you're talking about. Your Excellency the Duke, that's not possible, Wu Min defended weakly. Of course he will. He won't refuse to eat the meat that is right in front of his mouth, Yin Chi said. I regret it so much. I had been planning to sneak away after a while. I should have implemented this plan earlier, Leon said dejectedly. What? You have such a plan? Selu asked in surprise. When he comes back, I'll make him pay, said Chulsi, poking the bowl hard with chopsticks. Let's eat. Long will be back tomorrow, right? Cosmia said gently. Aren't you angry, Mia? Chelsea asked. I just want to be with him. He likes to listen to my songs, Cosmia said with a smile. Discussion continues. Nangong Long did not return home until the next afternoon. He had been with his death all the time before and did not leave as soon as he woke up in the morning. The moment he opened the door, the strong gaze made Nangong Long feel a little confused. I saw all the girls in the family sitting in the living room just staring at him, which made people feel uneasy. What are you doing? Nothing else. I'll go upstairs first. Nangong Long planned to run away and hide first. Every girl has different feelings towards Nangong Long, so their reactions are also different. Just do it, Selu said in a low voice. It was fun last night, wasn't it? Leon affirmed. Actually, if your Majesty the Duke wants, I can do it too, Wu Min said shyly in a low voice. I can do it too, Remus said with full energy. Silver, who was standing by, tapped Remus' forehead and said, If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Why did you hit me? Remus said aggrievedly. Tell the truth, Chelsea said seemingly gently, but in fact, her eyes were almost filled with anger. Yeah, Mio nodded in agreement. Hei Tong stood up silently, walked to Nangong Long, and hugged his arm in his arms, as if to say, This is mine. If you don't come back, the house will be in chaos, Cole said helplessly. Cosmia just smiled and looked at Nangong Long without saying anything. Nangong Long sat on the sofa with Hei Tong and said, Just a little deeper dive? Is that all? Selu asked. Hasn't this done everything we should do? Chelsea said angrily. What do you mean? How could they have done all of this? Selu asked in confusion. Leona whispered something in her ear, and Selu's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seemed that she had understood the profound meaning of Nangong Long's words. In this way, you talked to me, and I talked back, and Nangong Long comforted and coaxed me, and I finally got through it. In the garden, Nangong Long, resting his head on Cosmia's knees, looked up at the sky and said to himself, I'm really tired. Who told you to abandon your own girl and run out to find someone else? Cosmia laughed with her hands covering her mouth. Well, I do want to, but you all live in groups of 2 or 3, and there are so many rooms. Cosmia said blushing. What's wrong? I live alone, Cosmia said in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Nangong Long pinched her cheek and said teasingly, Want to throw yourself in my arms? Yeah. Although she was shy, Cosmia nodded. Long, Cosmia, Sister Cole asked me to call you. Dinner's ready, Remus shouted as she ran over. Let's go. Nangong Long stood up and took them back to the room. Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Nadshitin, I hope you can set up an assassination team to take charge of the work in the imperial capital, said the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Okay, but I want to be able to choose my own people, said Najeshin. Okay, select the right person as soon as possible, and I will transfer him over for you. If possible, I hope you can set off as soon as possible, the leader nodded. I understand. I'll get ready now. 3 days later, Najeshin and her group went to the imperial capital. Boss, what is our mission? Main asked. Eliminate the evil nobles and raise money for the Revolutionary Army, Nadazita replied. Imperial capital, will we meet Long? We haven't seen him for a long time, Bonnie said excitedly. Affirmative, Chikushi detour. I don't know how Hei Tong and the others are doing, Chi Tong said sadly. Don't worry, they've gone to Long's place, so they'll be fine, Tsukushi comforted. Due to Nangong Long's interference, Leon did not join the night raid, but Tsukushi and Bonnie joined instead. I always hear you talking about him. Who is he? Hill asked. He's a very good man who helped us a lot. If it weren't for him, Bonnie and I would have died, Tsukushi replied. And a duke, added Bonnie. Huh? Is the person you're talking about the Imperial Duke Nangong Long? Nageshidan interrupted. At first, Nageshidan didn't care who they were talking about, and didn't think about it that way. After all, there were many people with the same name. Huh? Boss, do you know dragons too? Bonnie asked in surprise. If we meet the same person, then that's it, Nage replied. How does the boss know him? Asked Dakaheim. I only met him once, but he left a deep impression on me, Nage said with emotion. Damn it, I don't have a chance. Lubbock said frustratedly. Don't be sad. I'm still here for you, Brand comforted. No, Lubbock instantly moved away from Brand. Actually, you didn't have a chance in the first place, Hill added. Lubbock could not rise again. Tell me, I'm curious about what kind of man can make boss care so much about him, said Marin with a smile. Well, here's what happened, Nage recalled. So, if it weren't for him, my right eye would have been ruined, Nage said thankfully. But why did he save the boss? They clearly had no intersection before, Hill asked puzzledly. He must be attracted by my beauty, Neji said narcissistically. The boss starts again, Marin complained. What's the problem? Nage stared at Maine and said, No, boss is the most beautiful, Maine admitted decisively. But how did he know you would betray me? Brand asked. He is the Duke after all. He must have his own ways, Nage guessed. I never thought he was that strong. I always thought he was just an ordinary Duke, Nage sighed. Is it really that strong? Asked the rejuvenated Lubbock. It's completely in a different dimension, Nage confirmed. Well, Long is really strong. My father said when he was alive that if Long was serious, even his entire assassination team would not be his match, Tsukushi added. Damn it, I'm not giving up, Lubbock yelled. You? Go find a place to cool off, Marin said disdainfully. My arms are always open to you, Brand said with a smile. Go away, I don't want a gay guy, Lubbock said in pain, holding his head. Suburbs of the Imperial Capital. The night raid is officially established. This will be our base in the future, said Nageshidan. I'll assign the tasks. Lubbock is responsible for vigilance. Maine and Hill will enter the Imperial Capital to collect intelligence. Yes, boss. Maine, remember to pay attention to Nangong Long's information. If possible, I hope to win him over. Even if that's not possible, try to avoid becoming his enemy, Nageshidan reminded. New. Outside the Imperial City Gate. I'm leaving now, Isteth said reluctantly. Nangong Long held her in his arms and said, I'll come see you. Well, I will also solve the rebellion as quickly as possible and come back. After Nangong Long let go of Isteth in his arms, he cast a mental magic to notify Tyrant to come and see him. Roar. What is that? It's a dangerous species, beware. You are embarrassing the general by being so flustered. Stand still. It's just the Duke's pet. It won't be in any danger, Leva shouted. The soldiers immediately restored order. Although they were still frightened, they were no longer as out of control as before. Take it with you. It will be more convenient, said Nangong Long. Okay, I'll listen to you. Isteth suddenly kissed Nangong Long, then turned and left. Set off. Really? Can't you just let me savor it for a while? Nangong Long muttered. Everyone has left, so I'll go back too. Nangong Long was walking on the road when a pink-haired lowly suddenly appeared in front of him. So he decided to imitate the evil nobleman. Maine, who had just arrived in the Imperial Capital, was excitedly taking Hill for a stroll under the pretext of gathering intelligence. As Maine was about to go to the next door, she was suddenly blocked by a young man. She was going to give way to avoid unnecessary trouble, but the other party's next words immediately made her furious. Hey, little girl, you look good. Come and smile at me, Nangong Long said teasingly, standing in front of the two of them. Since you want to be beaten, don't blame me for being rude, Marin said fiercely. Beat me? I'm a noble. Try to hit me. The guard will surround you in minutes, Nangong Long said arrogantly. When the people around heard that the other party was a noble, they immediately hid away. Even those who had planned to step forward to help retreated for fear of getting into trouble. He turned out to be a noble. This is trouble. There's so many people here. If I beat him, I will definitely be wanted. It seems that I have to think of a way to trick him away, Marin thought. As for whether Nangong Long was talking nonsense, Marin denied it after thinking about it. No one would be stupid enough to pretend to be a noble in the imperial capital. That would be seeking death. The public's reaction was not surprising to Marin. She had not expected them to do anything, so she was not disappointed. Her childhood experience taught Marin that people can only rely on themselves. Hill made a covert gesture, asking Maine whether she wanted to kill him. Maine shook her head and gave Hill a reassuring look, saying, "Leave everything to me." "So it's you, the noble lord. I'm really sorry for what happened just now. Can you forgive us?" Maine said with a smile, suppressing her nausea. "Oh, let's see how you perform," Nangong Long said with a wicked smile. "What does the adults want us to do?" Maine said cutely, blinking her big eyes. "You understand very well. Good, good. Then accompany me shopping first, and then go home with me," Nangong Long said with a malicious smile. "Yes, we will all listen to you, sir. We only ask you to forgive us afterwards," said Maine, pretending to be afraid. In fact, she was thinking, "Damn nobles, just wait for me. Once we get to a deserted place, I will not be called Maine unless I beat you into a beehive. It's your turn. Why don't you smile for me?" Nangong Long said, lifting Hill's chin. Hill had a blank expression on her face until mine tugged at the corner of her clothes. Then she forced a smile. "It's so ugly and fake," Nangong Long said with disgust. Marin clenched her fists, wishing she could kill this troublemaker right now. "Aren't we going shopping? Let's go quickly." After calming down her own emotions, Marin quickly changed the subject. If Nangong Long did something out of line, he would probably just go crazy and kill someone. "Let's go to the center of the imperial capital. There's nothing great to see here," said Nangong Long. "Okay, I'll listen to you, sir," Marin replied. Hill remained silent. She knew that she was very naive, and anything she said might lead to bad consequences. Only after seeing Nangong Long leave did people dare to start talking. "Those two girls are finished." "Who said it wasn't?" "What a pity. Damn nobles." "Hey, you're killing yourself. What nonsense are you talking about?" Looking at the dazzling commercial street in front of her, Marin was completely dazzled. She had never seen such a prosperous city before. After walking around for a while, a clothing store caught Mine's attention. "Can we go to that store, sir?" Marin said coquettishly, enduring her discomfort. Seeing her hard work, Nangong Long suppressed his smile and nodded. "Good. Thank you, sir. Bill, let's go take a look." "Welcome, Your Excellency the Duke," the shop owner said hurriedly when he saw Nangong Long coming in. "I had come here several times before with Sai Lu and the others, so the store owner knew Nangong Long. He is a duke. No wonder he is so arrogant. But at this age, could it be him? Impossible. Akame said that the man was a good person. How could it be this dandy scum?" Marin denied the thought that had just arisen in her mind. Then her eyes were attracted by the clothes in front of her. She picked them up and looked at them. She was immediately disappointed because she didn't have enough money. Night Raid had just been established and had not yet started taking business, so Maine didn't have much money. Looking at Maine standing motionless in front of the clothes, Nangong Long walked over, pointed directly at the clothes, and said to the boss, "I want this dress." "Yes, I'll pack it for you right away. Since you bought me clothes, I'll give you a quick death later," Marin thought. "And this one. Nangong Long bought more than a dozen pieces of clothes in one go. There was nothing he could do as there were so many girls in his family, so he had to give them all away, otherwise they would be angry. "What about you? Is there anything you want to buy?" Nangong Long looked at Hill and asked. "No, you must pick one," Nangong Long said in feigned anger. "Then let's go for this one," Hill said, pointing to a purple Cheongsam-like dress. "Wrap up." Nangong Long waved his hand, and all the wrapped clothes disappeared. This scene surprised Maine and Hill. They raised Nangong Long's danger level a lot in their minds. After all, this unknown ability was the most troublesome. The shop owner's reaction was indifferent. Nangong Long had done the same thing several times before, so the owner must have gotten used to it. What was that just now? It was amazing, Marin asked as she walked out of the store. Nothing, just a little trick, Nangong Long replied calmly. Sure enough, he wouldn't say it easily, Marin thought. As for the little trick Nangong Long mentioned, Marin just thought it was his excuse. Little did she know that Nangong Long really thought so. For him, storage was really simple. It seems that I can only find an opportunity to kill him with one blow and not given the chance to use his ability. This is really troublesome, Marin thought. When Nangong Long walked into the alley, Ma'in could no longer bear it and killed Nangong Long directly, followed by Hill. Nangong Long easily blocked the attacks of the two. Be careful, the other party is quite powerful, Marin reminded. Yeah, Hill responded. Die you be asterisk 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 D. Marin shouted. This move is not up to standard. You need to work on it, mine. Hill's moves are good, but the power is a little lacking. It's none of your business, Marin yelled. Thank you for your guidance, Hill said calmly. Nangong Long dealt with the attacks of the two while pointing out their shortcomings. After just a few rounds, Main and the other person were defeated and were restrained in place by Nangong Long's magic. What did you do to us? Mine said in horror. She had no idea why she couldn't move. Come at me if you want to do anything. Let Main go, Hill shouted from the side. If Pumpkin was here, he would definitely beat this damn guy to death. Because they were here to gather intelligence. Main and Hill did not bring any Imperial tools, as they would be too conspicuous. It is my intention to kill you. As long as you release Hill, I will let you do whatever you want. No, don't listen to her. It's my decision, Hill retorted. It's such a good relationship. Nangong Long snapped his fingers to break the magic. That was about it. If he continued playing like that, Marin might shoot him the next time they met. When she found that the restraint on her body had disappeared, Marin did not feel relieved. Instead, she asked more vigilantly, What do you want to do? Hill stepped forward and blocked Marin behind him to prevent Nangong Long from making a sudden attack. Don't be so nervous. Think about it carefully. If I really wanted to harm you, I would have arrested you long ago. Why would I let you wander around the street with me? Nangong Long said with his hands spread out. What exactly do you want to do? Hill asked solemnly. Nangong Long did not answer, but put the clothes he had bought earlier into Shir's hands, and then said in the surprised eyes of the two, These are yours. The black one is for Akame, the light blue one is for Tsukushi, and the white one is for Bonnie. This dark purple dress is for your boss. Who are you and why do you know so much about us? Marin asked in shock. Tell Chitong that Haidong and the others have been cured by me, so don't worry, Nangong Long said irrelevantly. You are Duke Nangong Long, Ma'in said in disbelief. How could this be? You were said to have a kind personality. By the way, does Neji have long hair or short hair now? Nangong Long did not respond, but looked at Hill and said, Short hair. Now that he knew the other party's identity, Hill was not as vigilant as before. Is that so? Then please tell her that I still like her with long hair. Before you leave, I have a message for you. It's not easy to get lost in the Imperial capital. Don't act rashly without knowing the enemy's intelligence. Be careful in everything. Also, I just wanted to scare you guys just now. Don't take it to heart, haha. After saying that, Nangong Long used magic to teleport back home instantly. Wait a minute. You be asterisk 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 D. Mine shouted, but unfortunately Nangong Long could no longer hear her. Let's go, Mine. The boss and the others are still waiting. I will definitely shoot him next time we meet, Marin said angrily. Night raid on the base. That's roughly what happened. Hill recounted every detail of what happened. Why does Hill describe it in such detail? Main shouted shyly. Long hair? Then keep it, Neji thought. Damn it, you dare to tease even the boss. What a powerful enemy. Looking at Najeshin, stroking her hair with a thoughtful look, Lubbock felt a strong sense of crisis. You have to thank me next time, said Akaheim when she learned that Kiroheim had recovered. I want to find a dragon, too, Bonnie said, lying on the table. There will be a chance, Tsukushi comforted. Hey, is there no one who cares about me in Hill? Main couldn't help but yelled when she saw that no one was comforting her. It's nothing, don't worry about it so much, Neji said. Ryu does this kind of thing sometimes, but he means no harm, Tsukushi explained. I don't care. He's not as good as you say. He's just a guy with a bad temper. I must return the shame to him today, Marin said firmly. Give up. You can't beat the dragon, Akagi said. There's still a chance if we launch a sneak attack. I don't think he's as strong as the boss said, Marin asked. According to your description, Long was not serious at all. Otherwise, with your and Sister Hill's physical skills, you wouldn't be able to take a single move, said Queen Bo. Do you have to be so exaggerated? Marin said in disbelief. Main, Bonnie is right. I saw him fight his death with my own eyes. Then there is no hope at all. Hill, what should we do? Marin said dejectedly. I didn't think about revenge, Hill said. Why is this happening? No, I won't give up. If I can't beat you, I'll try other methods. Marin encouraged herself, and then she didn't know what she thought of, and she smiled foolishly. Boss, we just arrived here not long ago, and they already knew about it. It's conceivable that their ability to collect intelligence is far beyond our imagination, Brand said suddenly. Indeed, but fortunately the other party has no ill intentions. Does Akagi know something? Nage asked. I only know that Oborg has joined the dragon, and that the dragon can control dangerous species like shadows, and can pass through walls and enter the ground as if they have no entity. I don't know anything else, replied Akagi. Akagi, why did you say everything? Tsukushi approached Akajimi and whispered. It's okay, Long said he doesn't care. Oh, that's no problem. Everyone present saw Tsukushi's little action, but no one cared. Everyone knew about their past, so it was normal for Tsukushi to have such a reaction. It's really troublesome. Based on your understanding of him, what is his purpose? Neji asked. Akaheim and Tsukushi both shook their heads to indicate they didn't know, but Bonnie was acting out of character. I know that the dragon wants to destroy the Empire. Ha ha ha. Bonnie actually uses his brain to think. Maine laughed, holding her stomach. I'm going to kick you away. Bonnie stared at Maine and said word by word. No, I was wrong. Can't you just stop laughing? Marin begged for mercy. Oomph. Bonnie turned his head away and didn't look at her. Why do you say that? Neji laughed. I remember Long said in Putora that the Empire was doomed to collapse, and Tsukushi and Akame were also present at the time, Bonnie explained. Well, then what do you think are the chances of getting him into the Revolutionary Army? Nage asked. That's impossible, said Tsukushi. Well, I agree with what Tsukushi said. I don't think the Revolutionary Army has anything that can impress Long, said Akaheim. Give it a try. What if it works? Duke's Palace. Why are you back just now? Where did you go to pick up girls again? Leon said with a smile. I met some unexpected people and scare them a little bit. Where's the black pupil? What do you want to do in the room? I have something to tell her. I think she will be very happy. Do you want to go with me? Good. Hey Tong, can I come in? Nangong Long said, while knocking on the door. Sure, it's okay. What's the matter? Hey Tong asked. Well, Akagi and the others have arrived in the Imperial capital. Akagi is here, Een said in surprise. Really? And where are they now? Hey Tong asked hurriedly. Don't worry, I've asked Shadow Demon to look for it, and there will be results soon. Oh, tell me as soon as you find it, Hey Tong reminded. Didn't Akame and the others join the Revolutionary Army? Why did they come to the Imperial capital? Jin asked. The Revolutionary Army sent them to the Imperial capital to carry out assassinations and to raise funds to maintain the operation of the Revolutionary Army. That's probably it. Assassination? Who to kill? Asked Haitong. Of course, we will eliminate those who are obstacles to the Revolutionary Army. Haitong's pupils shrank instantly, and he asked nervously, Are you included? Having been here for so long, she already knew what Nangong Long wanted to do, so she asked this. How could that be? The Revolutionary Army doesn't know anything about me. Hearing this, Haitong felt relieved. After all, she didn't want to go to war with her beloved sister. What if the Revolutionary Army finds out? Yin's words immediately made Haitong nervous again. Don't worry, they can't beat me. And I plan to talk to their leader and get them to come to my side. If they don't agree, I will bring them back even if I have to tie them up. Do you understand 5.5? Nangong Long said, touching their heads. I'll take you to find them in a few days. What do you think? Nangong Long continued. Okay, I'll listen to you, Hei Tong said with a smile. Whatever you want, Ian said, turning his head. Okay, stop showing off. I'm still here, Leon complained. Hey, you're here. I didn't even notice you, Ian said deliberately angrily. Okay, you're itchy, right? Leon said as he lunged towards Silver. See how your sister teaches you a lesson. Come on, who's afraid of who? Ian choked. Aren't you going to help? Nangong Long asked. No need. This is not the first or second time they have done this, Hei Tong said, shaking his head. A few days later. Why are you here? Nangong Long said to Marin. Do you think I want to come? It's because the boss said he wanted to see you, but it's not convenient for her to show up. So she asked us to invite you, Marin said unhappily. See me? What's the matter? The boss said you'll know when you get there, Hill replied. Then I'll go for a walk. Long, I want to go too, Salis said. We want to go too. Okay, then let's go together, Nangong Long said with a smile. Is there anything wrong? Nangong Long turned and said to Marin. Well, let's do this, Marin frowned. Since Nangong Long was the only one who knew about the base, it meant that they knew about it too. It didn't matter. On the way to the night raid. Are those things they are holding Imperial weapons? Hill asked. I don't have that many Imperial tools, but it's not bad, Nangong Long said casually. You're just bragging. The founding emperor spent the whole country's efforts to make 48 Imperial weapons. You can't compare with any random weapon, unless you can make Imperial weapons. But how is that possible? Said Manfang. Can I kill her, Your Excellency the Duke? Wu Min asked. Can you let Xiaobi eat her? Seilu said angrily. The other girls also had different reactions. Basically, they said, you look down on Nangong Long, so I'm going to teach you a lesson. Forget it. This is just my Yin's personality. You will know after getting to know her for a long time that she is just arrogant, Nangong Long said, waving his hand. I'm not at Sundara, so stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you, Marin retorted loudly. Let me chop her to pieces, Wu Min said in a low voice. Come on, Mind challenged. Main, stop talking, Hill stopped her. If you want to fight, we can talk about it when we get there, but it should be stopped at a certain point, Nangong Long said helplessly, covering his forehead. Okay, that's settled. Yes, Duke. Hei Tong approached Nangong Long inadvertently and asked in a low voice. Sundara? Like Jin. She's much more serious than Ian. I heard it, Hitomi. Silver's voice came from behind. Ian, when did you run behind me? Hei Tong asked in surprise. Just when you came closer. I haven't seen Akame and the others for a long time. I'm a little excited, Cole said with a smile. You're too happy, Cole, said Takeo. What should I do? Do you think I'm a traitor? Chelsea asked Takeo. That must be it, Mio nodded. Follow us when you get here, otherwise it will breach the alert, Marin reminded. Good. This is it. Boss and the others are waiting for you inside. Marin pushed open the door and shouted inside. I brought the people here, boss. Long time no see, yeah, Nangong Long said with a smile. Yes, you're welcome. Sister Tsukushi. Black pupil, Silver. Sister Cole. I miss you so much, Bonnie shouted. I miss you too. Long time no see, said Tsukushi. Nangong Long opened his arms and smiled. Would you like a hug? Tsukushi was a little shy, but still took a step forward and hugged him. I don't know what Nangong Long said to her, but Tsukushi's face suddenly turned red to her ears, and she ran away from Nangong Long's arms. What did you do to Tsukushi? Cole asked suspiciously. Nothing. She's just a little shy. At this time, Bonnie rushed directly into Nangong Long's arms and said, Did you miss me? Of course, Bonnie is so cute. How could I not miss her? Nanshoyu Long said with a smile. Sister, are you okay? Hei Tong asked. Well, boss is a very nice person. Sister, come with me to Long's side, so that we won't be separated anymore, Hei Tong invited. Not yet. I want to change the status quo of the Empire. Akame shook her head and refused. If that's the case, it's the same here. Why do you say that? Does Long want to do something? Asked Akame. After everyone had finished reminiscing about the past, the discussion officially began. Tell me, what do you want from me? Nangong Long asked. I would like to invite you to join the Revolutionary Army, Nage said straight to the point. Not interested. Why? Don't you want to change this corrupt empire? Nage asked unwillingly. Whether or not to change the empire has no direct relationship with joining the Revolutionary Army. Joining the Revolutionary Army is the fastest way to change the empire, Nage asserted. No, the Revolutionary Army is doomed to fail. Nangong Long shook his head. Hearing Nangong Long say this, before Neji could even speak, Mayin loudly retorted. Why do you say that? Because I didn't stand on the side of the Revolutionary Army. Its failure was inevitable, Nangong Long said calmly. Where do you get your confidence from? Marin asked sarcastically. It was the first time she had seen such a conceited person. Main, that's enough. Nage stopped her. Does the Duke think he has a way to fight against both the Empire and the Revolutionary Army at the same time? Nage asked, how many people do you think are needed to deal with this death? Nangong Long did not answer, but asked another question. Although Neji didn't know why Nangong Long asked this, she still said, according to her own speculation, we need at least 50,000 elite soldiers and 10 divine servants, including Akame. Boss, is this death really that strong? Lubbock said in disbelief. Nage nodded solemnly. You still underestimate her. Zhao Zhao. 50,000 elite soldiers are a joke. If Akame hadn't understood Murasame's secret technique, even a million-strong army wouldn't be able to do anything to his death. Unless she is unwilling to retreat, you can use her energy to kill her. Duke, are you kidding? Neji didn't want what Nangong Long said to be true. If it was, it would be terrible. Do you think I look like I'm joking? Nangong Long replied seriously. Nage frowned and began to think. At this time, Chitong looked at Nangong Long and asked, Ryu, what is Murasame's secret technique? Once you get Murasame's approval, your special move will naturally show up, but I don't want you to use it. Is there a price? Asked Akaji. Tell me how to get Murasame's approval. Long, you know it, right? Akaheim asked after a moment of silence. Don't say that. Haitong hurriedly stopped him. It's okay, Haitong. I believe your sister won't do it, even if she knows, Nangong Long comforted. Kill the enemies, companions, relatives, and everyone will be killed to gain Murasame's approval. I only know this one method, and I don't know if there are other methods, Nangong Long said in a low voice. What? How can I possibly do such a thing? Akaji shouted. This is the principle of the demon sword. Otherwise, it will be useless even if you destroy it. That's why I said you won't do it. I'll try other methods. If it doesn't work, I'll just give up, Chitong said dejectedly. Sister, you are already very strong. There's no need to pursue that kind of moves. And if it doesn't work, you can ask Long for help, Haitong comforted. Yeah, I'm fine, Haitong. That's the end of the matter. Akaji, just forget about it, said Nage. Why did you tell me about his death? It's not just to remind me, is it? Nage continued. His death is already mine, and I'm stronger than her. It's unrealistic to kill me with numbers. What? How could she change her 447 position? Neji was shocked. If this was true, the chances of the Revolutionary Army's victory would be even lower. As for Nangong Long saying that he could not be killed by numbers, Neji did not care at all. After all, she did not believe that a human being could defeat an army of millions. Nothing is impossible. My goals are not in conflict with hers. Impossible. This death would never want the country to be stable. She is a warmonger. Unless you don't want the empire to become a better place, Nage denied. Don't worry about that. Come to me and I'll tell you the reason, but it's definitely not what you think. Let me think about it. Okay, when you figure it out. Let's go, said Nangong Long. Wait a minute. I haven't sparred with her yet, Mayin said, pointing at Wu Min. Marin did this not simply out of anger and wanting to teach the other party a lesson, but more because she wanted the boss to understand the other party's strength. You remember it very clearly, Nangong Long said helplessly. What do you think, Min? No problem. If she wants to be tortured, we will satisfy her. What's going on, Mayin? Nage asked. He'll briefly describe what happened on the way here. In that case, let's go to the training ground, Neji suggested. No problem. Now is the only time to admit defeat, said Mine. No need. I will be the winner, Wu Min counterattacked. Now that you're ready, let's get started, Wu Min continued. Anytime. Then I'm welcome. After saying that, Wu Min rushed towards mine. The speed was so fast that everyone who attacked at night was surprised. The attack came too fast, and Marin had no time to aim and shoot. She had no choice but to raise the pumpkin to block Wu Min's attack, and then quickly retreated. But Wu Min didn't give her a chance to distance herself, and kept pressing her. It didn't take long for Main to be defeated, and she didn't fire a single shot from beginning to end. This result was not surprising. Marin was not good at close combat, and since it was not a real life-and-death crisis, it was difficult for her to unleash the power of the pumpkin turret. On the other hand, Wu Min is not only good at close combat, but also equipped with the equipment given to her by Nangong Long, so there is no reason for her to lose. You lose, Wu Min said calmly. Don't be complacent. I will definitely beat you next time, Main said loudly. She didn't make excuses and say things like, if I have the chance to shoot, you'll definitely lose. As a killer, she was not that naive. If you can, come on. Check, are they all so strong? Neji said to Nangong Long, my strength is nothing. Sister Cole and the others are really strong. Wu Min answered her question. That's a really strong team, Neji exclaimed. Thank you for your hard work, said Nangong Long, putting his hand on Wu Min's shoulder. It's okay. Remember to play to your strengths, and don't use your weaknesses to attack the opponent's strengths. Compared to head-on combat, you are more suitable for selective attack. Nangong Long looked at Marin and said, What do you care? Marin muttered, I hope we can be companions next time we meet. Nangong Long said goodbye. Then, activate the portal and leave. This is the ability to teleport, right? Akame nodded. I've heard from Chi Tong before that Nangong Long has the ability to teleport instantly, but I was still a little surprised when I saw it with my own eyes. Boss, do you think what he said is true? Asked Brand, who had been silent all this time. Maybe. Dragons don't lie. Akame said affirmatively. 2 months later, the news of the night raid had spread throughout the streets and alleys, but the nobles did not take it seriously and continued to do as they pleased, thinking that there were so many evil people and it was unlikely that they would be found by chance. In the past 2 months, Nejeshiden has not looked for Nangong Long again, and no one knows what she is thinking. Kiroheim and the others would often go to the night raid base to visit Akaheim, Tsukushi, and the others. Wu Min and Ma Yin would fight every time they met, but their relationship did not deteriorate, but got better and better. Perhaps this was the friendship forged through fighting. Nangong Long went to the northern border several times to visit his death. Nangong Long originally planned to help, but his death refused. She said that this was her war, and if it ended in 10 days, wouldn't it be no fun at all? Therefore, Nangong Long did not take action, but before leaving, he reminded his death that if the army was destroyed, it was destroyed, but the civilians would be fine, as they would also be citizens of the Empire in the future. Isteth had no objection to this, but she didn't understand why Nangong Long, a strong man, cared about the lives of the weak. Nangong Long will not hesitate at all when it comes to killing someone, but this does not mean that he is bloodthirsty. Duke's Palace. Sir, the person you are looking for has arrived in the imperial capital, the Shadow Demon said respectfully. Where are they? She has been taken home by a noble lady. Very good, continue monitoring. Yes. As early as when the night attack came to the imperial capital, Gu Guanlong sent out shadow demons to monitor the city gate and wait for the arrival of the Xiaoyu giant. It looks like tonight will be a bloody night, Nangong Long said to himself. Don't be anxious. Eat slowly. There's still a lot, Arya said softly. Ayas, who was deceived by Arya's disguise, said gratefully, You are such a good person. I am so lucky to meet you in the imperial capital. It's nothing. I'm happy to help people in need, Arya said shyly. Why did you come to the imperial city? Asked Arya's father. Of course it's to make a name for myself and do something great, Ayas said loudly. Don't be so rude, Xiaoyu scolded. Actually, life in our hometown is very poor, so we plan to come to the capital to find a job to subsidize the village, Xiaoyu explained. That's a good idea. Is there anything you guys want to do? I have some connections. No thanks. How can I trouble you so much? Xiaoyu said embarrassedly. It's okay. Doing good deeds is our family tradition. Thank you so much. Xiaoyu stood up and bowed to express her gratitude. What's wrong with you? Xiaoyu shouted when she saw Aiya's suddenly fainted. Why do I feel a little dizzy? After saying that, Xiaoyu also fell down. It's finally working. I don't have to act anymore. I can't wait to ravage her. She's a country girl, but she has such beautiful long hair, Arya said twistedly. Don't be impatient. There's plenty of time for you to play slowly, said Arya's mother. Come on, lock them up. Arya's father ordered the guards. Let's play with them when they wake up. Their screams and struggles are the best music for me. Yes, father. Outside the gate. Who are you? Stop immediately, or you will be killed as invaders, the guard at the gate shouted. Long, is this okay? Selu asked. Of course. Those who aid and abet the evil are equally guilty. Then I feel relieved, Xiaobi, do justice. Giant with 100 arms. Roar. What is that, a monster? Click, click. Seeing Xiaobi swallow his companion whole and bite him to pieces, another guard was so scared that he turned around and wanted to run into the mansion to call for reinforcements. But before he could take a step, he was killed by Meowsy. It's a dark and windy night, perfect weather for murder. Who cares about the weather when it comes to killing people? Leon complained. I'm just doing this for the occasion. Nangong Long shrugged indifferently. The beast's prison. What did you do? Cole asked. As a precaution to prevent anyone from escaping. From now on, people can only enter this mansion but not leave, Nangong Long replied. Brother Duke, do you want to leave any of them alive? Remus asked. Except the main culprit, all the others were killed. What? Chelsea asked. It would be too easy for them to be killed so easily. You and Cosmea should just stay close to me. After all, you're not good at close combat, Nangong Long warned. Of the killing. Run, there's a monster. Click, click. Ridge crossing. Heavy explosive armor. Cole punched the guard hard, knocking him flying. The Lion King. Indoor. My lord, something bad has happened. A guard ran in panic. What happened? Someone came to kill me. What? Whoever is so bold. I will sentence his entire family to death. Arya's father roared. My lord, please run away. We can't stop you any longer. Nangong Long, who happened to walk into the room at this time, said in a low voice. I heard you wanted to kill my whole family. Is that right? Who? When he saw who was coming, he was completely panicked. My lord, how could it be you? Oh, you know me, but I won't remember a minor character like you. Ever since Nangong Long saved the rebellious assassination team without receiving any punishment, his name and appearance have been firmly remembered by the nobles of the imperial capital. Let me go. What are you going to do? Arya struggled. My husband will give you whatever you want. Just let us go. Leon and Cole ignored them and walked into the house and threw the two people to the ground. We got them. Thanks for your hard work. Why would you do such a thing? How have we offended you? Arya's father said in disbelief. You didn't offend me. I just wanted to kill someone. Long. Everyone outside has been cleaned up. Only they are left, Tang Lu said with a grim smile. Although Xiang Lu has changed a lot, she still smiles unconsciously when she is enforcing justice. Nangong Long did not remind her on purpose. As long as she does not enforce distorted justice, she can do whatever she wants. Well, you did a good job, said Nangong Long, stroking Selu's hair. Just for that reason, you're going to kill my whole family. Father AI was so emotional that he didn't even use honorifics. I thought you could understand, Nangong Long said casually, spreading his hands. How can you possibly understand something like this? AI's father yelled. Don't you often kill others and enjoy it? I am just doing the same thing as you. How can those country folk be compared with us? They are just playthings, Arya roared. Is that so? Then you are my playthings. My father is an earl. Who do you think you are? Arya said frantically. Shut up. Father AI yelled. Count? Just a piece of trash, Nangong Long said disdainfully. I beg the Duke to let us go. I am willing to pay any price, said Father AI. Duke, Arya said in horror. Oh, anything is fine, Nangong Long said with interest. Father AI seemed to have grasped the last straw and nodded and said, If I can do it, I can do anything. Nangong Long pointed at Arya and the other person and said, "What if I said I wanted them?" This, Father AI hesitated. "Father, please agree. It's okay with me," Arya said. Arya felt that if she could really gain Nangong Long's favor, she would be able to do whatever she wanted and she wouldn't care about anything else. "Husband," Arya's mother hesitated to speak. "Okay," Father AI agreed with gritted teeth. "Hey, you're not serious, are you?" There is fire in Siryu's eyes. Leon came close to Nangong Long and whispered in his ear, "You think too much. Sorry, it was just a joke." It's a good feeling to have a glimmer of hope and yet face despair, Nangong Long said insincerely. Hearing Nangong Long say this, Sailu's horrified expression disappeared, replaced by a gentle smile, and the other girls also breathed a sigh of relief. Nangong Long had no interest in listening to their curses and simply cast a spell to make them faint. "What are you going to do with them?" asked Sailu. "Give it to Mela and let the bugs eat it slowly from the inside out." How cruel," Leon said, patting his chest and pretending to be scared. "What's that smell?" Sailu said, pinching his nose. "What is going on?" Seeing the hellish scene in front of him, Seleucus cried out. Nangong Long had told them before that this family had committed many evil deeds, but they had not expected them to be so cruel. "Calm down, Sailu. Is this what the nobles in the imperial capital are like?" Sailu asked expressionlessly. "About that. I really want to kill them all." "Okay, the security team will be in your hands from now on. You can do whatever you want." "Where's Uka?" Sailu asked. "After today, he will disappear from this world." "I see. There are still 2 alive," Leon shouted. Takeo walked over to help. "It's okay, it's just that 883 is unconscious. He was probably just tricked here," Mio guessed. "We are so lucky that we just happened to take action," Chelsea exclaimed. "Wake up!" Nangong Long patted Shayu's cheek and shouted. "Whoa, and what's wrong with me?" "Who are you?" Shayu said confusedly. "I am Nangong Long, and they are my companions." "Where's Aiya's?" Saya, who was completely awake, asked in panic. "It's right there," Nangong Long said, pointing to the side. "Aiya's, wake up!" Shayu shook his body hard, trying to wake him up. Stop shaking it. I'm going to die if you keep shaking it," Aiya said intermittently. "What happened to us?" Seeing that her companion was fine, Shayu asked. "Look over there and you'll understand," Leon said, pointing to the house behind Shayu. Hurry up. Seiyu, are you okay?" Aiya asked with concern, and at the same time looked inside, wanting to know what had made Seiyu become like this. "What is this?" Aiya shouted in horror as he saw the body wreckage scattered all over the house. "What is going on?" asked Shayu, forcing herself to calm down. "Don't you remember anything?" Nangong Long asked. "I just remember that I fainted while we were having dinner." "That's right. This family specifically deceives people like you who come from the countryside. After they knock you unconscious, they lock you in cells and torture you in various ways, and they enjoy doing it," Nangong Long explained. "Impossible. You must be lying. Miss Arya is not that kind of person," Aiya retorted. "You ungrateful guy. If we hadn't arrived earlier, you would have been dead," Wu Min said angrily. "Aiya, calm down. I'm sorry that my companion has caused you trouble," said Shayu, bowing. "It doesn't matter. What he thinks is his business. The current imperial capital is a living hell for ordinary people, so leave early," Nangong Long reminded. "Thank you, but we still have a companion who hasn't arrived yet, so we can't leave for the time being, and we want to save the village no matter what," said Shayu firmly. "Don't even think about saving others like this. You don't even know how you died," Mio said calmly. "In that case, you can take them to the security team," said Nangong Long. "Good. Do you have any questions?" Nangong Long asked. "No," Shayu replied. As for Aiya's, he had been forbidden to speak by Shayu. Then Nangong Long took Shayu and the others to meet Arya, and the two seemed to have grown a lot in an instant. Then Nangong Long left Arya's family to Mira to feed her bugs. 5 days later, the Imperial Capital Security Department. "Sister Ciro, this is the information you want." Saya handed the document in her hand to Ciro, who was sitting at the desk. "How's the investigation going?" asked Selu. With the Duke's help, we have basically figured out. In this case, first remove all the unqualified garbage from the security team, and then we can clean up the evil. Duke's palace. What are you doing? Nangong Long asked Leona, who pounced on him as soon as he entered the door. Sister is here to serve you in bed. Isn't this what you have always wanted? Leon said with a giggle. What's wrong with you today? You're so proactive in broad daylight. I have a chance now that Hailu is not around. She's keeping a close eye on me. Leona said helplessly. You won't be scared, will you? There are a lot of ellipses here. At night. I think you look a little strange today, Selu asked puzzledly. How could that be? Isn't it the same as usual? Leon said without changing his expression. Yeah. Okay, you've been busy all day. Go to bed early. Next day. Sister Ciro, this is my companion Tatsumi, Sao introduced. Just find it. Captain, I want to join the guard team, Tatsumi said loudly. You? Does he know what we are going to do? Sayu asked, looking at Shayu. Well, I've already told him about what happened between Ayas and me. So you are ready, Sailor said. Yes, Captain. I can't bear to see my companions being hurt, so I want to join the guard team and eradicate evil, Tatsumi said loudly. That sounds good, I agree. Thank you, Captain. I will definitely work hard. Night raid. The target, Jamal, relied on bribing Oka to frame others and continue to get away with it, Chikushi reported. Are you sure what the client said is true? Neji asked. Boney and I have already sneaked into the oil store to investigate, and the crime is true. 5.6. However, another target, Uka, died unexpectedly a few days ago for unknown reasons, said Tsukushi. But after that, Sayu took over the security force, so I think it might be Ryu who killed, Tsukushi speculated. It looks like he has already started to act, Nage said. Give Jamal the punishment of heaven, and don't worry about what Nangong Long does for now. Boss, why don't we accept Long's proposal? It's a revolution anyway, and I think it's better to be with Long, Bonnie said. Once I'm sure what he said is true, I will make the right choice, Nage replied. A dragon wouldn't lie to me, Bonnie muttered. This mission will be handed over to Akaheim and Bonnie. Go and get ready. Yes, boss. At this time, Akagi and Bonnie, who had completed the mission of assassinating Jamal, were rushing back to the base. They're from the patrol team. Let's avoid them, said Akagi. Captain, there are two people over there who look very suspicious, Tatsumi said, pointing at the two people in the distance. Let's go and take a look, Xianglu ordered. They're chasing us. What should we do? Bonnie asked. It seems we can only find a deserted place to bury them, Chi-Tong replied. Stop right there, person in front, Tatsumi shouted while running. Seeing that there were no one around, Chi-Tong and the other man stopped and decided to deal with each other here. Tatsumi just shouted tentatively, but he didn't expect the other party to really stop. When the two groups approached, Bonnie shouted in surprise. It's you. Sister Sailu. Be careful. He is on the wanted list, Shayu reminded. It's okay, I know them. Upon hearing this, Sao and Tatsumi widened their eyes in surprise. They couldn't understand why the captain of the security force would know the wanted criminal. Why are you here? Asked Selu. I received the mission, Chi-Tong replied. You guys better be careful the next 24 hours. The people above are already paying attention to you. Thank for the reminder, said Akagi. Long really hopes that you can come to his side. I hope you will not let him down. We understand. After saying that, Guolu turned around and took Tatsumi and the others away. Let's go back too, Bonnie. Captain, why don't you catch them? Tatsumi asked puzzledly. They're just doing the same thing as us. The same thing? Shayu muttered to herself thoughtfully. Go back and check who they killed, and you will understand. Yes, Captain. 3 days later, Night Raid received a new mission to assassinate the minister's distant relative Ayakar. On the mountain. There's no problem shooting at this distance, said mine. Just leave the escort mission to me. There will be absolutely no problem, Bonnie assured, patting his chest. But is this distance really okay? Seeing someone coming out, Maine instantly concentrated her mind and shot and killed the target in the dense crowd. I'm a shooting genius, Marin said proudly. After completing the task, the two rushed to the agreed meeting place. This is it. Careful. Bonnie kicked away the guard who attacked Maine. This kid is very strong, It seems we have to take him seriously, thought the guard who followed him. Maine, go to the back and leave him to me. Good. Maine knew her own weakness, so she retreated decisively, looking for an opportunity to kill her opponent with one shot. The guard certainly understood Marin's intention, but he also knew that it would be impossible to hurt the shooter behind her without killing the kid in front of him. Therefore, he decided to go all out and end the battle quickly. Go to hell, kid. Bonnie raised his leg to block the opponent's whip kick, and at the same time, he activated his skill at the moment when the two made contact. Thunderstorm. I saw a strong lightning flashing from Bonnie's calf, which instantly flowed through his whole body. Before he could understand what was happening, he was already charred to death by the electric shock. Bonnie, you have this ability? Maine said in surprise. It's not my ability, it's its ability, Bonnie said, pointing at the small leg guards. What is that? An Imperial weapon? Marin asked curiously. No, this was given to me by Long, Bonnie said, shaking his head. What? It's that annoying guy, Marin said with a frown. Dragons are not annoying, Bonnie shouted angrily. No, he's just a perverted B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* said. The other side, Akame and his group blocked the pursuing guards. Although the guards were all masters from the Royal Fist Temple, they were still far inferior to the night raid group. One person is missing, said Akado. Isn't he going to Main's place? Tsukushi said. Let's go over there quickly, said Hill. The people who had just arrived were relieved when they saw the two people arguing there. But how did he die? He was all burnt, Brand said when he saw the blackened corpse nearby. It's so tragic, I sympathize deeply. Lubbock did not act as he said. Instead, he looked gloating. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Bonnie and the other man stopped arguing and came over. Bonnie, how did you do this? Tsukushi asked curiously. This is also the first time I used the equipment Long gave me. I thought it would only paralyze the opponent, but I didn't expect it to electrocute him to death in one go, Bonnie explained. Duke's Palace. Someone went to the security department to report that the minister's relative had been killed. So Xiaoyu didn't care about anything else and went directly to Nangong Long's house to report the matter to Selu. Sister Selu, what should we do? Selu did not answer, but looked at Nangong Long on the side. She certainly wanted to confiscate the property directly, but she was afraid of causing trouble for Nangong Long. After all, he was a relative of the minister, and who knew whether the minister would stand up for him. You can do whatever you want. Don't worry about me. Besides, I have already had a falling out with the minister in the palace today. What happened? I saved the man the minister wanted to kill. The interior minister, sure. I understand 600. Xiaoyu notifies the troops to gather and search the house. Yes, Sister Sariu. Xiang Lu did not ask Nangong Long why he did that, because in her heart, no matter what Nangong did, it was always right. The next day, there was naturally some debate, but in the end it all came to nothing. Night raid. The spy reported that the court is now divided into 3 factions. They are the corrupt faction of the ministers, the conscientious faction protected by Bud, and the radical faction headed by Nangong Long. Among them, Nangong Long's faction has the strongest cohesion. To them, Nangong Long's orders are absolute and even more important than the emperor's. But there's nothing we can do about it. After all, it was Nangong Long who rescued them when they were in the most critical moment, Neji sighed. What Nangong Long said before has been confirmed. So make a decision. Should you join Nangong Long's team or continue working for the Revolutionary Army? Neji asked. Upon hearing this, Bonnie and the other two immediately expressed their willingness to join Nangong Long. I followed the boss, Hill said. Me too, said the other 3. Then from today on, Yishu will officially join Nangong Long's side, Neji announced. Yeah, that's great. Bonnie shouted happily. Tsukushi and Akame also smiled. Sister Sailu, this is a report on the recent serial murder case. Seiyu took out a map and spread it on the table, circling the places where the bodies were found one by one, hoping to find out where Zank was active. But unfortunately, Zank's killings had no pattern at all. He just killed for the sake of killing, without any specific target. It seems that we have no choice but to ask Leon and the others for help. At night, why did you come along? Leon asked. I am somewhat interested in Zank's imperial weapon. Oh, there are many things that interest you. Do you have any strange abilities? Leon asked curiously. At this time, Nangong Long received a message from Shadow Demon. I found Zank. You stay here and wait for me. I will kill him. I'll go with you. No, Nangong Long refused. Oh, okay then, Leon said a little depressed. I'll tell you why later. Nangong Long rushed to where Zank was at full speed. Finally, I met someone. So happy, Zank laughed. It's painful. Let me help you. Stop talking big. Zank could no longer control his desire to kill, and rushed towards Nangong Long, waving his arm knife. Nangong Long stood there motionless, as if he didn't see the opponent's attack. In sight, Zank activated his imperial weapon to see what his opponent was planning, but he saw nothing. I have entered the state of no self, but it is useless. Future vision. Unfortunately, the results still did not change. He did not see any predicted counterattack. This was the first time that such a thing happened after he obtained the 5 Visions Omnipotence. Ten was somewhat surprised and doubtful, so he forced himself to stop and step back. Perspective. It can be seen that it is not a problem with the Imperial weapon. Could it be that he has no intention of counterattacking at all? Never mind, just attack first, Zank thought. Zank rushed towards Nangong Long again, and when he got close, he swung his arm knife and slashed at Nangong Long's neck. Boy, no matter what tricks you have, I'll chop off your head and you'll die, Zahn said with a twisted smile. Zank's arm blade hit the target firmly, but the imagined blood splatter did not happen. Instead, Zank's arm blade broke with a sound. What? Zank was shocked. He never thought this would be the result. What a joke. How can a person's neck be so stiff? Zank shouted in disbelief. Nangong Long ignored him and stretched out his right hand to cast instant death magic on Zank. Dead air erosion. A dark breath instantly emanated from Nangong Long's right hand and rushed into Zank's body, madly destroying his vitality. Rest in peace. The sound disappeared. Happy, happy. Thank you, unknown little devil. Zank fell to the ground and passed away with a smile on his face. Death energy corrodes the 8th level magic, and those who are hit will be corroded and die in a very short time. Duke's Palace. Nangong Long put the 5 Visions universal gear he had taken back from Zank on his forehead, looked at all the girls in the room one by one, and sighed with satisfaction. It's a really good ability, but the appearance is a bit bad. Thank you for the hospitality. Nangong Long thanked the girls after feasting his eyes. Looking at Nangong Long's strange behavior, Selu asked in confusion. Long, why do you suddenly say that? Nangong Long took the imperial weapon in his hand and explained. The 5 Visions of the Emperor have the ability to see through, see far, see into the future, and see hallucinations. Of course, these are not important. What I'm interested in is the last ability, Perspective. Leon, now you know why I didn't let you go with me. Oh, so you're afraid that I'll suffer a loss. Why didn't you just say it earlier? Leon said with a smile. If I had told you earlier, you would have told others. How can I watch with peace of mind if you are on guard? So you've seen us naked just now, Sai Lu said gloomily. I was wondering why you were staring at us so seriously just now. Cole said with his fists clenched. Does it look good? Asked Mayoko with a grin. To be honest, they each have their merits, and both are good. Nangong Long expressed his thoughts in a suicidal manner. Haitong's face turned slightly red, and he didn't say anything. Sisters beat him up. Chelsea's words were like a fuse. All the girls rushed forward, pinned Nangong Long under them, and beat him up, but no one really used much force. Nangong Long took advantage of the chaos to grab things here and there. It would be easy for Nangong Long to run, but he really enjoyed the joyful atmosphere of everyone being together and making noise. The next morning, Xiang Lu was going to eliminate the underground drug trafficking organization and the corrupt official Kibble who protected them today. When he was about to go out, he asked, "Is there anyone who wants to join me in enforcing justice?" "I'll go. I haven't exercised for a long time," Leon replied. "What's the trouble?" Cole asked. "No, just a bunch of trash." "Forget it. When you have trouble, call me again." "Good." After Leona and Seriu arrived at the security department, Jean Lu immediately ordered the troops to assemble. After everything was ready, Celio looked at Leon and said, "We have 2 targets. One is Flower Street, and the other is Kibble's mansion. Which one do you want to go to?" "I'm going to Flower Street." "Okay, then I will go and siege Kibble." "Set off." "Yes, Captain," the guards responded loudly. "Entertainment District." "Big sister, what should we do?" asked Tatsumi. Leon often hangs out in the security department, so Tatsumi also knows her. "You lead your men to spread out and quietly surround this store to prevent anyone from escaping." "What about you, big sister?" "Of course I sneaked in and killed as many people as possible." "Okay, get ready." "Yes." Leon suddenly broke into the house and interrupted the villain's conversation. "Who are you?" "The one who sends you on your way." "You are so shameless. Someone come and kill her." As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen big men in black rushed into the room and surrounded Leon and Yao. "No matter how much garbage comes, it's useless," Leon said disdainfully. "The crime of collusion is aggravated." Leon punched the enemies that rushed towards him to death one by one. Finally, he walked up to the gang leader and broke his neck without giving him a chance to beg for mercy. At this time, Tatsumi walked in. "Big sister, everything outside has been dealt with." "That's right. Let's search this place, and then we'll call it a day." "Clear." The other side. Seilu has led his men to surround Zibble's mansion. "Captain Seryu, what do you mean by this?" Zibble frowned. "There's solid evidence that Zibble is corrupt and oppressing the people. He will be convicted now and executed immediately," Seilu said with a grim smile. "No, you have no right to do this. I am a minister's man, and you can't kill me," Kibble shouted in horror. "Don't worry, you'll be down with you soon. All soldiers, listen to my order. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy." "Yes," the soldiers shouted with high spirits. They had an almost blind worship for Sailu. They were proud of the fact that no matter whether they were nobles or officials, Sailu would not let them go as long as their crimes were true. Shall we pray? Under Seilu's attack, Zibble's attempts to stop the counterattack were meaningless, and he was quickly defeated. Night Raid. There are so few missions lately. Mine was lying on the table, bored, watching Akame making the model. "Well, Xiang Lu has been working very hard recently," Qitong replied. "It's not a matter of hard work. It's just crazy. They rob our houses every day, even more ruthless than us," Ma-in complained. "Isn't this good? Isn't our goal to eradicate evil?" Shikushi said, "But is it really okay to do this?" "I heard that many nobles have united to impeach her," Marin said worriedly. "It's okay. We still have the dragon," said Tsukushi with a smile. "What's so good about that guy? You all trust him so much." Marin didn't quite understand. "You'll understand it after you get more exposure," Qitong interrupted. "I think he's a good guy," Hill said. "Hill, when did you get deceived by him?" Main shouted. "Cheat? What do you mean?" "Nangong Long has come here occasionally recently, so his relationship with Hill has improved a lot." Imperial Capital. Luna and others in the carriage are about to arrive at the Imperial Capital they long for. "We're finally here. Luna, what kind of person do you think the master will be?" Ayer said. "Maybe he's a lecherous old man." "If that's the case, let's kill him and run away," Far said with a smile. As soon as they got off the carriage, the 3 of them saw a blond young man smiling and greeting them. "See, hello. From today on, I am your master. My name is Buck. Come this way." Buck took Luna and the other 2 to the largest commercial street in the Imperial Capital. They had never seen such a prosperous city before and were immediately excited. Hey, this is the Imperial Capital," Ayer said with emotion. "Our village only has a hotel and a prop shop. Nothing else," said Far. "Why don't you take this opportunity to have a good look around and pick out some clothes you like?" "I'll pay for them," Buck said gently. "Really? Is it really possible?" Ayer asked excitedly. "Of course," says my servant. "You can't dress too rustically," Buck explained. Then the 3 of them ran excitedly to choose clothes. After all, they were sold by their parents because their families were poor, so they rarely had such opportunities. After the 3 of them bought the clothes they liked, Buck took them to the restaurant. $77. "Fair. Please pay attention to your image," Luna reminded. "As long as you like it," Buck said with a smile. "Thank you," Ayer said gratefully. "Well, Let's get started, Buck said with a smile, squinting his eyes. A group of vicious men in black appeared behind Buck, and 3 of them stepped forward and controlled Aiur and the others. Aiur was still a little dazed, totally confused as to how things could have suddenly become like this, as they were fine just now. It was Feyre who reacted first and kicked the man in black behind him, but it had no effect at all. What's going on? Fall was shocked. Country boxing? That's useless to me. The big man in black punched Far in the abdomen, making her unable to fight back. Feyre, Aiur cried out. It was Ska who picked this girl. Yes, it's fun to torture such a lively girl. Understood. Then break her legs first, Buck ordered with a smile. The man in black broke Feyre's legs in one go. Grandpa. The piercing pain made Feyre cry out in pain. This cry is so sweet to the ear. Why do you do this? Aiur yelled. Why? Of course, ordinary entertainment can no longer satisfy these mentally perverted rich people, Buck replied. Ha. Without us, where would you make money? I know. So which one do you want? Buck asked. That's her. She has very beautiful eyes, and it must be very comfortable to lick them. The fat man behind Buck pointed at Luna. I heard you. Let's do it, Buck said to his men. No, Luna shouted with tears. Just when Luna's eyes were about to be dug out, black shadows crawled all over the bodies of everyone except Aiur and the other 2, and they were restrained and unable to move. What's going on? What the hell is this? Scar said in horror. Buck, did you do this? How was that possible? I have it too, Buck retorted. Although I don't know what happened, Luna thought thankfully that her eyes were saved. I was in a good mood, but you bastards ruined it all. Nangong Long, who had just come out of the palace, originally planned to go to the commercial street to buy some gifts to take back to the girls at home, but he didn't expect to see this scene as soon as he arrived. Kid, no matter who you are, let us go quickly, otherwise you will die a miserable death, Scar threatened. Pull out your tongue. Hearing Nangong Long's order, the black shadow on Scar's body began to twist and deform, and a dark hand stretched out and inserted directly into his mouth, pulling out a bloody tongue. DS. Seeing Scar's miserable appearance, Buck and others immediately wanted to swallow back what they were saying and keep silent. I'm not restraining you too. Why are you still standing there? Nangong Long said to Aiur and the other boy, then walked towards Fa Chuan, who was lying on the ground. The turn happened so quickly that the 2 were confused and forgot to break free. Nangong Long held Feyre in his arms, took out the healing potion, put it to her lips, and said gently, Drink it, and you'll be cured immediately. What are you going to do? Aiur said nervously, looking at the blood-red potion. Luna pulled the corner of her son's clothes and shook her head. Feyre endured the pain and drank the potion. Then something unexpected happened. The pain disappeared quickly, and she felt completely healed. Feyre stood up from Nangong Long's arms shyly, as if what had just happened was an illusion. Feyre, you're okay, Aiur shouted in surprise. How magical, Luna said. Thank you very much. Aiur and the other 2 bowed in gratitude. We'll talk about your business later. Now I need to clean up the garbage. Then Nangong Long walked to the sofa opposite Buck and sat down, while Aiur and the other 2 stood behind him. Who broke your leg? It was him, but he gave the order. Far first pointed at the man in black who had caught her before, and then at Buck. Well, break all 5 limbs. Nangong Long pointed at the man in black and said, No, I beg for mercy. Please let me go. Before he could finish, the demon possessed by him had already perfectly executed Nangong Long's orders. The bound man suddenly felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet all the way to the top of his head. Wait a minute. It was Scar. It was his request that made me give the order. It has nothing to do with me. Buck defended himself while holding back his fear. He didn't want to become a human stick. Then let's deal with him first. Seeing Nangong Long shift his attention to Scar, Buck breathed a sigh of relief. At least everything was fine for the time being. You heard what he said. Since you like to torture others so much, why don't we play a more interesting game? I don't think you will object. DS. Without a tongue, Scar could only shake his head desperately, and was so scared that tears and snot came out. Look how happy you are. Don't be in a hurry to start right away, Nangong Long said with a smile. But to Buck and the others, this smile looked like that of a demon. Go and drag Lord Scar over there and torture him. Cut off a piece and feed it to him alone. I am a very frugal person and I cannot waste anything, Nanlong said, pointing to the corner. Nangong Long's words made everyone present feel cold all over. It was really cruel. In the past 2 blocks, it is better not to let children see such bloody scenes. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 black shadows emerged from Nangong Long's shadow and followed him to the corner, forming a barrier to cover the corner. Ai and the other 2 were amazed, but they did not ask any questions. After all, this was someone else's ability, and they probably wouldn't want outsiders to know about it. Scar's scream came out immediately, but it sounded a little weird because he had no tongue. Who wants to dig out your eyes again? Nangong Long looked at Luna and asked. Before Luna could speak, Buck spoke first. That's the fat guy. Yeah, Luna nodded. In that case, how about we play a game? No play. As long as you let me go, I will give you whatever you want, the fat man said hurriedly. Really? Nangong Long looked at him teasingly. Really? The fat man said hurriedly, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Seeing that Nangong Long seemed to be about to let the other party go, Luna and the other 2 could only worry. As for speaking out to stop him, they didn't dare to do so. However, Nanlong's next words made them feel at ease. Then let's play a game. It has to be you. Pull him over there and dig out his eyes. Remember to dig slowly, don't dig them out all at once. It won't be fun if you dig them out too quickly. What is she using it for? Nangong Long asked, pointing at his beloved son. Nothing to do, the man with the clown nose said hurriedly. To be honest, who knows what kind of horrible game the other party is going to play next? Do you think I'm stupid? You tell me. Maybe I can consider letting you go, Nangong Long said to Buck. Okay, sir. I'll tell you everything, Buck said excitedly. Buck, shut up, the clown man yelled in horror. I'm sorry, I don't want to die yet. Buck glanced at the clown, then turned back to Nangong Long and said, he bought this girl to be his son's wife. His son is in heat recently. Hearing Buck's words, Aier's face changed drastically. He was actually used in this way. What a pervert. Yes, you are right. Buck agreed quickly. Wait a minute. I know I was wrong. Please let me go. Yes, by the way, I also know Lord Rick. If you kill me, he will definitely not let you go. The clown knew that if he didn't say something, he would be finished. Riku, seeing Nangong Long in deep thought, he thought the other party was afraid, so he quickly continued. Please give me flowers. Yes, it's Lord Rick. He is the Viscount of the Empire. I have a very good relationship with him. When they heard what the clown said, Aier and the other 2 became worried. They naturally wanted to take revenge, but they didn't want to cause trouble for their savior. Well, let's forget about it, Aier said. Nangong Long waved his hand, signaling her not to speak for the time being. I was wondering why I didn't have any impression of it at all. I was thinking I could kill it later if it was someone I knew, but it turned out to be just a small fish. Today, even if the minister comes in person, let alone the Viscount, you will die. There is no one in this empire that I, Nangong Long, dare not kill. Aier and the other 2 didn't know who Nangong Long was, but Buck and the others completely understood who the person in front of them was. Only he had the qualifications to ignore the minister. You are Duke Nangong Long, the clown man shouted. Now even the small fry know me. Of course, who doesn't know your name now? You are the only one in the Empire who can compete with the minister, Buck complimented. He is actually a duke. He is too young. Aier and the other 2 thought in surprise. Nangong Long ignored Buck and looked at the clown man and said, since you love your son so much, use your body to satisfy him. No, let me go. The shadow demon ignored his pleas for mercy and dragged him to the corner and put him together with his beloved dog. Of course, such a scene that was not suitable for children had to be blocked. Dog, what are you doing? Don't come over here. I'm your father, don't I? Hearing this miserable cry, Buck and others were all terrified. Even Aier and the other 2 couldn't help but shudder, but they felt more relieved. If Nangong Long hadn't appeared in time, they would have certainly met with a miserable end. As for you guys, I'm too lazy to play games one by one. Let's slice them all. Didn't you say let me go? Buck shouted in horror. Sorry, I said maybe. After dealing with this bunch of scum, Nangong Long went to the commercial street again to pick out some gifts, but this time there were 3 little tails following him. Fei stood up from Nangong Long's arm shyly, as if what had just happened was an illusion. Fei, you're okay. Ai shouted in surprise. How magical, Luna said. Thank you very much. Ai and the other 2 bowed in gratitude. We'll talk about your business later. Now, I need to clean up the garbage. Then Nangong Long walked to the sofa opposite Buck and sat down, while Ai and the other 2 stood behind him. Who broke your leg? It was him, but he gave the order. Far first pointed at the man in black who had caught her before, and then at Buck. Well, break all 5 limbs. Nangong Long pointed at the man in black and said, No, I beg for mercy. Please let me go. Before he could finish, the demon possessed by him had already perfectly executed Nangong Long's orders. The bound man suddenly felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet all the way to the top of his head. Wait a minute. It was Scar. It was his request that made me give the order. It has nothing to do with me. Buck defended himself while holding back his fear. He didn't want to become a human stick. Then let's deal with him first. Seeing Nangong Long shift his attention to Scar, Buck breathed a sigh of relief. At least everything was fine for the time being. You heard what he said. Since you like to torture others so much, why don't we play a more interesting game? I don't think you will object. DS. Without a tongue, Scar could only shake his head desperately, and was so scared that tears and snot came out. Look how happy you are. Don't be in a hurry to start right away, Nangong Long said with a smile. But to Buck and the others, this smile looked like that of a demon. Go and drag Lord Scar over there and torture him. Cut off a piece and feed it to him alone. I am a very frugal person, and I cannot waste anything, Nan Long said, pointing to the corner. Nangong Long's words made everyone present feel cold all over. It was really cruel. In the past 2 blocks, it is better not to let children see such bloody scenes. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 black shadows emerged from Nangong Long's shadow and followed him to the corner, forming a barrier to cover the corner. Ai and the other 2 were amazed, but they did not ask any questions. After all, this was someone else's ability, and they probably wouldn't want outsiders to know about it. Scar's scream came out immediately, but it sounded a little weird because he had no tongue. Who wants to dig out your eyes again? Nangong Long looked at Luna and asked. Before Luna could speak, Buck spoke first. That's the fat guy. Yeah, Luna nodded. In that case, how about we play a game? No play. As long as you let me go, I will give you whatever you want, the fat man said hurriedly. Really? Nangong Long looked at him teasingly. Really, the fat man said hurriedly, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Seeing that Nangong Long seemed to be about to let the other party go, Luna and the other 2 could only worry. As for speaking out to stop him, they didn't dare to do so. However, Nanlong's next words made them feel at ease. Then let's play a game. It has to be you. Pull him over there and dig out his eyes. Remember to dig slowly. Don't dig them out all at once. It won't be fun if you dig them out too quickly. What is she using it for? Nangong Long asked, pointing at his beloved son. Nothing to do, the man with the clown nose said hurriedly. To be honest, who knows what kind of horrible game the other party is going to play next? Do you think I'm stupid? You tell me. Maybe I can consider letting you go, Nangong Long said to Buck. Okay, sir. I'll tell you everything, Buck said excitedly. Buck, shut up, the clown man yelled in horror. I'm sorry, I don't want to die yet. Buck glanced at the clown, then turned back to Nangong Long and said, he bought this girl to be his son's wife. His son is in heat recently. Hearing Buck's words, Ai's face changed drastically. He was actually used in this way. What a pervert. Yes, you are right. Buck agreed quickly. Wait a minute. I know I was wrong. Please let me go. Yes, by the way, I also know Lord Rick. If you kill me, he will definitely not let you go. The clown knew that if he didn't say something, he would be finished. Riku, seeing Nangong Long in deep thought, he thought the other party was afraid, so he quickly continued. Please give me flowers. Yes, it's Lord Rick. He is the Viscount of the Empire. I have a very good relationship with him. When they heard what the clown said, Ai and the other two became worried. They naturally wanted to take revenge, but they didn't want to cause trouble for their savior. Well, let's forget about it, Ai said. Nangong Long waved his hand, signaling her not to speak for the time being. I was wondering why I didn't have any impression of it at all. I was thinking I could kill it later if it was someone I knew, but it turned out to be just a small fish. Today, even if the minister comes in person, let alone the Viscount, you will die. There is no one in this empire that I, Nangong Long, dare not kill. Ai and the other two didn't know who Nangong Long was, but Buck and the others completely understood who the person in front of them was. Only he had the qualifications to ignore the minister. You are Duke Nangong Long, the clown man shouted. Now even the small fry know me. Of course, who doesn't know your name now? You are the only one in the empire who can compete with the minister, Buck complimented. He is actually a duke. He is too young. Ai and the other two thought in surprise. Nangong Long ignored Buck and looked at the clown man and said, Since you love your son so much, use your body to satisfy him. No, let me go. The shadow demon ignored his pleas for mercy and dragged him to the corner and put him together with his beloved dog. Of course, such a scene that was not suitable for children had to be blocked. Dog, what are you doing? Don't come over here. I'm your father, don't. Hearing this miserable cry, Buck and others were all terrified. Even Ai and the other two couldn't help but shudder, but they felt more relieved. If Nangong Long hadn't appeared in time, they would have certainly met with a miserable end. As for you guys, I'm too lazy to play games one by one. Let's slice them all. Didn't you say let me go? Buck shouted in horror. Sorry, I said maybe. After dealing with this bunch of scum, Nangong Long went to the commercial street again to pick out some gifts, but this time there were 3 little tails following him. Isdeath, who has returned to the imperial capital, is on her way to Nangong Long's home. Dragon, I'm back. Welcome home. Isdeath walked straight to Nangong Long and sat in his arms. I miss you so much. I miss you as well. I'm staying here tonight. The minister intends for me to take action against the night raid. And you, it seems that you are very hated, said Isdeath with a smile. There's nothing I can do. I've been against him recently, Nangong Long said casually while touching Isdeath's hair. The minister knew that Isdeath and Nangong Long had a good relationship, but he didn't know that they were already together. In the minister's mind, Isdeath was a war maniac who liked chaos. Even if he had a good relationship with Nangong Long, she would not give up her hobbies for him. That's why the minister let Isdeath deal with Nangong Long. What are you going to do? Do you want me to kill the minister? No, don't look at the minister's behavior. He has an imperial tool on his head, and his ability is to destroy other imperial tools. It's so well hidden, I didn't even know it, but you don't think I can't beat him like this, do you? How could that be? I fully trust your ability. I have my own plans. I'll take you to meet old friends. Ooh, Nad Shidden, everything is almost ready. It's time to get started. Really? The war is finally coming. I've been looking forward to it for a long time, Isdeath said with an excited smile. Portal. Nangong Long brought Isdeath to the night raid base. Since Nage had been informed before, all the members of the night raid had already gathered in the meeting hall waiting for his arrival. Long time no see. I didn't expect that we would meet in this way, said Isdeath. Yeah, I always thought we would be enemies when we met again, but I didn't expect we would become companions, Nage sighed. What do the Revolutionary Army say? Not long ago, Nangong Long asked Neji to return to the Revolutionary Army headquarters to test them to see how many of them were willing to be loyal to him and how many of them planned to resist. The Revolutionary Army didn't know that Neji had already defected to Nangong Long, and they just thought that Nangong Long wanted her to transfer him. As expected, few people were willing to do so. They also asked me to tell you that cooperation is possible, but loyalty is impossible, Nage sighed. Hearing this, Nangong Long frowned and looked a little conflicted, but it only lasted for a short time before he relaxed. I didn't want to do this. Since you are unwilling to be loyal, just kill them all, Nangong Long said calmly. Yes, that's what we should do, Isdeath agreed. Is there no room for maneuver? Nage sighed. The high-ranking officials must die. If the soldiers are willing to surrender, I can forgive them. That's all. Thank you on behalf of the soldiers. When does the Revolutionary Army plan to take action? Asked Nangong Long. They are contacting other rebel forces and officials in major cities to join forces and take over the imperial capital in one fell swoop. How long will it take? If everything goes well, it will take 2 months. Okay, I'll just wait for 2 months, and then I'll get everything together and finish it once and for all. Is it really okay? As far as I know, once the rebel forces join together, there will be millions of them, Nage said worriedly. A million? That's awesome, Isteth said happily. The people who attacked at night felt inexplicably cold. What kind of personality would make someone say such a thing? Don't worry, I have more soldiers than you can count. Besides, a million-strong army is meaningless in front of me. Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue away? If 1 million people stood there and asked you to kill them, they would be exhausted to death. Ma Jun couldn't help but sneer. Dwarf, do you want to die? Isteth released an extremely terrifying chill and murderous aura from her body. All members of the night raid tensed up in an instant, ready to counterattack immediately if Isteth made a move. Nangong Long took Isteth's hand and comforted her. There's no need to be angry. That's just her personality. Isteth retracted her murderous intent and sat down in her seat. For your sake, I'll let it go this time. All members of the night raid breathed a sigh of relief. Isteth gave them such a terrifying feeling. It was a good thing that they didn't have to fight. Maine, stop talking nonsense, Nage warned. Understand, Marin replied with her head down. At this time, Lubbock, who was standing aside, frowned and said, Boss, someone triggered the alarm. How many people? There are a lot of them. It looks like we have been exposed. Are there any enemies? It's a good time to stretch your body, said Isteth with a smile. Don't do it. You are just small characters. I will take this opportunity to let you see the combat experience of my servants. Servant? Long, is it the shadow demon? Asked Chi Tong. No, you'll know soon. Nangong Long used magic to notify the undead adjutant number 3 to transfer the troops and keep them on standby nearby. Then he and everyone else left the room. Shi Shang received a commission from the minister, asking him to find the base of the Night Raiders and immediately send a large army to destroy them after discovering them. 113, after much effort, Shi Shang finally found some clues, but he did not report it to his superiors. Instead, he planned to attack alone and capture the people who made the night raid as his experimental materials. Oh, the Duke and Generalist Death are here too. What a surprise, Shi Shang said in surprise. You're very brave for not running away when you saw me, Isteth said with a smile. Even you can't defeat so many of my masterpieces. Just rely on this bunch of trash, Isteth said disdainfully. Do you think you have a lot of people? Today I will let you see what the Sea of the Dead is, Nangong Long said with an evil smile. Come out, my undead army. 317-1071. Through the moonlight, one can clearly see that countless black shadows appear from all directions and surround them, with no end in sight. What the hell is this? Is a new dangerous species? Shi Shang said in horror. There were simply too many of them, and their aura was evil. The people who attacked at night were stunned. They never thought that Nangong Long's servants would be like this. Greetings, Your Excellency, said Sage of the Rule of Death number 3 respectfully. Well, you completed your mission very well. This is what I should do. I have something to present to you, sir. May I present it to you? Number 3 asked. Sage number 3 sent people to move an ominous throne made entirely of bones to Nangong Long. Please take a seat, sir. This is made from various super dangerous species that I collected. Unfortunately, there are no better materials. I hope you don't mind. The people who were on Night Raid were shocked enough when they saw number 3, and they couldn't help but be amazed when they heard him say that. He didn't even look down on super dangerous species. He really had high standards. What good taste. Isteth smiled. I really don't understand why my subordinates are so keen on the Bone Throne, but since it is my subordinate's intention, I can't refuse it. This design really fits my extremely evil attribute. Thank you for the hard work. I am very satisfied. It is my honor. Nangong Long turned around and sat on the throne, then hooked his finger at Isteth. After being together for so long, Isteth naturally understood what he meant and took the initiative to come to him and sit sideways in his arms. Tsukushi pouted in dissatisfaction. Bonnie also widened her eyes. Akame seemed to be unconcerned, but her eyes that occasionally glanced at Nangong Long betrayed her true thoughts. "Come over and cooperate with us," Nangong Long said with a smile as he looked at the girls. "What?" Tsukushi asked unhappily, but still came to his side as he said, and the other girls did the same. "I'm jealous, but don't worry, I won't abandon you," Nangong Long said with a smile. "I didn't," Tsukushi retorted with a blushing face. Seeing Nangong Long asking the other girls to pose around the throne of bones, Isteth asked in confusion, "What are you trying to do? Long, is this right?" Hill interrupted. "Yeah, very good." Hearing this, Hill smiled and said, "There's something I can help with again." "That's great." "Hee. I'm just creating a villain atmosphere. How about the effect? It's pretty good, right?" Nangong Long replied with a smile. What an unexpected answer. As for Bran and Lubbock, they could only stand aside. Nangong Long felt that as a big devil, he should be surrounded by a bunch of girls, and it would be too inappropriate to let two men in. Nangong Long rested his right hand on the armrest of the throne with his chin and held his staff in his left hand. There were girls all around him, and for a moment he looked like a villain. "I've left you guys alone for so long. Let's get started." "Yes, sir." Sage number 3 replied respectfully. "Mr. Fashion, what should we do?" "Go ahead. Don't be afraid. I'm right beside you." After hearing Shang's words, the reformed soldiers rushed forward fearlessly as if they were injected with chicken blood. The situation was not good, but luckily these idiots just needed some encouragement and rushed forward desperately, looking for a chance to self-destruct, and then they took the opportunity to escape. Anyway, there were as many experimental subjects as they wanted. Although the transformed soldiers charged desperately, they were unable to shake the Death Knight in the slightest. Seeing this, Fashion shouted, "Spread the raid out. Don't concentrate together. Master Fashion, but we are doomed if we do this. I have my own way. How can I let my treasure die? Don't you believe me?" "No. Of course we believe in Lord Fashion." The transformed soldiers looked at the god in their hearts with enthusiasm. Shang just felt that the distance was too close, and if he self-destructed, he would definitely hurt himself. Otherwise, he would not bother to say these things. "What is this?" "They actually set fire," the modified soldier shouted. Compared to the life and death situation on the Fashion side, Nangong Long's side is much more relaxed. "Long, please introduce other types of soldiers to me," said Isteth. 17. Brand and the others also pricked up their ears and listened carefully. They were also very curious, but felt that asking rashly might make Nangong Long unhappy. So they endured the pain and asked. Chitong and the others thought that Nangong Long would naturally say what he wanted to say, so they did not speak. What's more, what they were concerned about at the moment was not Nangong Long's servants, but his death, who was an absolute enemy to women. The one with sharp claws is the Ripper, and the one with screws all over his body is the Frankenstein. These two types of undead have high attack and weak defense, just the opposite of the Death Knight. The one in the back wearing a robe and shooting fireballs is the Archmage of the Dead. He has a high attack, but is slow and has poor defense. Nangong Long snapped his fingers, and several figures flew over from the sky. This is a bone dragon. I personally think it's more appropriate to add a pseudo-minister in front of it. What? Bonnie asked curiously. After all, it's not made of real dragon bones. It's just a bunch of miscellaneous bones put together. Among these undead, the Death Knight is the most suitable for group combat. What? Tsukushi asked. Oh, what's going on? When the transformed soldiers saw their dead companions crawling up again and attacking their own people, they were suddenly filled with fear. Seeing this situation, everyone in the night raid narrowed their eyes in surprise. This is why. The Death Knight can turn those he kills into follower zombies, and those killed by the followers will become followers of the next level. Do you understand what I mean? If we leave it alone, will it grow rapidly like a snowball? Nage said in fear. That's right, and a large number of undead gathered together will give birth to stronger undead. What a dangerous creature, Bran exclaimed. This is one of the inherent abilities of the Death Knight. Huh? I haven't seen him use any other abilities, Isdeath asked puzzledly. Believe it or not, even if you attack with all your strength, you can't kill him in one go. Isdeath responded quickly. Is this another ability? Well, no matter how powerful the blow is, he will only be seriously injured but not killed immediately. To kill him, at least No needs 2 fatal wounds, so it is best to use it as a shield. What a perverted ability, Marin complained. At this moment, the body of the fighting transformed engineer suddenly swelled up and changed. What happened? Why is this happening? Fashionable adult. All the transformed soldiers in the battle exploded, and Shang took the opportunity to inject the drug into his body and turned into a huge humanoid dangerous species. He swallowed the few survivors around him into his body and became even bigger and rushed towards Nangong Long and others. There are no endless undead in the direction of Nangong Long, so Shang chose this direction to make a breakthrough. Unfortunately, he thought too much. There were also undead legions behind Nangong Long, but it was dark and far away, so he couldn't see them. You think you're not dying fast enough? Nangong Long said with a smile. Do you want me to take action? No. Your task now is to stay in my arms, Nangong Long said with a wicked smile. Everyone was speechless during the night attack. There's a time to show affection. If the other person looks strong, deal with him or first and then show off. Chikushi and Bonnie gritted their teeth. Go to hell, Your Excellency the Duke. Fashion roared. Transforming into a dangerous species gave him great confidence. Nangong Long pointed a finger at him. Hellfire. I saw a wisp of black and red flame floating towards Fashion. It's useless. What could such a small flame do to me? Shang mocked the wind. Something unexpected happened. The flame that had just touched Fashion grew rapidly, and in an instant engulfed the dangerous species that was the embodiment of Fashion. Fashion was burned to death before it could say any last words. Why bother showing off in front of me? Nangong Long thought. Take off his gloves. Nangong Long ordered a great wizard of the dead. Just now, Nangong Long controlled his power to prevent the Imperial weapon from being destroyed. Now that the matter here has been resolved, I will go back first. These soldiers are left to you. Number 3467 will explain it to you in detail later, Nangong Long said to Neji. Good. See you next time then. Nangong Long said goodbye to Chi Tong and others. Portal. 3 days later. Long, the minister asked me to kill the people of the Conscience faction, but I found an excuse to refuse. I think he might send someone else, said Isdeath. That's right. He is not someone who gives up easily. Judging from the current situation, the most likely target he will send out is the 4 Rakshasa ghosts. What are you going to do? I have nothing to do anyway, so I might as well kill time by causing trouble for the minister. I'm not really interested in saving people, so I won't participate. There are quite a few undead creatures that have been created at the northern border, as well as some rare and dangerous species that have been captured. If you're interested, I can send you there to take a look. It's a pretty good way to kill time, Isdeath said with a smile. Nangong Long sent Isdeath to the northern border as instructed, but agreed to pick her up in the evening. Afterwards, Nangong Long went directly to the location where Isdeath told him about the attack on the Conscience faction. Suburbs of the Imperial capital. This village looks a lot stronger, Xiaoli said with some surprise. After all, he had seen too many dilapidated villages on the way to the Imperial capital. Maybe it was done by other officials with conscience, Sabia guessed. That would be best. A father who cares so much about the people is truly great. Now is not the time to play it safe. I will make sure that the minister who brought this disaster to the country receives the due judgment. Leave the task of protecting our father to me, Sabia said confidently. I really have a good daughter, but she is too brave to marry her off. That has nothing to do with this matter, Sabia retorted with a blushing face. I'm not brave at all. I'm just a little bit capable. If I find the right person, I can get married right away. Seeing his daughter suddenly depressed, Xiaoli said quickly. Feel sorry. What's wrong? Sabia said to herself when she saw the 4 people blocking the car. It's bandits again? No matter how bad the governance is, there must be a limit, Xiao Liran said. Sibia got off the carriage and ordered. Just like before, defeat them. Let me liberate your souls, Zhu Tian said lightly. Ordinary soldiers are no match for the 4 Rakshasa ghosts. Their strange body manipulation abilities are simply unstoppable. You are the 4 Rakshasas, Sibia said in shock. As she had once studied spearmanship at the Royal Fist Temple, she had naturally heard rumors about the 4 Rakshasa ghosts. But this was the first time she had seen them in their true form. Little girl, judging from your marksmanship, you must be from the Royal Fist Temple, Zhu Tian said. Your shooting skills are great. What a pity, said Ji. Why would you do this? Sibia asked. It's very simple. It's because your father offended the minister, Ling Lu replied. Hearing what the other party said, Sibia's heart suddenly sank. She couldn't even defeat one of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts, let alone all 4 of them together. It's just you and your father left. I'm coming to liberate you. Zhu Tian instantly accelerated and came in front of Sibia, intending to kill her with one blow. Sibia had been injured in the previous fight, and she was completely unable to dodge this attack. Am I going to die? I haven't even gotten married yet. Sibia closed her eyes in despair. Uncle, how about you give them some face and let them go? The voice in her ear made Sibia open her eyes again. The scene before her eyes made her unable to believe her eyes. A boy who looked younger than her actually blocked the opponent's attack with one hand. Zhu Tian stepped back quickly, apparently recognizing the person. Does Duke Nangong have to intervene in this matter? Zhu Tian asked. Of course, making the minister unhappy is also one of my pleasures. Duke? So young. Sibia was surprised. Go and see your father. Leave this to me. Thank you. Please be careful, they are very strong. Thanks for the reminder. Sibia walked back to the carriage and helped her father down from it. It was pointless to face the 4 Rakshasa ghosts with the carriage, so it was better to get off directly. Long time no see, Ma Tu, Nangong Long greeted. Have we met before? Ma Tu asked doubtfully. When I attacked Oberg, weren't you and Linglu watching from outside? Don't say you forgot. Ah, so it was you who discovered it at that time, Ma Tu said with sudden realization. Sibia, who was standing behind Nangong Long, was asking her father about Nangong Long, but it was obvious that her father didn't know much. After all, he had been in seclusion for many years. Yesterday the internet exploded, so I just posted it. If the Duke insists on intervening, we will have no choice but to offend him, said Zhu Tian. I have to say this is a good opportunity. I didn't notice there were other people around, Ji said with a smile. You don't know my strength. The minister has said that the Duke is an imperial weapon user. But so what? It's not like we haven't killed anyone before with the imperial weapon. Ji said, the ones controlling the imperial tools are just ordinary humans, so they must have weaknesses, Ma Tu said to himself, clenching his fists. The 4 Rakshasa ghosts dispersed and attacked Nangong Long from different directions. Zhu Tian aimed at Nangong Long's head and swung a heavy punch, while Ji kicked Nangong Long in the waist. Suzuka attacked Nangong Long's lower body, and Ma Tu used his control over his body to extend his nails and stab Nangong Long. Be careful, Sibia shouted in horror. She didn't think anyone could survive the combined attack of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts. But the next scene overturned her entire worldview. Nangong Long did not choose to dodge, but to fight hard. This doesn't feel right, Zhu Tian said in shock. It can't be pierced, Ma Tu said in horror. This was not the first time she hit the target, but couldn't even break the defense. After all, this is all you are capable of, Nangong Long said calmly. Quick, retreat, Ji shouted, but it was too late. Nangong Long raised his leg and kicked Zhu Tian in front of him away. Then he did a roundhouse kick and kicked Ji away, and then stepped on Suzuka. The horse head escaped because it was farther away. Nangong Long's speed was so fast that the people present could not see clearly what happened. 2 of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts were seriously injured, and 1 was captured. Sibia looked at Nangong Long with stars in her eyes like a little fangirl. Ahem, the opponent's strength is unimaginable. The mission failed. We have to find a way to retreat, Zhu Tian said with difficulty after he barely stood up. Here you go. but they have to be willing to let us go. Otherwise, how can we escape? We are completely doomed this time, G said with a wry smile. He's so strong without using any Imperial weapon, said Matu. I didn't say I was going to kill you. Don't be so nervous, Nangong Long shrugged. What's the reason? We're the minister's private executioners. You have no reason to let us go, Zhu Tian said. Would you consider working for me? Your position as minister is about to be over. You don't have to answer me immediately. Tell me your decision next time we meet, Nangong Long said with a smile. I see. Thank you for your kindness, Duke. We will consider it, Zhu Tian said seriously. Then he turned around and left with his companions. Seeing the enemy leave, Sibi helped his father walk to Nangong Long. I am the former Minister Jolly, and this is my daughter Sibia. Thank you, Your Excellency the Duke, for saving my life, Jolly said gratefully. Thank you, Sibia blushed. Seeing his daughter like this, how could Xiaoli not know what she was thinking? However, he couldn't help her in this matter, so he could only leave it to her on her own. I am the Duke of Nangonglong Empire. Minister Jolly, you shouldn't have come back at this time. The Empire is becoming increasingly chaotic. No, that's why I have to come back. I can't just watch the Empire fall, Jolly said excitedly. Forget it. Let's get on the carriage and go into the city first. Since the person driving the carriage was dead, Nangong Long had to use magic to steer the carriage forward, which surprised Sabia. I have heard before that there is a duke in the court who can compete with ministers and protect many officials with conscience, but I didn't expect him to be so young. It is true that heroes emerge from youth, Jolie exclaimed. So he is so powerful, Sabia thought. Request flowers 0. Minister Jolly, thank you for your praise. I'm just telling the truth. I wonder what the Duke thinks about the current situation of the Empire, asked Jolie. As the sun sets in the west, the building will collapse. Is there no room for redemption? Jolly said unwillingly. Ministers have been in power for too long, and local officials have oppressed the people at will and acted lawlessly. The people have long been dissatisfied, and an explosion is only a matter of time. Damn you, Minister, Jolly said angrily. Dad, be careful not to get sick from being angry, Sabia said worriedly. I'm fine. Is there no way for the Duke to appease the people? Jolly asked unwillingly. 0. There is no way. The Emperor obeys his ministers unconditionally, regardless of right or wrong. How could this happen? Jolly said in disbelief. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Today's empire has long lost all of this. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it, capsize it, capsize it. Jolly kept repeating this, and finally could only sigh helplessly. No matter what, I still have to do something for the empire. Then I won't say much. Does Minister Jolly have a place to live? I have a mansion in the imperial capital. The Duke can just send me there. Nangong Long drove the carriage to the place where Xiaoli said, Since you two have arrived home, it's time for me to leave too. Why don't you come in and sit down? I haven't thanked you properly yet, Sibi Qing asked. No, there are people waiting for me at home. A woman? It's better not to ask first, Sabia thought. Okay then, Sabia said dejectedly. You can come find me if you have time. I live not far from here. The largest mansion you see along this street is my home. Okay, I will definitely go, Sibai said happily. On the other side, the 4 Rakshasa ghosts and their group were rushing back to the minister's residence. Zhu Tian, what do you think? Asked Ji. I think I'd better think about it seriously. The Duke's words really concern me, Zhu Tian said solemnly. It's the sentence that the minister will die soon, Ji continued. That's right. I suspect the Duke may make a big move in the near future, and it is very likely to change the situation in the entire empire, Zhu Tian guessed. I agree with you. The Duke is not a good person to begin with, and coupled with his incredible strength, we really can't believe that he will continue like this, Ji said with emotion. Generation 957, I heard that his death has a very good relationship with Nangong Long and has been living his house recently. Ma Tu interrupted. Indeed, Generalist Death hasn't been listening to the ministers much recently, Zhu Tian said. Think about it carefully. We never know when we will fight again. If you don't give a satisfactory answer then, You will definitely die, Zhu Tian continued. I guess I will surrender. After all, I don't want to die while I can still live. It is obvious that the Duke's side is stronger than the ministers now, said the Horsehead. What Matu said is right. The Duke has more than one Imperial weapon user under his command, and the whereabouts of the assassination troops who defected to him are unknown. This is also very worrying, said Ji. The result is already obvious. Next time you meet us, you will side with the Duke. Any objection? Zhu Tian said seriously. The other three nodded in agreement. Should we bring some gifts or something? Suggested Ji. Zhu Tian said seriously. That's right. Then we should collect as much information as possible about the ministers and bring it to the Duke as a gift. Clear. Minister's house. Minister, we have failed. The minister didn't care about the injuries on Zhu Tian and Ji's body at all, but directly said angrily, What's going on? We met Nangong Long and were stopped by him. It's this little brat again. How dare he go against me in every way? The minister was so angry that he bit the chicken leg hard. Then how did you escape back? Because Nangong Long was concerned about Xiao Li and his daughter, we had a chance to escape. Originally, I would have punished you for failing the mission, but I'll let it go this time. I have sent people to find Oberg to assassinate that brat. You will need to cooperate with Oberg's people at that time. This time, I will make sure that the Nangong Long is killed without a burial place, said the minister with a grim face. Okay, you guys go down. Yes. If the minister knew that Oberg had defected to Nangong Long, his expression would definitely change. After leaving the minister's residence, Ji said, The meeting gift is here. Yeah, the Horsehead nodded. The most urgent thing is to heal your injuries, and we can worry about other things later, Zhu Tian said. Duke's palace. I guess the minister has begun to doubt me, said Esteth. It doesn't matter. I didn't intend to hide it. Ryu, I want to form a team composed entirely of Imperial weapon users. Okay, tomorrow I will recruit people from all over the country in my name. Why don't you ask me why? No need, you are mine, Song. If you want, I will help you do it. 3 days later. This is the Imperial tool user that can be deployed at the moment. Nangong Long handed the document in his hand to his death. Kuroto and Leona are also planning to join. What do you think? Welcome, but there are really few people transferred here. There is no way for now. People with status are unwilling to come. But when I ascend to the throne, I will forcibly take back the Imperial weapon, and then I will select the right person. Aren't you afraid that they will rebel against you? Isteth teased. Do you think I'm scared? Of course not. I'm going to see my new subordinates. Do you want to come with me? No. Remember to bring black them. Special police conference room. We have arrived at the meeting place smoothly. The next step is to greet our new colleagues. Believe in yourself, well, it will be fine. Encouraging himself, Will pushed open the door in front of him. Hello, I am from the Imperial Navy. Seeing a scary-looking man sitting in the conference room, Will stopped talking and immediately closed the door again. What's going on? Am I in the wrong place? In order to confirm whether he had come to the wrong place, Will took out the call again. That's right, it's here. That means the people inside are my future colleagues. No way, Will thought in shock. Will calm down and open the door again. In short, he didn't want to disturb him. He walked over quietly and sat down. Perfect, Will thought as he sat on the chair successfully. After a while, the door was opened again and a blond young man walked in. Will was so moved that he almost cried. Finally, a normal person came. Hello, I am Will from the Imperial Navy. Hello, I'm Lon. It looks like everyone isn't here yet. Isteth and her group were on their way to the meeting room. Sister AI, what are you going to do by summoning the Imperial weapon users? Haitong asked. The war in the Imperial capital is about to begin, so the more manpower the better. Moreover, Long is planning to expand his territory, which will also require a lot of manpower. Let's just make some preparations in advance. You still care about him a lot, Leon said. Aren't you? Isteth asked teasingly. Meeting room. From today on, I will be your new boss, said Isteth, who was sitting at the top seat. Let's introduce each other and have a welcome party later. Yes. A few days later, an unknown dangerous humanoid species suddenly appeared near Meng and attacked the villagers everywhere. How was the investigation? According to the existing information, it is speculated that a person named Fashion released the experimental subject, and his whereabouts are currently unknown, Lon replied. Don't look for him, he's dead. The general knows him? Just a guy who overestimates his own abilities? What else are we talking about? Asked Nangong Long, who had just arrived at the garden. Adult Duke, Lon Xingli rode. We are all family, just be casual. Yes. Long, why are you here? I heard from Saryu that you guys are investigating some dangerous species recently. I came to take a look. Well, we were talking about this. Lon found out that it was Shi Shang's experimental subject that escaped, but Shi Shang has been killed by you. It must have been done by someone else. It should be Shila who is back. No one else would do this except him. The minister's son? I've never met him and don't know much about him, said Esteth. He has a very bad personality and treats everyone as his toys. The only person he respects is his father, but at the same time he is very afraid of him. His goal is to surpass the minister. In short, he's a guy who doesn't take human life seriously. Oh, and he is also quite lustful. Hearing Nangong Long say this, Lon clenched her fists and tried to suppress her anger. It was because of the existence of such guys that the children had to encounter such things. I hate them so much. Sooner or later, I will kill them all and avenge the children. When it comes to lust, you are the same, my dear Duke, Esteth teased. I'm different from him. I never force anyone. Your murderous intent is almost solidified, Nangong Long said, looking back at Lon. Sorry, it brings back some bad memories. Those dead children. The Duke already knows about it. Lon asked in surprise. Well, I checked your past before transferring you here. How could I assign someone with bad intentions to his death? I know you might be unhappy, but I'm not angry. I would do the same if I were in your shoes, Lon said. What? Are you still not confident about my strength? Of course not, but your strength and my concern for you are two different things. Esteth smiled happily when she heard the person she loved say this. Lon, since you said so, I won't say anything more. I have received news that the murderer who killed your student will arrive in the imperial capital soon. What? Please, Duke, tell me the whereabouts of the murderer, Lon said excitedly. He had waited for this moment for too long. I won't stop you from taking revenge, but you'll have to wait for a while. What? I don't know his exact location. I only know that he was recruited by Shala and will soon go to the imperial city with other recruited people. Who did Sheila look for? Esteth asked. All of them are imperial tool users, 5 in total per day. It seems that he is quite ambitious, Esteth said with a smile. I don't care what his ambitions are. I only know that I will soon get 6 imperial instruments, Nangong Long said with a smile. It looks like he's going to be in big trouble. No, he won't be unlucky because I will send him straight to hell. Lon, do you want to do it yourself, or should I help you? Nanlong asked. I want to take revenge myself. Please tell me the murderer's appearance, Your Excellency. It's easy to recognize. It's a fat guy dressed as a clown. Thank you, Your Excellency the Duke, for your help. Then I will take my leave and not disturb the Duke and the General. After getting information about his enemy, he planned to go back and make careful plans to ensure the safety of Wan Yi. Let's go out for a walk. I'm somewhat interested in new dangerous species, said Esteth. Good. After reaching the courtyard, Nangong Long called Tyrant, sat on its back, and flew to the outskirts of the imperial capital. Well, land on the top of that mountain, Nangong Long ordered. Is there anything on the top of the mountain? Esteth asked. There are several dangerous humanoid species. As soon as Tyrant landed, several dangerous creatures with ferocious looks rushed towards her madly. Roar! After all, Tyrant is a super dangerous species. How could she tolerate a few weaklings provoking her? She would just crush them with a few claws. I didn't expect to meet them here, and the rumors about Nangong Long taming Tyrant turned out to be true, Sheila, who was hiding in the stone store, thought in surprise. Nangong Long came down and pointed at the broken body and said, This is a new type of dangerous species from fashion research, but it's almost gone. Seilu and the others have cleared out a lot of them in the past few days. It's nothing, just so weak. Who? Come out. Esteth suddenly turned around and said, I didn't expect to be discovered, said Sheila indifferently, as she walked out from behind the stone in a cloak. The guy who hides his head and shows his tail. Isdeth condensed an ice cone and prepared to kill the rat who disturbed her date. At this moment, a magic circle suddenly appeared under their feet and surrounded the two of them. In an instant, they disappeared. "I'll give you a big gift," Scylla said with a proud smile. Roar. Seeing her master disappear, Tyron went mad and rushed toward Sheila. "Oh no, this big guy is still here. Let's retreat first." Sheila quickly activated the Imperial weapon and left the top of the mountain. He had no interest in fighting with Tyrant. Seeing the enemy suddenly disappear, Tyrant became even more crazy and could only destroy the top of the mountain to vent her anger. It was not until Nangong Long told Tyrant through magic that he was fine that Tyrant flew back to the Duke's mansion. "Where is this?" Isdeth said as she looked at the scenery in front of her. "It doesn't matter. I think the environment here is nice. I'll just treat it as a vacation." Nangong Long knew how to use magic to block space and prevent teleportation, but he thought the environment of this island was good and perfect for a date, so he didn't stop it. "That's right. You can go back whenever you want. So let's start our happy date," said Isdeth with a smile. A huge, dangerous humanoid appeared from the other side of the island and walked towards Nangong Long and the others. "How dare you interrupt my date? This is unforgivable." A large number of ice cones appeared around Isdeth, shooting towards the dangerous humanoid like thousands of arrows. Although the dangerous species was shot like a hedgehog, it did not suffer any substantial damage and was still able to move freely. Nangong Long held back Isdeth, who was about to rush forward to attack, and pointed his finger. Black hole. A small dark hole appeared out of nowhere in front of the dangerous species, and then the dangerous species began to twist and squeeze inward with the black hole as the center, as if it had been ravaged by some huge force, and finally disappeared completely without a trace, as if it had never appeared. "You have so many moves. They're different every time I see them," Isdeth exclaimed. "The problem has been solved. The date continues." "Wait a minute. This was done by Sheila," Isdeth confirmed. Besides you, I can only think of Imperial tools that can teleport instantly." "You're right. Sheila possesses the space-type Imperial weapon Shangri-La, which allows him to move through space using preset coordinates. If he wants to escape, few people will be able to stop him. It's a bit troublesome, but it's okay. At worst, I can use my ultimate move to freeze time. You must have a better way to deal with him, right?" "Yes. Of course, I can seal off the space, and then his Imperial weapon will be useless." "Then why didn't you use it just now? I just want to see what tricks he has. If there is any problem, I can transfer it back." "I have nothing more to say. Let's go on a date," Isdeth said with a slightly blushing face. Chancellery. Sheila returns home after escaping Tyrant's attack. "Sheila, what did you gain from this trip?" "Of course, I found 5 powerful men, and they will come to the Imperial capital in a few days," Sheila said with a smile. "Good job. We were short of manpower recently. It would be great if you could find some talented people." "What happened?" "That brat Nangong Long is against me in everything, and Isdeth is not as obedient as before. She always finds various reasons to refuse recent orders. I suspect she may have rebelled. There are so many troubles that I can't eat and have lost a lot of weight," said the minister while eating meat. "I just met them. I used my Imperial weapon to send them to an isolated island on the border. I was planning to open a passage back after a while. But now, Father, do you think we should let them back?" Sheila asked. "No. I want to take this opportunity to clean up those who oppose me." "Good." Duke's Palace. After spending almost a day on the isolated island, the two returned home. As soon as they entered the house, they were surrounded by Sai Lu and others and kept asking questions. "Where have you been? Why is there no one around?" Cole asked. X. When Nangong Long was thinking about what to say, Isdeth beside him had already spoken. "We went to a beautiful island for a date for the whole day. In an instant, dozens of pairs of eyes stared at Nangong Long. Not good, murderous intent." "Is that so?" There's a reason for this, let me tell you." "Huh? Why do I suddenly feel so cold?" Asterisk. The girl's jealousy level has reached an unprecedented level. Finally, Nangong Long managed to calm the girls down with great effort and promised to take them to the island next time. The next day, Nangong Long went to the palace and showed his face to demonstrate his presence. He has been going to the palace more frequently recently, unlike before when he would go there once every 10 days or half a month. He is not alone now, but has his own faction. If he is not there, the officials in his faction will lose their backbone and may be killed by the ministers on some random charge. The minister almost fainted when he saw Nangong Long appear in the court. Last night, Shila vowed that as long as he did not open the passage, Nan Long and his men would take 3 days to return even if they took a dangerous flying vehicle. What's more, there are no large flying dangerous species on the island, so it will take more time to return to the imperial capital. As a result, the man came back the next morning. For this, the minister scolded Shila after returning home, which made Shila hate Nangong Long even more, and secretly vowed to make him live a life worse than death. Nangong Long didn't know these, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He was just a clown. After leaving the palace, Nangong Long went to the dessert shop as usual and bought some sweets to take back. This has almost become a habit for him. After returning home, Gulong handed the dessert to his daughter and asked her to share it. "Hello, King. Today, Seryu is rarely at home. Usually, she stays in the guard team at this time. Why are you being lazy today, Seryu?" Nangong Long teased. If I didn't. I just came back to ask the sisters for help. Are you in trouble?" "No, it's just that my men found out that a group of bandits had built a fortress in Yugong Lake, and I was going to wipe them out. But I was afraid that some of them would slip through the net, so I came back to ask for help." "I see. I have nothing to do. I'll go with you. You don't need to bring guards. I'll just use my ultimate skill to clean it up." "Ultimate move? There are quite a lot of them," Celia reminded. "It's all right. When are you going to do it?" "At night. They all return to the fort at that time." "Okay, then we'll set off tonight." "Night? We're just cleaning up the scum. Why are you all here?" "Let's start quickly. I can't wait to see your so-called ultimate move," Isteth urged. The other girls also looked at Nangong Long expectantly. "How about this? Forget it. Since it's nighttime, just use it. I'll invite you to watch a meteor shower," Nangong Long said to the girls. Fire and meteor. Suddenly, dozens of flames appeared in the sky and fell towards the bandit camp below. "Why is it suddenly so bright?" the bandit on duty wondered, then looked up at the sky. His eyes widened as if he had seen something unbelievable. "Meteorite! Meteorite! Are you kidding me?" After realizing what was happening, he immediately ran away, hoping to get out of the range of the falling meteorite. As for his companions, don't be ridiculous. Who has the time to take care of them at this time? The same thing happened to the other bandit, 917, who was on night duty. But no matter how hard they ran, it was in vain. Boom, boom, boom. The impact of dozens of meteorites directly smashed the fortress into a basin, with flames shooting into the sky. There was no doubt that none of the bandits were spared. Moreover, due to the large attack range, the water in Yugong Lake also began to flow into the basin. The girls behind Nangong Long were all stunned. This was simply a natural disaster. "Do you like it?" Nangong Long asked. "This is the most beautiful meteor I have ever seen," said Isteth, who was the first to recover from the shock. The other girls also nodded mechanically. "Just like it. Tell me the truth. Is this your strongest move?" Leon came over and hugged Nangong Long's neck and asked, "No. Is there anyone stronger? Let me have a chance to see it," Isteth said excitedly. A few days later, the Revolutionary Army sent a night raid to assassinate the spy Boric arranged by Minister in Sika in Anning Road. For this reason, Najeshidan came to the Duke's mansion to ask Nangong Long's opinion. Since the last time, Nangong Long left Sage number 3 at the night raid base. So Nage came through the portal and did not need to worry about being discovered. "Long, do you have any opinion?" Neji asked. "No, but I plan to go with you." "Is Balak such a difficult character to kill?" Neji frowned, and it was obvious that she misunderstood Nangguan Long's meaning. "No, I'm just a little interested in the leader of a Ning Dao. Is there anything special about him?" Neji asked curiously. "A hybrid of a human and a dangerous species. Do you think it's special?" Nangong Long said with a smile. "What?" Neji said in surprise. Is it possible for such a thing to exist? Everything is possible. When do we leave? Asked Nangong Long. I plan to leave in 2 days. Okay, I'll find you then. Now that we have finished discussing the main business, let's talk about something else. Nangong Long suddenly stood up and walked to Neji and sat down. Neji was about to move away, but Nangong Long pulled her into his arms. What do you want to do? Neji said with a red face. After returning to his room, Nangong Long used magic to isolate the house from the outside world to prevent the sound from spreading out. After all, it is not good to be disturbed when doing such things. Neji didn't come out of Nangong Long's house the whole afternoon. The next day, Nangong Long accompanied Neji back to the night attack base. The 2 people who just entered the door met the 3 people from Chikushi, and they seemed to be about to go out. Long, you are here too. Tsukushi greeted, then looked at Neji and said, Boss, you're finally back. We were just about to go look for you, Bonnie said. If I didn't know that the boss went to Long, I would have suspected that something had happened to you, said Chiton. What happened? Akahima asked. Neji blushed and explained. Nothing. I just discussed some future plans with Long. We talked so much that we forgot the time and just stayed there overnight. Okay, go call everyone in the conference room so I can explain the plan for the next mission. After saying this, Neji hurriedly pulled Nangong Long and prepared to leave. See you later, Nangong Long said with a smile. Do you think the boss's steps are a little strange? Bonnie said. Axe. In the middle of the conversation, Chikushi's face changed. He had stayed overnight and his steps were unnatural. Could it be? Thinking of this, Tsukushi looked at Akame, and coincidentally Akame also looked at her, and they both saw the same answer in each other's eyes. Damn it, the boss got there first. I was too careless. What's wrong with you two? Why are you suddenly silent? Bonnie asked puzzledly. I'll explain to you later. Now go and inform others, Tsukushi sighed. Lift. Meeting room. This is the general plan. Do you have any opinions? Neji asked. No, said the Night Raid group. I have something to say. If any of you encounter a man with a sickle-shaped weapon, remember to recycle his weapon after killing him, said Nangong Long, who was sitting next to Neji. Is it an imperial weapon? Brand asked. Yes, and its ability is unknown, but the user is very weak, so don't worry too much. Understood. If you have no objection, go down and prepare, Neji concluded. After the meeting, Nangong Long stood up and carried Neji horizontally. What are you doing? Put me down quickly. Neji struggled with a slightly red face. Mine stared at this incredible scene with eyes wide open, while Tsukushi had an expression that said, as expected. Don't move. I'll take you back to your room. You're already an adult, but still so shy, Nangong Long teased. Oh, what do you mean? Do you think I'm too old? Jay exploded. No. How could that be? You are so beautiful. That's more like it. As the 2 people disappeared from sight, discussions were heard in the room. Hit me, Bonnie, said Mine. Bonnie stretched out his little hand and pinched Mine's face hard. Ah, let go, you're too hard, said Mine, rubbing her slightly red face. Didn't you ask me to hit you? I just wanted to verify whether I was hallucinating or not. Hallucination? What? Bonnie was confused. The boss actually blushed and really let the dragon take him away obediently. So exciting. The boss is also a big enemy. This girl has one more rival in love. How hateful, Bonnie said fiercely. Did you know it just now? Bonnie looked at Tsukushi and said, Well, I was planning to tell you when I get back to the room, but now it seems that's not necessary. Tsukushi wanted to say something else, but his attention was drawn to Brand's voice. Ray, what's wrong with you? Say something. It turned out that when Nangong Long and Neji were showing their affection, Lubbock had turned black and white, and something faintly floated out of his body, and he kept muttering, It's over. I have no chance. The boss has been cheated away. I still have a life to live. Rabe, you still have me. I will never abandon you, Brand said affectionately. Hearing Brand's words, Laibach came to his senses immediately and quickly moved away from Brand. Just at that moment, he felt a strong sense of crisis. I don't want gays, my target is cute girls, Lubbock shouted. You look so energetic. It seems you are fine now, Brand said with a smile. Seeing that Rab had recovered, The others returned to their rooms one after another. Aningdo Jiluok Hotel. I will kill Boric. I will make a big noise to attract their troops, and you will take the opportunity to kill the people on the list. Nangong Long said as he looked at the people who attacked at night. No problem. The number of people on this list is much larger than the one given by the Revolutionary Army, said Nage. Well, I added some more. They're all spies who have connections with the ministers. I think if we don't take action, and Ning Dao will be finished, Marin complained. Yes. Cathedral. Knowing the location of Balak in advance, Nangong Long chose to fly there directly, while the night attack group waited until the chaos began before taking action. Who is it? Balak shouted in horror. As early as the moment the ceiling fell, the 4 Rakshasa ghosts protected Balak in front of him to guard against a surprise attack by invaders. Oh, I didn't expect to meet you again so soon, Nangong Long said while looking at the 4 Rakshasa ghosts. Your Excellency the Duke, why are you here? Ji asked in surprise. Just came to kill someone. Him. The horse pointed at Balak. Yes. The abnormal behavior of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts made Balak instinctively feel that something was wrong. What are you doing? Go and kill that kid. He is the minister's enemy, Balak yelled. The 4 Rakshasa ghosts did not listen to him, but Zhu Tian walked into Balak. Sorry, I want to free your soul again. No matter how stupid Pericles was, he understood that the minister's executioner had betrayed him. No, you can't do this. The minister won't let you go. Zhu Tian slapped Balak on the top of his head and sent him to hell. Why is this happening? There are still plenty of women waiting for me to enjoy. Why? It seems you have made your choice, Nangong Long said with a smile. The 4 of us originally planned to lurk around the minister for a while to collect some intelligence and bring it to the Duke, but we didn't expect to meet again so soon, Zhu Tian said. It doesn't matter. No matter what conspiracy the ministers have, it's all useless, Nangong Long said indifferently. At this time, the guards who heard the noise in the house finally rushed in. Quick, catch the intruder. Leave these small characters to us, Ji said with a smile. The 4 Rakshasa ghosts responded, and in no time they had completely dealt with the guards who rushed in. Sir, let's leave here, Ji said. I can't leave yet. I haven't finished my work yet. What's the matter? Let the 4 of us do it, Zhu Tian said. No, just watch. After saying that, Nangong Long walked out of the cathedral first, followed closely by the 4 Rakshasa ghosts. Fire sword rain. Suddenly, densely packed flaming swords appeared in the dark sky and fell rapidly towards the cathedral. It's on fire. Call someone to put it out. Seeing groups of people rushing to put out the fire, Nangong Long nodded with satisfaction. Let's go. Nangong Long's words brought the 4 Rakshasa ghosts back to their senses from shock. Yes. After seeing the magic used by Nangong Long, the 4 Rakshasa ghosts did not ask anything, but became more awed in their hearts. Nangong Long brought them to a small hill, which was the meeting place agreed upon with Neji in advance. What are we doing here? Asked the horsehead. Waiting for others. Your Excellency, please be careful recently. The minister has found Oborg's people and is planning to assassinate you. Zhu Tian wanted to say it just now, but unfortunately he never found the opportunity. Already know about this. Oborg has been my person for a long time. Asking them to kill my ministers must be a joke on me, Nangong Long said lightly. The 4 Rakshasa ghosts' pupils shrank instantly. It seemed that the Duke's background was stronger than they imagined. The silence did not last long. Suddenly, Suzuka began to twist her body uncomfortably. Then, she fell to the ground, hugged Nangong Long's thighs, and said with a flushed face, I really can't bear it anymore. Come and ravage me hard. The Night Raiders who had completed the assassination mission also rushed over one after another. Zhu Tian and the other 2 were becoming more and more shocked. They had never thought that Nangong Long would be related to the night attack. They couldn't help but wonder if Nangong Long was an accomplice of the Revolutionary Army. Why 3 people? Because Suzuka was lying on the ground, savoring the pleasure of being ravaged by Nangong Long. Of course, she only felt that way. In fact, Nangong Long just kicked the pennant off his leg. After everyone arrived, Nangong Long asked them to introduce themselves to each other. Everyone who attacked at night was also surprised. They didn't expect that Nangong Long could even subdue the minister's private executioner this time. Akatong, I never thought that we would work together one day. Ji sighed. I never thought that the 4 Rakshasa ghosts would betray the minister one day. He who knows the times is a hero. The Duke didn't kill us, so there is no need for us to be ungrateful and die for the minister, Ji said with a smile. What's more, to the minister, we are just tools that can be thrown away after use, Ji continued. By the way, are your companions okay? He'll pointed at Suzuka. It's okay. This is what happens when a person gets too excited. Tu explained. What happened? Marin asked. It became like this after being kicked by the Duke, the horsehead replied. In an instant, the girl's eyes were all focused on Nangong Long. What's going on? Naji asked. Well, to put it simply, she is a masochist. I beat her in a previous battle, and who knew that she liked that feeling? Just now, she hugged my thigh and asked me to beat her. I couldn't let her hang on my legs all the time, so I had to kick her away, Nangong Long shrugged. What a weird hobby, Tsukushi complained. Someone is coming, Brand suddenly said, pointing down the mountain. Portal, you guys go back first. I have something else to do. What's the matter? Asked Chi-Tong. The person coming here is the leader of a Ning Dao. I have a few words to say to him. Chi-Tong and others knew that Nangong Long possessed extremely terrifying dynamic vision, so they did not question his words. Be careful, said Chi-Tong. Don't worry, don't you know my strength? Come back soon, said Chikushi. Hurry up, Bonnie said. Afterwards, everyone from a night raid team began to walk into the portal one by one. Gee, Zhu Tian, you guys should leave first and wait for me at the night raid base. Yes. Ji and Zhu Tian's hearts were already filled with turbulent waves at this moment. According to Nangong Long's instructions, they could reach the night attack base by walking through the dark vortex in front of them. This was teleportation. How powerful was his ability? They had never heard of any Imperial weapon with such a terrifying effect. While thinking, Ji walked into the portal. He didn't think much about the black vortex in front of him. Although it looked creepy, he didn't think it was a trap because there was no need. If Nangong Long really wanted to kill them, it would only take a flick of his finger. Matu, go pull Suzuka up. I can't do that. Once you become like that, no one could stop you. After thinking about it, there was no point in keeping Suzuka here, so Nangong Long simply opened the portal again and threw Suzuka in. Afterwards, Nangong Long found a stone and sat down. Matu, come and sit here too. Oh, after a while, the leader of a Ning Dao and thousands of guards finally came over. I've been waiting for you for a long time, said Nangong Long. When they saw a suspicious person, the guards immediately protected the leader. The horsehead also stood up suddenly, ready to take action at any time. Do you know me? The leader waved his hand to indicate that everything was fine and asked the guards to step back. Who doesn't know the leader of a Ning Taoism? Nangong Long also pulled the horse's head back. Let's sit down and talk, Nangong Long said, pointing to a stone. Okay, the leader responded with a smile. What do you want to talk about? Do you think a Ning is right? Nangong Long asked. I just want to help more people, the leader replied irrelevantly. Your intention is good, but your subordinates may not think the same as you. Can't you feel it? No one is purely good. I fully trust my subordinates. Without them, a Ning Dao would not be so large, and I would not be able to help more people. Hashtag a unspecified currency. What do you mean? A guard couldn't help but asked angrily. It's okay. The leader waved his hand to stop the guards. Can you tell me why you are laughing? Asked the leader. I am laughing at you. You are saving people, but your subordinates are harming them. What does this mean? The leader frowned. Your trusted subordinates put drugs in the food of the followers and even use your name to have S*X with women. Who is it? Berlick, but he is just the biggest cancer among them. There are also many other little ghosts. Not only that, he also plans to kill you and become the next leader, making you completely deified. Why do you do this? Do you have any evidence? Why? Of course it's for power, wealth, and women. By the way, He is an undercover agent sent by the minister. Whether you believe it or not is none of my business. Here's a piece of advice for you. If you don't want a Ning Dao to rot from within, use your abilities to carefully select the cadres. Matu, let's go. Looking at the two people walking away, the leader fell into deep thought. After a long while, he spoke. Let's go back. After the night attack, Nangong Long we left with the 4 Rakshasa ghosts. 5 days later, Mela came to the Duke's mansion and said that she had almost finished the things on hand and wanted to stay for a few days. While Nangong Long was out, the girls gathered together. You don't just want to stay for a few days, do you? Asked Mio. She always felt that Mela was doing something. That's right, they're not planning to attack us, are they? Chelsea said vigilantly. Hearing her say that, the other girls felt a chill all over their bodies and got goosebumps. How could that be? If I did that, the dragon might kill me. I don't want to experience that. Actually, I'm mainly here to deepen my relationship with Long otherwise. It would be terrible if I fell out of favor one day, Mira said with a smirk. Huh? Are you serious? Cole asked. Certainly. Sisters, keep an eye on her these days, Cole said. Don't you think she said that on purpose, so that we would keep looking at her and increase the chances of being alone with us, said Teiko. Oh, Mio found out. Mira looked heartbroken. 2 days later, Nangong Long called everyone home. Long, what are you going to do? Isteth said. I'll take you to the theater troupe to watch a play and relax, Nangong Long said with a smile. Is it okay that we are still wanted? Asked Akame. Just disguise yourself. Who dares to check my people? Anyway, there won't be any problems. Just go and have fun. Leave the rest to me. Sabatini troupe. Welcome everyone. Nangong Long nodded as a greeting. You can sit anywhere. I have reserved the place, and no one else will come. Is it so luxurious? Leon teased. Nangong Long shook his head and laughed, then found a suitable seat in the front row and sat down. Isteth sat naturally on his right, and Nage sat unnoticed on his left. The remaining girls secretly hated themselves for being a step slower and could only find other places to sit around in 24 gong long. I'm so envious. I also want to be surrounded by beautiful girls, said Lubbock, who was sitting in the back jealously. It's okay. I'm here with you, Bran comforted. Unfortunately, his comfort only made Lubbock more sad. The Duke is so popular, Will exclaimed. It's no wonder that even General Isteth fell, Lando said. Dad hug. Really? You're acting like a spoiled brat to Dad again. Porus took his daughter and said to his wife. It's okay. What is this? It's so dazzling. Will on the side stretched out his hand to block the glaring light. After spending a long time together, the hunter already knew the relationship between Yishi and Nangong Long, so it was not surprising that they sat here calmly and watched the show together. It seems that the Duke's power is truly amazing, Ji said with emotion. Indeed, the number of Emperor tool users is frighteningly large, Zhu Tian agreed. Matu, don't you want to sit in the front? Asked Ji. No, it's fine here. You wait here for a moment. I'll go backstage to take a look, said Nangong Long. Backstage. The whole place is reserved today. It's no wonder that there are so many rich people in the capital, Amuli sighed. He must be a villain who exploits the people, said Natalia. I don't know if I'll have the chance to see Long again. I haven't seen him since the last time, Natalia said suddenly. It's difficult, after all. He is the Duke. You can't just meet him casually. Recently, I heard that the top management seems to be very dissatisfied with Long, said Amuli. How could that be? Long is not a bad person who oppresses the people, Natalia said in disbelief. It seems that the dragon will hinder the revolution, but I don't know the details. At this time, Nangong Long, who had been eavesdropping outside for a while, walked in. Why do I feel like someone is saying bad things about me behind my back? Seeing the person they had been thinking about day and night suddenly appear in front of them, Natalia and the others were stunned. Long time no see, said Nangong Long. Yeah, long time no see, Natalia said with a smile. Long, why are you here? I'm the villain who booked the theater troupe, as you said, Nangong Long said sarcastically. Well, I didn't know it was you, otherwise I would never have said that. Nada blushed and explained hurriedly. Understand. By the way, what about the others? Captain, They are preparing props for the performance, Amuli replied. Are you here alone? Nada asked. No, I brought quite a few people, including some of your old friends. Who is it? You'll see it when the performance starts later. Fisk, you're still keeping me in suspense. In the minister's residence, the wild hounds were sitting together in boredom, complaining to each other. Sheila, it's so boring, Yinshin complained. Little kid, Shangpu said. It's been a long time since I sacrificed my beloved sword with blood, Yizong said as he wiped Jiang Shui. How about we go and kill your enemy, Nangong Long? Duotia suggested. That's right. I heard that he has a lot of beautiful girls under his command. If I kill him, they will be mine, Yin Xin said with a lewd smile. As long as I can sacrifice the blood of Jiang Shui 327, I can kill anyone, Yizong said indifferently. Not for now. If you want to kill him, you have to wait until he is alone, and then you have to have a perfect plan, Shila said calmly. It's not that serious. If we work together, it'll be easy to kill anyone we want, Yin Xin said nonchalantly. This is the Imperial capital, not your broken island. Don't think you are invincible just because you have the Imperial instruments. There are many people in the Imperial capital who possess the Imperial instruments, Shilaxan said. Yes, I got it, Yin Xin replied casually, obviously not taking it to heart. Shila didn't say anything. If he wasn't short of people, he wouldn't have bothered to remind him. The stronger the enemy, the more worth killing him, Izang said, staring at his beloved sword. It would be even better if it could become a good experimental material, Dochia said with a smile. We can't stay here all the time. Our bodies are almost rusty. Why don't we go out for a walk? I heard there's a circus in the capital with many beautiful women. How about we go there? Yin Xin said with a lewd face. Okay, I'll take you out to indulge yourself today, Silas said with a smile. Nangong Long talked with Nada for a while backstage, and then returned to his seat. The performance is about to begin, said Nangong Long. Why did you take so long? Neji asked. I saw an acquaintance and chatted with him for a while. Who is it? Akaji's friend. My, Chitong asked with a puzzled look. Yeah, that was a long time ago. At this time, Nada and Amuli walked onto the stage. Originally, they were not the first to perform, but some of them were curious about the acquaintances mentioned by Nangong Long, so they changed the order of performance with their companions. As soon as they came on stage, they saw a group of beautiful girls surrounding Nangong Long, and they couldn't help but frown. This is too much, Nada whispered. It can't be all like this, the pressure is so great, Amuli muttered. Although her emotions fluctuated, she still had to do what she had to do. Nada stepped forward and said, Welcome to the Sabatini troupe. We hope our upcoming performances will bring you joy. Amul took the opportunity to look around, but didn't see anyone she knew, so she glanced at Nada and asked in a low voice, I don't see any familiar figures. How about you? Don't worry about that for now. Let's start the performance, and then we could just go down and ask Long. All right. Although Nangong Long didn't care whether Chitong and the others were exposed, they still disguised themselves to a certain extent, so Nada and the others did not recognize them. When they saw the two people on the stage, Akame and Tsukushi's long-forgotten memories were awakened again in an instant. It turned out to be them. I didn't expect to meet them again, Akaji said nostalgically. Yeah, Tsukushi sighed. Who are you? Please tell me clearly. I can't understand you, Marin said anxiously. Looking at the curious mind, Tsukushi said with a smile. That was a long time ago. At that time, we had just started to carry out assassination missions, and they were our targets. At that time, Akame and I were really happy. We didn't hope that they were members of the Revolutionary Army at all. Otherwise, we would have to kill them with our own hands. What happened in the end? Marin asked. After we confirmed that they were not members of the Revolutionary Army, we found an excuse to leave, Akaheim replied. At that time, we were really happy to know that we didn't need to kill them. We really don't want the friends we made with great difficulty to become enemies, Akaheim continued. Actually, they are really members of the Revolutionary Army, Nangong Long interrupted. What? We have been hiding for so long. If that's the case, how come we didn't reveal any clues at all? Tsukushi said in surprise. Because I informed them, They will naturally not reveal any information about the Revolutionary Army in front of you. Tsukushi was speechless. Anyway, at least they're not dead, said Akagi on the side. When he first learned that Akagi and the other girl were in the troop, Nangong Long rushed over and told the people in Sabatini troop that Akagi and the other girl were part of the assassination team. At first they didn't believe it, until they met the bandits and witnessed the terrifying fighting power of Chi Tong and the other man. Then they completely believed Nangong Long's words. Afterwards, the people of the Sabatini troop began to act cautiously and even ignored the calls from the Revolutionary Army, which was how they deceived Akame and the others. Who is in charge here? Come out and see me quickly. Scylla broke into the room directly. Seeing all kinds of beauties sitting in the room, Yin Xian's eyes almost popped out. There are so many beautiful girls. This trip is not in vain, Yin Xian said with a lewd smile. Where did this dog come from? Why is it barking? Nangong Long said with a frown. After seeing who was sitting inside, Shila's pupils shrank instantly. This was not good. So many fighting forces were gathered together. But he was not too worried. After all, he trusted his imperial weapon very much. If he couldn't win, he could still run away. Which be ************ D said that. Stand up, Yin Xian shouted angrily. His death's body instantly released a bone-chilling chill. Although she was smiling, she gave people a very terrifying feeling. It was obvious that she was going to kill someone. The Duke has gone too far with what he said, Scylla said grimly. Really? Hearing this, Shila smiled. So what if he was the Duke? He still had to submit. But Nangong Long's next words froze his smile, and then he became even more furious. How can you be considered dog? You are nothing more than a puppy, relying on the power of an old dog like the minister to bully others. Just now the girls were wondering why Long was so easy to talk to today. In their impression, Nangong Long was always tough with people like Shila. When they heard him say that, they realized that they were just overthinking. What did you say? Shila shouted angrily with veins on his face. He respected his father very much and would not allow anyone to look down on him, let alone insult him. Why waste time talking to him? Let's just kill him and these girls will be mine. Before Yin Xian finished speaking, an overwhelming pressure swept over him. Not only him, but everyone present felt it. The darkness, deathly silence, and suffocating murderous intent were only the aftermath. It was hard to imagine how terrified the wild hunting technique would be when it was targeted. And the source of all this is Nangong Long. Death, who was sitting next to Nangong Long, was so excited that she couldn't contain herself. Is this the real you? This aura is really amazing. Zhao Leheo, I really love you more and more. So scary, so terrible. Remus fearfully moved closer to Wu Min. It's fine. Long, what kind of past do you have? Chi Tong wondered. This aura is like the root of all malice, Mira thought. Shangri-La regained a little bit of sanity and immediately activated the Imperial weapon, determined to escape. If she stayed, she would definitely die. But the Imperial weapon, which had always been invincible, did not react at all this time. No matter how Sheila tried, it remained where it was. How could this happen? Start it quickly. Sheila shouted in horror. What kind of monster have we provoked? Doya trembled all over. It looks like I'm going to die here today, Izong said. Don't try again. Useless Sheila. You will all die here today. LLA asked frantically. Why should I tell you? Nangong Long had previously blocked this area with magic, but he was not idle enough to explain his moves to his enemies. If anyone else dared to talk to Scylla like this, he would kill them without saying a word, but now he was angry but dared not speak. With every step Nangong Long took towards them, Sheila and the others became more frightened, as if an invisible hand was tightly grasping their hearts. Yin Xian couldn't stand this atmosphere of fear and finally collapsed to her knees, begging Nan Guanlong for forgiveness. It's all my fault. I'm blind, and I'm just a dog. Please be magnanimous and let me go. If you touch a dragon's reverse scale, you will die. Reverse scale? Are you talking about me? The girl's thoughts were surprisingly synchronized at this moment. No, I don't want to die yet. Yin Xian screamed and turned around, wanting to escape from this terrified place. He thought that if he could run away, he would never come to the Empire again in his life. Secret prohibition. Pitch-black tentacles rose from the ground, directly imprisoning Yin Xian in place, making him unable to move. What's this? Yin Xian struggled with all his might, but unfortunately, he was still unable to do anything to the black tentacles. Seeing Yin Xian like this, the rest of the wild hounds realized that it was impossible to escape. 10,000 ghosts devouring souls. Dozens of dark red whirlpools of various sizes appeared around Nangong Long, and from them came a chilling aura that made the living extremely disgusted. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, bloody ghosts appeared one after another. All the ghosts pounced on Yin Xian. Hearing Yin Xian's miserable howl, Shila's heart trembled. He didn't see any scars on Yin Xian's body, but there was no doubt that he was suffering unimaginable torture at this moment. Experience the pain of having your soul eaten away bit by bit. After all, this is a rare experience that only comes once in a lifetime, said Nangong Long, looking at Yin Xian with an expression that said, "You've made a fortune. $711. At this moment, if Yin Xian could still speak, he would probably say, "Screw you. I don't want this feeling in my life." "So who's next?" Nangong Long said, looking at the remaining people. "It's you." Nangong Long pointed death at Shila. "You can't do this. I'm the minister's son." Shila's eyes were red with anger. "Whose son you are is none of my business," Nangong Long said disdainfully. Dead bones execution. A huge cross of bones suddenly appeared under Scylla's feet, and then dozens of bone claws stretched out from it and imprisoned him on it. "What are you going to do? If I die, my father will never let you go," Shila threatened with a ferocious look. Seeing that Nangong Long had no intention of stopping, Shila turned her head and shouted frantically at Yi Zong and the others. "Come and save me. Don't forget who gave you the Imperial tool." No one paid any attention to him. They had already avoided him when Nangong Long pointed at Shila. Who would go up to him at this time? Kala. Cracks began to appear on the ground around Sheila, and it looked like something was about to come out of the ground. You. Dried bone claws stretched out from the ground and then pressed hard on the ground, pulling out the body buried in the ground bit by bit. The fully crawled skeleton began to approach Sheila. The skeleton extended its bony claws toward Sheila and stabbed him mercilessly. "Hughie, quick, stop it. I will give you whatever you want." Sizzle. Before Sheila could finish her words, she was interrupted by the pain that penetrated deep into her bones. The skeleton tore the flesh off Sheila's thigh. More and more skeletons gathered, and Sheila's screams became louder and louder. Whenever he felt the pain was unbearable and was about to faint, an inexplicable force would bring him back to consciousness, allowing him to clearly feel the pain of his body being torn apart every time. Before long, Sheila's wailing disappeared completely, leaving only a bloody skeleton. Sheila's tragic death was more horrifying than Yinxin's death. After all, Yinxin did not have any scars on his face when he died. But in fact, Yinxin's death was far more painful than Sheila's. Seeing Nangong Long shift his gaze again, a busted girl with obvious alien features hurriedly said, "Don't kill me. I'll do whatever you want." She suppressed her fear and gave Nangong Long a charming look. As she spoke, she pulled her collar down a lot, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. The looks of the girls behind Nangong Long suddenly changed. It was certain that even if Nangong Long let her go, the girls would still chop her to death with their knives. "It's not my turn yet. How can you have a share?" Cole was so angry that he started swearing. Seeing his companion's surprised looks, Cole blushed and blurted out the truth. "The fact that Sheila likes you means you are just trash, but I don't want to torture a woman, so I'll just give you a quick death." Heart mastery. The foreign girl suddenly fell to the ground and lost her voice. No one could understand what had happened. At least the first two had a prelude, but this one was over right away. "You're dead. Let's see if you dare to seduce Long again," Mio muttered. Although the voice was small, Cole, who was standing beside him, still heard it. "Meowsy, you too." Miaozi acted as if she hadn't said anything and continued looking at Nangong Long. Yizong drew out his sword Jiang Shui. I know I will die today, but as a swordsman, I will not allow myself to retreat. For me, defeat means death. Take it. Yizong rushed towards Nangong Long at an unprecedented speed, swinging the most powerful and last sword of his life. Nangong Long grabbed Jiang Shui, who was attacking him in the face, and then punched Yizong in the abdomen. Nangong Long used a special force technique and did not knock Yizong away, but instead spread the force throughout his body, shattering his internal organs and bones. Looking at Yizong, who had fallen to the ground but had not died immediately, Nangong Long said, "You're a qualified sword slave, but not a swordsman. People control swords to be swordsmen, but you are a sword controlling people to be a slave." Yeah. Yizong closed his eyes and died with a smile. It was unclear whether he was laughing at himself or happy that he had reached the peak of his life before he died. There are only 2 of you left. I promised to leave the fat man to Lon, so it's you next, little one, Nangong Long said to Duoya. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, the top brass are gathering to discuss how to overthrow the empire. We have already contacted the Western ethnic groups. The governors of the major cities also agreed to let us open the city gates directly. Other rebel forces also agreed to cooperate with us. Everything is ready. The time to overthrow the empire is coming soon. Just when everyone was full of fighting spirit, a different voice sounded. But do we really have a chance of winning? It's death, bud. Nangong Long, can we win? Of course, no matter how powerful they are, they can't defeat an army of 1 million. So why did you include Nangong Long in it? Didn't Najeshin say that Nangong Long's strength is even greater than his death is? It's only natural to take that into consideration, isn't it? 700. Our spies have sent back news that Najeshin has led the night raid team to defect to Nangong Long. It seemed that she had casually advised us to submit to Nangong Long before, but now it seems that she had planned it in advance. So, when she said that Nangong Long was very strong, it must have been an exaggeration. Wouldn't the situation be worse if this happened? All the members of the night raid are equipped with Imperial tools. We also have the Imperial tools, so it's okay. In order to put an end to the atrocities of the Empire, we must kill them even if it means we have to sacrifice human lives. You're right. If you miss this opportunity, you won't know when the next one will come. The arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Can't we consider Najeshin's previous proposal? In my opinion, if Song wants the revolution to succeed and the people's lives to improve, I don't care who is in charge and who is the emperor. Impossible. Who knows if Nangong Long is deceiving us? What if it's a trap? I trust Najeshin as a person, not Nangong Long. Stop talking nonsense. Nadezhda has betrayed the revolution. You're speaking for her like this. Do you also want to? Enough. Stop saying this kind of thing. What's the point of arguing? What we need to discuss now is how to win this war, shouted the leader of the Revolutionary Army, sitting in the first seat. The person who suggested considering Neji also shut up. He knew that it would be useless to continue talking. How could he not understand the reason why these people were firmly opposed to joining Nangong Long? They are not afraid of damaging their own interests, but they have probably forgotten the original intention of the revolution. And Ning wrote, "Master, why are you sighing so loudly? The war is about to start, and I don't know how many people will die this time. There is nothing we can do about it. If we want to overthrow the empire, we have to make sacrifices. I know, but I still hope to minimize casualties. Master, there are very few people like you. Nothing. I'm just doing what I want to do. Please inform all the cadres to act according to circumstances on the day of the uprising. I have a bad feeling that the Revolutionary Army may fail." What? Can't we overthrow the brutal empire? No, the empire will still fall, but the Revolutionary Army is the only one who can win people over. Could it be that some other forces are intervening? Maybe. Our goal is to make people do good deeds and live happily. So as long as we can change the empire, it doesn't matter to us who wins the final victory. Do you understand? Understood. I will convey your meaning right away. Western ethnic groups. This time we must take back the land that once belonged to us, but I hope the casualties can be kept to a minimum. After we meet up with the Revolutionary Army, we can just let them hold the line. After all, Isteth is not someone you want to mess with. 400,000 people were buried alive by those guys in the north. Indeed, I don't want to experience that kind of horror either, so we should try to avoid a head-on confrontation with her. The people of the Empire have been oppressed terribly. They will definitely rush forward without regard for their lives. We can just take advantage of the situation and fish in troubled waters from behind. King, are we really going to follow the Revolutionary Army's plan? Do we have to burn, kill, and rob along the way? Let's not do that. What? Are you stupid? If we massacre the city when we go, who will open the city gates for us? If we fail to reach the Imperial capital in time, and the Revolutionary Army fails, how can we get back the lost territory? In the end, we may be attacked by both the Revolutionary Army and the Empire at the same time. Another person couldn't stand his companion being so stupid and couldn't help but curse. Yes, that's it. Wong nodded in agreement. We'll talk about everything after we get the land back. After this civil war, the Empire will be seriously damaged. It won't be too late for us to seize it then. The king is wise. Royal Palace. General Bud, the Revolutionary Army, and the major rebel forces have been very restless recently. You are the culprit for the Empire becoming like this. What's the point of saying all this? It's your duty to protect the palace for General Da, Inshun said indifferently. You don't need to tell me. If the rebels dare to step into the palace, I will kill them all. Of course, I believe the general has this ability. If you have nothing else to say, get out of here. I don't have time to talk to you, Bud said impatiently. Hearing this, the minister did not want to stay here any longer and make himself bored, but turned around and left. As for Bud's harsh words, the minister didn't care at all. As long as Bud could guard the palace, he would continue to do whatever he wanted. Revolutionary Army, Nangong Long, and the traitorous Death, if you dare to attack the Imperial City, I will make sure you never return. As long as the Emperor is still under my control, I will never lose, the minister said with a ferocious smile. Looking at the minister walking away, Bud put away his disguised, angry expression. He didn't care what happened to the Empire. Now there was only one person he was loyal to, and that was Nangong Long. 0.1 is the time ripe. Lord Nangong will soon become the new emperor. I'm really looking forward to it, Bud said to himself. The reason why Bud became like this was because Nangong Long used magic to change Bud's allegiance a few days ago. Nangong Long really had no confidence that he could convince Bud with his words. After all, he is an old, stubborn person. Duke's Palace. Long, it has been confirmed that the Revolutionary Army will launch a general offensive in 3 days, said Mara. Nage can no longer receive any news from the Revolutionary Army, so Mela is in charge. Yes, I understand. We've finally waited until this moment, Isteth said excitedly. It's okay, right? Nage said, Don't worry, I have arranged everything. Victory will only belong to us. Well, we believe you. The Revolutionary Army repeatedly opened the city without bloodshed and marched quickly along the way, and arrived at the Imperial capital 5 days later. Just as they expected, everything went smoothly until they were about to attack the Imperial capital in one go and win the long-awaited victory, when something unexpected happened. A large number of unidentified humanoid creatures suddenly appeared outside the Imperial capital. No one knew what they were, but they felt fear instinctively because the aura emanating from them was too ominous. For this reason, the Revolutionary Army stopped its offensive, as any rash action might have resulted in heavy casualties. A general of the Revolutionary Army frowned. What are they? Maybe it's an unknown dangerous species, one person guessed. They're wearing armor, so they're more than just dangerous species. They might be the Empire's trump card. It's likely that the Empire conducted some horrific experiment that turned humans into such a horrible appearance. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why they are so close to human shapes. Analyzed a man who looked like a staff officer. What? How dare you do this? Everyone was furious. Even as they were communicating, The 24 undead legions continued to emerge in an endless stream, as if there was no end. The number is still increasing. Where did they come from? Can we really win? A general began to waver. The lofty words he spoke before departure could no longer stop the fear in his heart. Not only him, but even the hundreds of thousands of soldiers behind him were trembling. Of course, it is better for those who are at the back. After all, they can no longer see the scene in front, and the information they get is only from their companions in front. "Shut up. Disrupting the morale of the army is a capital crime," shouted a man who looked like a general. In fact, he was also very scared, but he did not allow himself to show a timid expression. Otherwise, the war would be lost before it even started. They haven't attacked yet. It seems someone is directing them. If we can convince them, we can avoid this battle. Everyone was silent. Everyone knew that the possibility was extremely small. How could the Empire send someone who could turn against the Empire at any time to fight the enemy? But no one was willing to speak up and shatter this hope. At this moment, the army of suspected dangerous species in front began to separate neatly to both sides, leaving a straight path in the middle. Someone came out. When the generals of the Revolutionary Army saw who was coming, their pupils shrank instantly. It was her. Nage walked out from the center of the undead army, followed by all the members of the night raid. "Surrender, you can't win," Nage advised. "Impossible. How many of our companions have sacrificed for this day? Isn't your goal to overthrow the Empire and let the people live a happy life? This is the same as the Duke's goal. Why are you so stubborn? Stop using sweet words here. He just wants to be the Emperor himself. Who knows if he will be the next tyrant?" "That sounds nice, isn't it?" Marin said sarcastically. "We are fighting for the people. How can we be like him? In this case, shouldn't you surrender? Can't you see that you have no chance of winning? Resistance will only result in the soldiers' sacrifice in vain." Nage continued to persuade earnestly. "Nadshitan, if you really care about the people, then order them to move aside immediately and let us into the city. You will be credited as the first to succeed in the revolution." "Boss, it looks like there's nothing more to talk about," Brand sighed. "You all know what kind of person I am, Nadazita. Those who trust me should put down their weapons." The soldiers looked at each other. To be honest, they wanted to lay down their weapons and surrender. The closer they were to the front, the stronger this desire was. On the one hand, it was because Nadine had a certain prestige in the Revolutionary Army, and on the other hand, she was simply intimidated by the Death Knight's hideous and terrifying appearance. However, no one really laid down their weapons and surrendered. After all, the leader hadn't given the order yet. If they rashly laid down their weapons, they might be killed by their own soldiers. So it was better to wait and see what happened at this time. Seeing his men wavering, the leading general immediately said, "Don't listen to her nonsense. She has already betrayed the revolution and us. I don't deny that I betrayed you, but I definitely haven't forgotten my original intention, and I haven't betrayed the revolution. I don't want to listen to your excuses anymore. Attack." He was afraid that if he waited any longer, the soldiers would lose their fighting spirit and surrender directly. "Hey, let's get started." Neji sighed and said to Sage number 1 who had been waiting for a long time in the 10th row. "Yes, number 1 does not have any extra mercy. He only knows that these ignorant humans have blasphemed the mercy of the Supreme Lord, so they must die." Number 1 begins to command the undead to attack, and the Death Knight is responsible for protecting the Archmage of the Dead and allowing him to cast magic safely. Looking at the flying fireballs, lightning, ice cones, and ominous black aura, the soldiers began to hide in panic. "What is this? 07107. Help! Don't want." The Ripper and Frankenstein rushed into the crowd and began to kill without restraint. Ordinary soldiers were no match for them for 10 years. In an instant, arms and limbs were broken and blood splattered everywhere. On the other side of the city, Seleucus was leading his guards to evacuate the panicked people, asking them to return to their homes and wait, and telling them that everything would be over soon. Not only Seriu, most of the girls in Nangonglong's family are also doing this. Of course, this is not Nangonglong's order, but the girls want to do it themselves. For this purpose, Nangong Long assigned a lot of undead soldiers to each girl. After all, not every girl has explosive combat power. At first, the people were naturally very frightened when they saw the horrific appearance of the undead, but since they had someone in command and did not attack them, they felt relieved. More importantly, the people leading these terrifying guys were the Duke's men. The people of the imperial capital already knew that Celyu was judging the evildoers who oppressed the people. Since Celyu was the Duke's man, everyone thought that this behavior was instructed by Nangong Long. In addition, Nangong Long often did good deeds, which led to his extremely high prestige among the people. As for the money used for charity, it naturally came from the proceeds from the confiscation of property. Nangong Long wanted peaceful rule, so he naturally hoped that the people would believe in him, so he built up a lot of reputation in advance. Royal Palace. Bud was leading the guards at the main gate to prevent thieves from breaking into the palace. He did this not to protect the emperor, but to protect the integrity of the palace. After all, Nangong Long would become the new emperor, and Bud naturally did not want the palace to become dilapidated. General, don't we need to go out and quell the rebellion? No need. Our duty is to guard the palace. We don't need to worry about other things. Just stay at your post. Yes. Inside the palace. Your Majesty, it seems that we can only use the National Guardian Mecha, said the minister. Why? Aren't those strange subordinates of Duke Nangong annihilating the rebels? The little emperor asked curiously. Your Majesty, Nangong Long has long had rebellious intentions. Otherwise, why would he have waited until now to show such force? And the one commanding those weird guys is former General Najeshidan. I'm sure that after annihilating the rebels, the next target will be us. Is this true? The emperor asked in shock. What I said is absolutely true. How could it be like this? Why are they all against me? Minister, did I do something wrong? The little emperor said sadly. Your Majesty is wise and powerful, but they are ignorant and cannot understand your Majesty's achievements. Is that so? Since the minister said so, then I am definitely not wrong. Your Majesty, let's quickly activate the Guardian Mecha. It will be too late if we delay any longer. Okay, we'll throw it away now. Soon, the Emperor and his ministers arrived at the location of the Guardian God. This is my first time operating this. Will there really be no problems? The little Emperor asked worriedly. No problem. You are the Emperor. Minister, you are right. I am the Emperor and have the obligation to protect the 1,000-year-old empire, the little Emperor said firmly. What is that? The little Emperor controlled the Guardian Mecha and released a huge flame from its chest, rushing towards the battle between the Revolutionary Army and the undead soldiers. In a short time, there were heavy casualties, and even the streets were affected. Nage and his companions, who were protected by several lieutenants, were naturally unharmed, but apart from the Death Knight, many other undead soldiers died. Because of the Guardian Mecha, the morale of the Revolutionary Army was shaken even more, but the undead soldiers were not affected at all and still strictly followed the orders of Sage No. 1. Is that the supreme imperial weapon that Long mentioned? I hope Long will be okay. Tsukushi said worriedly. It will definitely be okay. Nage comforted her, but after seeing the power of the supreme imperial weapon, she no longer had the confidence she had before. Ha! Roar! This is the consequence of going against me, said the minister, standing on the roof grimly. Is this the supreme imperial weapon? It's quite powerful, but its huge size will create too many blind spots, said Esteth. That's true, but how many people can get close to it? I'm going to take care of him. I'll go with you. Okay, but don't rush too hard, Nangong Long reminded. Okay, Esteth said with a smile. She still enjoyed Nangong Long's concern. As for whether she would remember it during the battle later, that was another matter. Then I will go and kill the minister. After all, this has always been my goal, Leone said. Nangong Long threw a bracelet to Leona. Take it with you, you'll need it. Okay, Leone nodded in response. 4 Rakshasa ghosts, you and Leone go together. Yes, I'm glad that you care about me, but do you really not believe in my ability? Leona frowned. The minister has practiced in the Royal Fist Temple. After all, he is not a glutton. Zhu Tian, tell Bud, who is guarding the palace, to stop defending it and to clear out the corrupt officials in the palace. Clear. After Nangong Long finished his instructions, Leon rushed to the palace with the 4 Rakshasa ghosts. Nangong Long and Isdef ran towards the supreme imperial weapon. The minister on the rooftop was furious when he saw Nangong Long. Secret technique to activate the supreme imperial weapon. Purge mode. Nangong Long, you little b asterisk 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 d. I'm going to kill you today. I'm the final winner. What's going on here? The little emperor who was controlling the imperial device was terrified. He didn't understand why such a change happened suddenly. However, he was soon corrupted by the imperial device and turned into a tyrant who only knew how to kill. A huge amount of energy began to condense in the chest of the Supreme Emperor, but its target was not Nangong Long, but the revolutionary army outside the city. Perhaps because Nangong Long was too small, the little emperor did not notice it for a while. Upward transfer. Seeing the huge energy bomb coming, the revolutionary army was in complete despair. At the critical moment, Nangong Long's figure appeared in the sky. Half dimension plus, Nangong Long used Arubian's ability to weaken the energy cannon until it disappeared. What? This is impossible. Why did my attack disappear? It's the dragon. Here he comes, Bonnie shouted. I don't want to cause too much killing. Surrender, Nangong Long said to the revolutionary army on the ground. Snap! When a soldier dropped his weapon on the ground, it was like a fuse igniting the entire battlefield. Yes, yes. Nage, I'll leave this to you. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. Partner, it's time for the world to show our dominance, Nangong Long murmured as if talking to himself. Has this moment finally come? I'll be inside. Balong. I awakened to the second dragon who was deprived of everything by the tyrant principle. The body is full of jealousy. The heart is seeking fantasy. I, the tyrant of the white dragon, invite you to enter the limit of innocence. Although the sound was not loud, the people on the ground could hear it very clearly. Nangong Long's figure in the sky had completely changed into another appearance, and he looked like a dragon that had been shrunk several times. This unusual feeling of oppression. The dragon really turned into a dragon. Bonnie was stunned. Bang! A sonic boom sounded, and Nangong Long instantly returned to his death. Sure enough, your armor has a stronger form. Damn it. Damn it all. No one can form a counter-alliance. The runaway little emperor controlled the supreme imperial weapon and released a large amount of energy ray attacks, not only shooting at Nangong Long, but also at innocent civilians in the distance. The people who were unable to dodge could only wait in despair for death to come, but something unexpected happened. The monster that everyone had just feared, the Death Knight, stood in front of the people and took the attack that seemed to be fatal. The same thing happened in other places in the imperial capital. It's protecting us, the people thought. At this moment, the people's attitude towards the undead soldiers changed fundamentally, from fear to gratitude. Thank you. Roar. The Death Knight cannot speak human language, so he can only use this method to express what he has heard. Don't worry, the Duke is trying to find a way to stop that big guy, and the suffering will soon be over. So you must hold on. Now, please follow our instructions and evacuate to a safe place, Sayla shouted. The people regained their hope and evacuated the area under the command of the security team. Sister Sai Lu, Long will be okay, right? Xiaoyu said anxiously. Of course, the dragon is the strongest. Long, you must win, Lu Xiang. After seeing the astonishing destructive power of the Supreme Emperor's weapon, the other girls were also worried about him. Be careful. Nangong Long held his death and dodged the attacking energy beam. Got it, let me down. Supreme Fist. After the first attack failed, the little emperor immediately controlled the Supreme Emperor weapon and swung his huge fist at Nangong Long and the other man. Nangong Long 677 directly raised his fist and chose to fight against the Supreme Emperor's weapon. In the eyes of the little emperor, this was tantamount to hitting a rock with an egg, but the result was completely opposite to what he expected, and he was the one who was beaten back. How was it possible? Isn't my imperial weapon the strongest? The little emperor asked in doubt. This is impossible, the minister standing on the roof shouted hysterically. But after a moment, he regained his composure. I didn't expect that brat to be so strong. Looks like he's going to run away. As long as I escape, I can still fly freely. Nangong Long, you can't kill me. Having said that, the minister turned around and prepared to leave. He didn't care what would happen to the little emperor. The little emperor was just a puppet he created to ravage the country, so it was not a pity to throw him away. Where do you want to go? The source of evil. Leon, who rushed to the roof, grinned. The minister's aura made her very disgusted. For Rakshasas, how dare you traitors come to see me? The minister said grimly. We just know the current situation. G smiled indifferently. If you are willing to protect me and let me leave here, I can forgive the past, the minister said firmly. In fact, he was panicking now. The 4 Rakshasa ghosts were not imperial weapon users, so his anti-imperial weapon was completely useless. Although his strength was not weak, he had no confidence in winning against 3 of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts at the same time. As for Leona, he completely ignored her. She was just an imperial weapon user. If anyone dared to attack her, he would just destroy her imperial weapon. I'm sorry, minister. You must die here today, said the horsehead. You're seeking death. King of beasts. Leon directly activated the imperial weapon and attacked the minister. She didn't want to listen to the minister's nonsense anymore. You are the only one who will die. Ireston. The jewel on the minister's head shattered instantly. Imperial Fist 100 Splitting Fist. The minister thought that this move would seriously injure Leon, but the opposite was true, and he was the one who was knocked away. Bang! Why wasn't your imperial weapon destroyed? The minister asked in disbelief. Leon glanced at his left wrist and saw that the bracelet he had worn there had broken into pieces and disappeared. You don't need to know. Die! Leon rushed towards the minister who was lying on the ground. Everyone must die. Anyone who disobeys me must die, the little emperor said crazily. If there is another anti-aircraft cannon, I don't believe you can block it, the little emperor said frantically. Freeze it! Isteth activated her ability, binding the Supreme Imperial device in place, making it unable to move. Supreme Cannon. Half dimension. It's time to end it. Nangong Long began to approach the Supreme Emperor's device at a very fast speed. The little emperor had no choice but to control the Supreme Emperor's device and put his arms in front of his body to block the attack. However, these were all meaningless. Nangong Long directly pierced through it. The little emperor instantly lost control of the imperial device. The Supreme Imperial device slowly fell backwards. The powerless little emperor cast his gaze towards the rooftop, looking for the target he had always relied on, but unfortunately he saw nothing. How could it be? The little emperor said with tears in his eyes. The minister had just been beaten half to death by Leon and dragged downstairs. She thought it would be better to hand the minister over to the people for punishment, so she didn't kill him directly. The dragon wins. It's all over. The Duke won the battle, and we are saved. Asterisk $73. The people cried with joy. Selu and others began to settle the people, while Nage was receiving the Revolutionary Army. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. As for the attacking Western ethnic groups, they had long been annihilated at the border by Nangong Long's undead legion and had not even been able to reach the imperial capital. 3 days later, Nangong Long ascended the throne as emperor. From today on, I am the state. Your Majesty, Neji became the new minister, responsible for governing the country. Isteth is still the general, responsible for conquering foreign enemies. Afterwards, Nangong Long brought all the girls to the palace, and of course he did many unspeakable things with them. 3 months later, everything in the country was back on track. Nangong Long immediately announced his intention to conquer the northern ethnic minorities and expand the empire's territory. As for why they are northern ethnic minorities, it's simple because they are Isteth's enemies. On this day, Nangong Long was wandering on the street. To be honest, he had sneaked out. What should I buy? Otherwise, Neji will nag me again when I get home. Hmm? Is there anyone? Feeling that someone was following him, Nangong Long changed his route and headed for a sparsely populated area. As soon as he walked to a deserted place, a dozen people with various weapons rushed out from behind and surrounded him. Without saying a word, he attacked directly, obviously intending to kill him. But how could these people be Nangong Long's opponents? He knocked them to the ground easily. Finally, Nangong Long grabbed a girl of a different ethnicity and said, "You were sent here by the northern tribes, right?" A man lying on the ground fired several shots at Nangong Long, but he hit his companion first because the foreign girl was facing Nangong Long, and if he wanted to hit him, he had to shoot through the girl first. Ahem, I'm going to die now. How miserable. They were attacked mercilessly by their own companions. Nangong Long said to the girl. Save me. Duoya said with difficulty. Why are you okay? The shooter collapsed. Multiple bone guns. Nangong Long stabbed all those who were still breathing. It's not impossible to save you. Give me a reason. I can do things for you, even if it's as an insider, Duoya said intermittently. Remember your words. Nangong Long directly fed the healing potion to Duoya. Otherwise, he would have hesitated before letting her drink it herself. The reason why he kept her was not because he wanted her to be an insider, but because Nangong Long simply had some impression of her. Duoya thought that the other party had given her some poison to drink, but she didn't expect that the wounds on her body healed immediately, which surprised her. Thank you, Master, Duoya said gratefully. Call me Your Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty. Tell me, what happened? As Your Majesty said, we are from a foreign ethnic group in the north, but I am just a killer. As for those who died, they were soldiers, Duoya said. You don't want to keep killing me? I dare not. I dare not. If I had known that Your Majesty is so powerful, I would definitely not have taken this business, Duoya said with a wry smile. Why? You don't want to avenge them or kill me to stop the crusade? They cheated me, and I was expected to sacrifice myself for them. That's impossible. Duoya looked at the corpse on the ground angrily. She didn't expect that she would die at the hands of her own people. Instead, the target of the assassination rescued her. Life is really unpredictable. Come on, go shopping with me. Your Majesty, they should have sent more than one team. We should return to the palace now, Duoya reminded. Do you think they have the ability to kill me? Nangong Long shrugged indifferently. Cannot. There's no need to change your itinerary. Duoya was speechless. She knew someone was trying to assassinate her, but she could still be so leisurely. It could only be said that people with strong power can be very willful. Nangong Long took Duoya to the commercial street. Your Majesty, why are you traveling alone? Duoya asked curiously. If they hadn't seen that Nangong Long was alone, they would not have rashly launched an attack. Running away. Run away. Too much work, come out to take a break. Hello, Your Majesty. Seeing Nangong Long coming, the people bowed and greeted him, with heartfelt respect and gratitude on their faces. Don't worry about me. Just do what you should do. Why would I come here if you don't do business? Nangong Long said with a smile. The people dispersed as instructed. After all, this was not the first time such a situation had happened. Although they were still nervous, the people were almost used to it. Your Majesty is really close to the people, and everyone seems to be full of hope for life, Duoya said with emotion. Because I am the Emperor. Nangong Long took Duoya into the clothing store. Your Majesty is here again to buy gifts for the ladies. Isn't it? I'm so envious. I also want to be Your Majesty's wife, said a young girl. Then you have to work hard. I guess people who like His Majesty can line up from the palace all the way to the city gate, joked an old lady selling vegetables. Do you have to be so exaggerated? Not at all. Your Majesty is now the dream lover of the girls in the imperial capital. He is approachable and cares deeply about his wife. Who wouldn't love him? I also want to be as popular with women as Your Majesty, said an uncle selling fruits. However, he didn't know that his wife was standing quietly behind him. Why do you dislike me? No, I was just joking. Ouch! Honey, be careful. Your ears are going to fall off, the uncle wailed. The people around looked at this scene with amusement. This was a scene that had never happened in the Empire before. Your Majesty, We have already prepared the clothes you want, said the shop owner. Are you satisfied with it? If not, I'll ask someone to redo it immediately, said the shop owner, pointing to a white dress. Well, come back. Neji actually likes long skirts very much, but she was always busy with revolutionary affairs in the past. So for convenience, she always chose to wear clothes that were easy to move around in. Afterwards, Nangang Long went around again and bought a lot of things. After all, every girl has different preferences. Let's go back. Royal Palace. Long, you ran away again, Neji said helplessly. And who is she? Don't worry about these for now. Just take a look and see if you like it, Nangang Long said as he took out the long skirt. Trying to bribe me again. Although she said so, Neji still happily accepted the gift. Tell me what happened to her, Nage said, changing the subject. She is Doya, who was sent by the northern alien tribe to kill me. I saved her, and now she has come to rely on me, Nangang Long said lightly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. What a mess, Marin complained. Nangang Long briefly described what had just happened. I really think I'm not dying fast enough, Main complained crazily. I will send people to investigate this matter and find all the foreign races lurking in the imperial capital. I will deal with this matter later. You should first look at the general guidelines for governing the empire in the future, said Nage. Still couldn't escape. Nangang Long looked through the documents. Okay, let's do it as you wish, but we have to add a clause that every city must build an orphanage and a school. It's no problem to have undead soldiers to work with, but it still costs a lot of money. It's okay. The Empire is not short of money. It's the people who are short of money. When the Empire's garbage was cleared, the wealth was piled up like a mountain. I plan to hire people to do this, increase their income, and improve their lives. This is a good idea. I believe that the public will actively participate in it, Neji said with a smile. With the orphanage, no other child will have the same experience as me, said Marin. Certainly. After the discussion, Gu Gonglong went to find other girls and gave out the gifts he had bought to them one by one. 3 days later, Nangang Long took the girls to a border island for vacation. Nangang Long was lying on a beach chair, basking in the sun, while the girls were playing in the sea. Happy times always pass quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was night, and Nangang Long brought the girls back to the palace. Today, Nangang Long didn't go to any girl's room, but stayed in his own room alone. Do you want to start drawing rewards? Yes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cyborg transformation card, template, Genos, complete. The reward will be distributed in the next world. There is such a thing. If you have a template number 17, I can walk sideways, Nangang Long complained. But you can't always be lucky. Nangang Long still has a very good attitude. The system selects the next world. Ding! The next world is Black Bullet. Please choose one. The protagonist route 2. Randomly generate an identity. Random. Confirm completion. Do you want to start crossing? It's work. In the wilderness, Nangang Long was riding a modified armed motorcycle, carrying Bushikui to Dijing District at high speed. Host, Nangang Long. Appearance age, 20. Identity, Tendo Kizura's sworn brother, who disappeared 10 years ago while trying to protect Kizara from an attack by a proto-intestinal creature. Nangang Long felt that a girl's memory of her was better based on her personal experience, so he did stay there for 5 months 10 years ago. Not only did he become familiar with Kisaragi, he also met Sima Weiji, the daughter of Sima Zhonggong, and learned all the Tenryu fighting techniques. 10 years later, the system asked Nangang Long to answer another multiple-choice question. 1. The cyborg transformation card is used directly according to Genos specifications. 2. The host provides the materials and builds it according to the template. Nangang Long chose the second option without hesitation. His storage space was filled with a bunch of materials, so it was useless to leave them there. He might as well take them out and strengthen the mechanized transformation. Genos' transformation is powerful and looks cool, but he is too fragile and can be easily beaten to pieces. So Nangang Long used black dragon steel as the main material to build his body, and used magic crystals that sealed the super magic world fire to replace the ordinary flames that were originally output. In short, Nangong Long added all the materials that could be added within the prescribed restrictions, and the power was greatly improved compared to the original version. It is not an exaggeration to say that the mechanized body has been turned into a top-level artifact. The setting of Black Dragon Steel in the game is that the dragon bones buried underground have undergone tens of millions of years of evolution and are mixed with dozens of rare metals to form an ultra-rare metal. Its hardness is difficult even for artifacts to cut. In order to shape it, it needs to be done under extremely harsh conditions. The dark red flame of the world-destroying fire has a very strong adhesion. It will never disappear until the target is completely burned. However, it can be offset by super-level magic with opposing attributes or dispelled by magic of the same level that can dispel negative effects. Nangong Long thought it would take some time to complete, but he didn't expect that the system would tell him it was completed as soon as he confirmed the materials. When a system asked whether to use the transformation card, Nangong Long chose to use it directly. After all, it was just a transformation skill, and he could restore it at any time if he wanted. He also wanted to experience a mechanized body, which was pretty cool. Only after transforming into a cyborg did Nangong Long understand the meaning of Quan. It turned out that he could transform into different versions of Genos according to his will. Nangong Long only possesses Genos mechanical structure, but his appearance is still the same, and his hair is naturally black. Afterwards, Nangong Long chose to become a promoter, and his partner was the cat-eared lowly Bushikui. Long, you look very happy. Bushikui, who was sitting in the front, turned around and asked. Because we're going to see Kigan soon, Nangong Long said with a smile. I often hear you mention her. Is she beautiful? I haven't seen her for 10 years. She must have grown into a beautiful girl. After all, she was so cute when she was little. Being unfaithful is not allowed, Bushikui said weakly while pouting her lips. At this moment, a large number of protogastric creatures appeared in front of the Gugong dragon and blocked their way. Incineration Cannon. Nangong Long, who was in his initial form, stretched out his left hand and fired a flame cannon, directly opening up a way out and continuing to speed forward. They were not qualified to stop Nangong Long. This was obviously not the first time this had happened. On the way here, Nangong Long himself couldn't remember how many Gastrola he had killed. In fact, Nangong Long could choose to move directly to DxD District, but he wanted to see what the world had become, so he chose this way of moving forward. The more Nangong Long looked, the more surprised he was. This was completely out of the normal environment. All kinds of weird creatures appeared one after another. It was simply a hodgepodge. Nangong Long even wondered if there were any Gastrola organisms with genes from fish, snakes, eagles, etc. mixed in, which might grow into dragons, but he had never seen one until now. The dragon is so strong, I feel like I'm completely useless, Bushikui said dejectedly. Chui is so cute, and I'll be 100 times more energetic as long as she is responsible for acting cute, Nangong Long said with a smile. No way, Bushikui retorted with a red face. Chui is so cute like this. Snort. Hold on tight, I'm going to speed up. Boom, boom, boom. Brother, where are you? I really miss you. Let's go, Satomi-sen, Kizara said cheerfully, and then boarded the train. Yes, President. Is it okay not to bring the Yenju? We're not going to fight. We're just having a meeting, Kizara said. I don't know the details. To be honest, I hate them. They always act so superior. Then why not just refuse? We're just a small company, and we can't resist at all. It's a private company, but it has to look after the government. They are jealous of the abilities of the initiators. After all, a powerful initiator can influence the world's military situation alone, so the government hopes to bring all the police officers under the system management. Really greedy? Soon, Kizara and the other arrived at the agreed location. Public Institution Meeting Room. After resolving the conflict between Satomi and others, Kizara sat down on the high-backed chair calmly. We were assigned the last seat. It's because my subordinates are so weak that they have no achievements to show for themselves, Mu Gung sighed. There are people from big companies all around them, only they are from small companies. At this time, a bald man came in and said, This mission is commissioned by the government. If you're unwilling to take on the mission, please leave immediately. You cannot refuse after hearing the detailed mission content. Seeing that no one left, he continued. Then let His Majesty the Saint Emperor explain it next. The huge panel hanging on the wall lit up, showing a close-up of the Holy Emperor. Please relax, everyone. This time the mission is very simple. All you have to do is retrieve the suitcase inside the gastrola. As for the reward, another picture appeared on the screen, and next to the silver gray box was written the reward for completing the task. But that number completely shocked everyone present. It was obvious that things were not as simple as the Holy Emperor said. Oh, what's in a suitcase? Kazara questioned. Sorry, that is the client's privacy and cannot be disclosed. In that case, I choose to withdraw. There will be penalties if you quit now. I've made up my mind. I won't let my subordinates take risks, Mugung said firmly. At this moment, a creepy laugh sounded in the room. I saw a strange man wearing a mask sitting in the empty seat, as if he appeared out of thin air, scaring the people next to him and making them scream. Who are you? Excuse me, I'm Ingnin Jizi, and it's my first time meeting your incompetent head of state, Ingnin said as he jumped onto the table and looked at the display screen. How did you get in? Asked Satomi. Of course I walked in openly and just killed a few guys who were blocking my way. Come here, little Benet. Yes, Dad. Xiao Bainai came to Ingnin's side and said impatiently, Dad, can I kill them all? It's so annoying. Not yet, be patient. Let's play a game. How about risking your life to fight with me for the 7 Stars legacy? The legacy of the 7 Stars? What is that? It seems that you have not been told the truth. This is what is in the suitcase. Stop talking to yourself. Everything will be over if I kill you. Izayong Jiangjian rushed directly to Ingnin and swung his huge sword, but was directly bounced away without even touching the opponent's clothes. At the moment the prisoner was knocked flying, the other policemen immediately opened fire at Ingnin, but as thunder sounded, all the bullets bounced off and almost hit their own people. What's going on? A light blue, phosphorescent protective shield appeared around Ingnin, wrapping himself and Xiao Bainai inside. The police officers present were stunned in shock. Many people died here, Bushikui said. It's okay, let's go up. D80606. Hearing the footsteps coming from outside the door, the two warring parties fell into an eerie silence. Nangong Long brought Bushikui to the conference room and pushed the door open. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on them. Who are you? The general asked the man in armor. At this time, Nangong Long was in a strengthened form, looking like a human wearing exoskeleton armor. Oh, it seems that they are not reinforcements, Ingnin said with a smile. Like a brother, could it be? If there wasn't a strong enemy in front of him, perhaps Kazara would have run over and asked directly. But the other party's next words made her completely unable to control herself. Long time no see. You've grown into a beauty, Nangong Long greeted with a smile. It's really you, brother. Mugung was so excited that he ran over and hugged Nangong Long tightly, saying with tears in his eyes, I knew my brother must be alive. Don't cry, it's all over. Nangong Long wiped away Daijing's tears and teased. I don't care, I'm just going to cry. What a touching reunion between brother and sister, Ingnin smiled. Do you know that interrupting others casually is very annoying? Oh, I'm really sorry, Ingnin said insincerely. Mugung let go of Nangong Long and wiped his cheek. We'll talk again after we've resolved the issue at hand. Brother, welcome back, Satomi said happily. Let's talk about the past later. It seems like you guys are in trouble. Let me introduce myself again. I am Hiriko Kajian, a member of the Mechanized Special Forces New Human Project. The rumors turned out to be true. That's why you can use the shield. That's right. After all, most of the internal organs have been replaced in order to use this move. Then who are you? Ingnin asked Nangong Long. Nangong Long did not answer, but disappeared instantly and kicked Ingnin with a whip kick. Ingnin was kicked away before he even had time to open the repulsive force field, but Nanlong did not use any harsh force, so Ingnin did not suffer any damage. So fast. The police officer on the scene's pupils shrank instantly. Dad, how are you? Little Bina ran over and asked with concern. I'm fine. Even without using repulsion, is it still too fast? Nangong Long said to himself. This time you activate the repulsion first, and I'll attack. The police officers present at the scene were very suspicious whether there was something wrong with their ears. If they had not just witnessed Nangong Long's speed, they would have thought that this man was here to make people laugh. Who are you? You are so strong. You can't be an unknown person, Ingyin asked again. Oh, I'm so sorry. I really am the nobody you mentioned, Nangong Long shrugged. I'm Nangong Long. My IP ranking is about 130,000. What's that? Chui, what's our ranking? Halfway through his words, Nangong Long turned around and looked at Bushi Chui and asked. When Nangong Long turned his head, Xiao Bainai drew out his two swords and slashed at his head, because in the eyes of others, Nangong Long was covered in armor except for his head. Be careful, Mu Gung shouted anxiously. Except for Bu Shikui, everyone present thought that Nangong Long was dead. After all, no matter how strong a promoter was, he could not defeat an initiator. But the next scene made them open their mouths in shock. When the dagger came into contact with the head, there was a sound like metal collision, and what was even more exaggerated was that the knife actually broke. Sneak attacks are not good for children. After coming to his senses, Xiaobanai immediately jumped back to Ingyin. For 190, what on earth are you? Kobanai asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Ingyin suddenly burst into laughter wildly. Dad. Little Bina looked at his father in confusion, totally not understanding what was going on. I'm fine. I'm just happy to see my kind. At first I thought you were a human wearing exoskeleton armor, but now it seems that it is not armor, but your mechanical prosthesis. Your strange eyes are also prosthetic eyes. Am I right, Nangong-san? That's right. Nangong Long nodded and admitted. Was it caused by the accident 10 years ago? Mu Gung thought sadly. To be more precise, my performance is completely superior to yours. I have deeply experienced this, Ingyin said indifferently. Would you like to come my side? After all, we're the same kind of people. I came late and don't understand what happened before, Nangong Long said with his hands spread out. Of course he knew it, but he couldn't explain it by just saying it out loud, so it was better to letting Ingyin say it himself. Excuse me, I was a little excited and forgot about this. Let me say it again. That's about it. How about joining? No. The anxious voice of Saint Emperor came from the big screen behind her. She really didn't want any more powerful enemies. One Ingyin was already troublesome enough. The other policemen also tensed up, ready to take action at any time. Kizara couldn't help but feel a little worried. Your suggestion is really good, Nangong Long said to himself without paying attention to the eyes of others. The others felt a chill in their hearts, thinking that they were in trouble. I knew you would understand me, Ingyin said with a smile. Chui, come here. Bu Shikui walked to his side obediently. Nangong Long squatted down and rubbed her head and said, I really hate those ungrateful guys. They have been protected by the children, but they don't know how to be grateful. Instead, they keep bullying, abusing, and even killing them. The Holy Emperor's eyes suddenly darkened. She could not refute because what Nangong Long said was true. Right, so this world is wrong. Let's destroy it together. No, I won't stop you, but I won't help you either, because I hate you too. Oh, I'm actually hated. But this is enough. Without you, the rest of us won't be a problem. Ingyin placed a piece of white cloth in his hand and counted to 3. As if by magic, a box appeared out of thin air in his hand. That's all for today. This is a parting gift. Ingyin placed the box on the table, then took Xiao Bainai out of the meeting room. The inspector walked directly to the table and opened the box. His pupils shrank instantly when he saw what was inside. Oh no, the president was killed at home, and the head is missing. A man rushed into the meeting room and shouted in panic. Without even looking, everyone knew what was in the box. Mr. Tendo, does the new human creation plan really exist? Mishima asked angrily. I don't have to answer you. Tendo Kikunisuk replied firmly. Of course it's true, but later on, a cursed child with stronger combat power was discovered, so the plan was terminated. Long, you haven't changed at all over these years. You say whatever you want to say without any scruples. Same here, old man. Silence. The clear voice of the Holy Emperor sounded. After seeing everyone calm down, the Holy Emperor spoke again. I hope you can find the suitcase as soon as possible. This is a critical situation concerning the survival of DxD District. What exactly is the legacy of the 7 stars? How could it be so powerful? Asked Mishima. That is a designated seal that can destroy the D-King area, the Holy Emperor explained, biting his lip. So, I hope that everyone could try their best to find it before Ingyin Jizi. Can Mr. Long come to help? The Holy Emperor requested. No, I just said it. I won't stop him. Nangong Long shook his head. But if the D-King area is destroyed, the people you care about will also die. Is it really okay? Of course I am confident that I can protect the people I cherish. As for other people, what does it have to do with me? Nangong Long sneered. I'll tell you the truth now. The legacy of the 7 stars is a medium to summon the 5th stage of the Zodiac. Even so, Mr. Long, are you sure you can protect the one you love? +4. The other police officers showed expressions of disbelief. Of course. Is this true? I've never heard that the Zodiac can be summoned by humans, Satomi shouted. That's the truth. If I use the power of the head of state, can I requisition Mr. Long? I'm just an ordinary police officer with an IP ranking below 130,000. I can't do anything that's too difficult. No one would believe you. How thick-skinned do you have to be to say such a thing, everyone thought. And if you really do that, I might end up on Hiroko Kagetsugu's side. Forget it then, the Holy Emperor sighed. I see that Mr. Long is very concerned about the cursed children. I am preparing to implement the new Gastrula law, which aims to allow people and cursed children to coexist. Can you help me in this regard? Said the Holy Emperor. Not to mention that the other person is the old man next to you. He will not agree, and the public is not as open-minded as you think. There's nothing for me to do here anymore. Let's go. No one tried to stop Nangong Long because they didn't have the confidence that they could stop him. Wait for me, brother. Tendo Civilian Security Company. Looking at the ruined company in front of him, Nangong Long said, Kizara, you're having a miserable time. Hee, don't worry about these details. Let's go in first. Mugung said somewhat embarrassedly. Kizara, is it okay if you don't participate? It doesn't matter. My brother is the most important. Brother, why don't you stop Hiroko-ing? Is there any reason? Did you figure it out? Because I need a stage 5 Gastrula. Can we win Long? Or just forget it. Bushikui, who was sitting next to him, said worriedly. How can that be? I must kill it for you. It's okay with me. I'm already very happy to meet you. I don't want anything to happen to you. Please have some confidence in me. Don't make me feel like I'm going to die, Nangong Long said while touching Bushikui's cat ears. Bushikui blushed and did not resist, allowing Nangong Long to play with her cat ears. Bushisui had already introduced herself to Kisaragi and the others on the road, so she didn't wear her hat after entering the house. You two have a really good relationship, but can you tell me what's going on? Kizara said, I need to analyze the genes of the Gastrula in stage 5 to find a way to treat Shui and the others. Brother, do you know such a great scientist? Have you been cheated? Mugung said with a frown. If it was really possible, wouldn't it have been researched long ago? After all, 2 Zodiacs have been defeated before. Nangong Long pointed at himself and said, No, because I am the one doing the research. Brother, have you ever learned anything about biological research? Mugung asked in surprise. Nangong Long nodded. Although he didn't know how to do it to become the king, the system did. He just had to defeat the Gastrula, and the system could analyze the rest. Can we really win? Mugung asked worriedly. No problem. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about you. Why did you run away from home? That's not my home. It hasn't been like that for 10 years, Mugung said angrily. Next, I briefly described the major events that have occurred over the past decade. Nangong Long naturally did not escape Kigen's questioning, but most of what he said was fabricated. After all, those 10 years were simply a blank for him. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Kizara's face suddenly turned red. Well, it's late. Let's go out for dinner. Well, I don't have any money, Mugung said embarrassedly. I was so embarrassed that my brother saw me in such an embarrassing state. It's okay. I'll treat you guys to a meal. Thank you, senior brother Ritsuji acknowledged. Dining room. My name is Enju Ehara. Before coming to the restaurant, Satomi went to the school to pick up Enju. Nangong Long. This is my partner Bushikui. You are the senior brother that Satomi often mentions. If there is no one else, it's me. It looks very strange, Yenju asked curiously. Enju, don't talk nonsense, Rimi said hurriedly. It's okay, I don't care. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's order food first. Kigen can't wait any longer, right? Nangong Long said with a smile. No, retorted Kazura, who was sitting nearby. They sat by the window with sofas on both sides and a long table in the middle. Nangong Long sat in the middle, with Bushi Chui on the left and Kazura on the right, while Satomi and Enju sat opposite. What do you want to eat? Steak, Kazura said, immediately abandoning his reserve. Are you still honest with your mouth? Nangong Long teased. Snort. Nangong Long asked other people, and soon the ordered dishes were served. Everyone ate and talked. Don't get involved in this matter. Brother, why? I always feel like something is fishy, Mu Gung asked in confusion. You have seen the strength of Yin. You can't beat him. Because of Nangong Long, Satomi was not seriously injured 10 years ago, so he was not transformed into a mechanical 720 soldier. Yeah, I understand, Satomi nodded. As for what Kazura said was strange, I have almost guessed what it was. The others did not speak, waiting quietly for Nangong Long to continue. In the meeting room, the Holy Emperor said that she intends to introduce new laws to improve the lives of children like Chui. Right? So, if an initiator participates in the destruction of Deking District during this period, what do you think will happen? The implementation of the new law will inevitably be hindered, Satomi affirmed. Damn it, Yunju said angrily. Then who do you think hates the cursed child so much and yet has the ability to do this? Nangong Long induced. Mu Gung's expression suddenly changed, and he said viciously, Tendo Kikunajo. I guess it's him, even though I have no evidence. It's definitely him, but brother is still so amazing. He guessed so much from just a few sentences. Nangong Long, feeling a little guilty at Mu Gung's admiring look, decisively changed the subject. So there's no need to worry about it. He's just courting death on his own. To be honest, I really want to see how that old man resolves stage 5. He shouldn't be so stupid as to just summon without leaving any backup plan, Nangong Long said uncertainly. Who knows? Given Kikunajo's hatred for the Proto-Enterans, it's really possible. The pleasant mealtime passed quickly. That's all for today. I have to find a place to live. Well, if you don't mind, you can come and stay at my place, Mu Gung said shyly. Rintaro, this guy is definitely a fake. It's impossible for him to be so gentle, Enju suddenly shouted. What are you talking about? How can I not understand a word of it? Mu Gung stared at Yenju with an extremely terrifying look and spoke word by word. I'm not afraid of you, Yenju said with her chest puffed out. Forget about it today. I will definitely go tomorrow, Nangong Long said with a smile. Why? Mu Gung asked puzzledly. I think someone will come to see me today. Who? Before Nangong Long could answer, Mu Gung gave the answer himself. Holy Son of Heaven. Nangong Long nodded. Even if I reject her, I think she will come back to me for Dekyung District. Brother, you wouldn't have calculated this and refused, right? Then when the Holy Emperor comes to you privately, you can make any conditions you want, Mu Gung said suspiciously. How could that be? Nangong Long spread his hands and denied. I don't believe it. The Holy Princess is so beautiful. You will definitely ask her to do this and that. Gung's expression was as if he had discovered the truth of the matter. What are this and that? Nangong Long said with a wicked smile. You definitely know what I mean, Kazara said with a blush. Don't worry. My Kisaragi is so beautiful. You should have confidence in yourself, said Nangong Long, touching Kisaragi's beautiful hair. Who is your family? Of course not. You're my lovely sister. Kigen was originally very happy, but when he heard him say that, he immediately got angry. I don't care about you. I'm going back. Remember to leave the door open for me tomorrow. Just stay outside, Kazara said angrily. How could Nangong Long not know why Mu Gung was angry? He just couldn't help but want to tease her and go to the doctor to coax her tomorrow. Satomi, who was full of dog food, said, We have to go back too, brother. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Nangong Long took Bushikui to find a nice hotel to stay in. He believed that as long as the Holy Emperor wanted to find him, he would be able to find him no matter where he lived, but there was a prerequisite that Nangong Long did not deliberately hide himself. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Bushikui came out of the bathroom, wrapped in a bath towel. Long, I'm done. Can you help me blow dry my hair? No, go put on your pajamas first. They even prepared bath towels for children. It's true that when you spend money, the quality is different, Gulong complained in his heart. It's okay, I don't mind, Bushikui said with a slightly blushing face. Nangong Long held his forehead with his right hand and said, you kids are so precocious. Go put on your clothes quickly. Nangong Long admitted that Bushikui was very cute, but how could he bring himself to do that to her? He was not a pervert. I am not a Lolita control. I don't want to be a Lolita control. Nanlong muttered to himself. Just as Nangong Long was blow-drying Chui's hair, the doorbell rang. Mr. Long, please excuse my unsolicited visit, said the Holy Emperor, who was sitting opposite Nangong Long, apologetically. Behind her stood Tendo Kikunisuk. Nothing. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Mr. Long, did you guess that I would come? As long as you don't want D Beijing to be destroyed, you will definitely come to me. It's obvious. Then Mr. Long must also know why I'm here. As long as Mr. Long can stop the leech shadow, I can agree to any conditions you have as long as they do not violate my principles, said the Holy Emperor after taking a deep breath. Does any condition include yourself? Nangong Long teased. The Holy Emperor suddenly appeared in the room. Don't go too far, Kikunisuk said angrily. I just went too far. What can you do about it? Kr. Mr. Long, are you serious? The Holy Emperor asked calmly. Very serious. If you do something bad to me, you will become the enemy of the entire Dekyung district. The Dekyung district is almost gone, okay? Nangong Long said with a smile. Mr. Long is right. Let me think about it. The Holy Emperor sighed. Bushikui, who was standing by, stretched out her hand to pinch the B************* D in front of her. But after looking around, she found that there was no place to start, so she could only withdraw her hand helplessly and muttered, Dragon H. Seeing that the Holy Emperor was really considering it, Kikunisuk immediately objected. Don't agree to him, Lord Saint. We must have other ways. We have no other choice but to come here, right? We still have the army. We can definitely do it. Old man, it's you who caused the current situation, so stop pretending, okay? Nangong Long knew that Kikunijo's loyalty to the Holy Emperor was not fake, but that didn't stop him from saying so. Mr. Long, what do you mean? Said the Holy Emperor with a frown. Let the old man speak for himself. I don't know what you're talking about, Kikunijo said firmly. How dare you, old man, do it, but not admit it. It was you who instigated the Hirudo Enin behind the scenes, right? Sir, please don't listen to his nonsense. Kikunisuk was shocked. How could it be discovered when there was clearly no evidence left? However, he remained expressionless. Mr. Long, do you have any evidence to prove what you said? No, believe it or not. I fully trust Mr. Tendo. Let's continue talking about what we just talked about. Can Mr. Long change the conditions? Nangong Long shook his head. Well, as long as we can save Dijing District, I can promise you, said the Holy Emperor, biting his lip. I don't understand why you would go to such length for those guys. I don't think they are worth saving. I am the leader of Dijing District and have the obligation to protect it, the Holy Emperor said firmly. I will not stop the summoning of Li Qingyin, but I will defeat Stage 5, Nangong Long said calmly, as if killing Stage 5 was as easy as eating and drinking. Obviously, the Holy Emperor was shocked by Nangong Long's words. It took him a long time to speak. Is this possible? Of course, hasn't someone done it before? Long, you have become arrogant. Do you think you are strong enough to compete with the #1 IP player? How could it be? Tendo Kikunisuk's mood eased a little, but the other party's next words suddenly made his face freeze. What qualifications do they have to compare with me? The Holy Emperor raised his hand to stop Kikunisuk, who was about to say something. It seems that Mr. Long is very confident in the strength of his initiator. Bushikui blushed and lowered her head. She knew that Long was stronger than herself. Nangong Long ruffled Chui's hair and said, I have another condition. Mr. Long, please speak. I will build a house in the outer area to house the children. I don't want anyone to come and cause trouble. Otherwise, I will kill them all, even civilians. I can promise you this, and I will also provide assistance to the best of my ability. Kikunasuk did not object, and no one knew what he was planning. Now that we have concluded the discussion, we will not disturb Mr. Long's rest, the Holy Emperor said as he stood up. Finally, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't send anyone to look for Ingyin, as this will only lead to more casualties. I'll think about it. After the Holy Emperor left, go back to your room and sleep, Nangong Long said to Chui. Don't want. Bushikui shook her head and ran to Nangong Long's bed, lying on it in a spread eagle position. I'm going to sleep here. Okay, then I'll go sleep on the bed, Nangong Long said with a smile. No, I want to sleep here too. Otherwise, I will sneak in your bed, Bushikui said with a red face while patting the seat next to her. I can't do anything about you. After covering Chui with a quilt, Nangong Long said, Go to sleep. The next morning, Nangong Long took Bushikui to the commercial street, ready to buy some things for Mugung, thinking that she was so poor now and probably lacked everything. The two people who were strolling around happened to meet Satomi and Inju, who were also shopping. Good morning, Ryu, Satomi greeted. Well, what are you doing here? It was Inju who forced me to come here. It's the weekend, but I couldn't even sleep in, said Satomi. Rentaro, laziness is not good. Let's go together, said Nangong Long. Good. The shopping team grew from 2 people to 4. Before they had been shopping for long, they saw a lot of people gathered in front, and there were also curses coming from them. Satomi instinctively felt something was wrong. Let's take a detour. It will be troublesome. No need. Go and take a look. After hearing what Nangong Long said, Satomi had no choice but to follow. Catch her, damn thief. You are the pests of Dekyung District. A little girl was running wildly in front with food in her arms, and behind her were adults with ferocious faces chasing her closely. The little girl was stunned for a moment when she saw Yinju running. As soon as she stopped, she was quickly caught by the adults behind her, and the food in her hands fell to the ground. She reached out to Yinju for help, but Yinju was about to respond when he was stopped by Satomi, who didn't want Yinju to be implicated. On the contrary, Nangong Long didn't think too much about it. He walked straight up to the little girl and held her hand. Take your dirty hands away, Nangong Long said sternly, staring at the person who was holding the little girl. Who are you? She was the first one to steal the goods from our store, one of them said tremblingly. The pressure Nangong Long exerted on them was too strong. Although Nangong Long's appearance was strange, people around him were not too surprised. They just thought he was a policeman. After all, many policemen were dressed in strange ways. Nangong Long took out money and threw it at them. Get out of here before my mood gets worse. Just then a path was opened in the crowd, and 2 policemen came over. The security guards are here. Great. Now that pest can't escape. These guys deserve to die. My relatives were killed by them. Hatred has made them unwilling to distinguish between the Gastrally and the cursed children. They dare not face the Gastrally and can only vent their anger on these non-resisting children. What happened? This read, I stole our stuff. Come with us. The guard wanted to drag the little girl away roughly, but Nangong Long grabbed his wrist, and he could not move. What do you want to do? Attack the police? The security officer asked sternly. Nangong Long pulled the little Lolita behind him and said, I have already given you the money. You have no reason to take her away. Even if you're willing to give it, it depends on whether the store owner is willing to accept it. The older security guard sneered. Yes, I don't want it. The person next to him quickly echoed. Why can't you understand what people say? What did you say? Nangong Long grabbed the guard's head and pressed him hard to the ground. At the same time, the ground began to crack rapidly. Why bother? The people around had already retreated unconsciously. They never thought that Nangong Long would dare to do this. 676767. After the young security guard reacted, he immediately shot at Nangong Long and did not stop until he had run out of bullets. The rescued little girl was about to rush over when she was stopped by Bushikui beside her. The bullet shot at Nangong Long fell weakly to the ground. Seeing Nangong Long unharmed in front of them, the people standing opposite him were all stunned. "What kind of monster are you?" the young security guard said with trembling legs. "I'm a monster." "Then what are you?" Nangong Long said disdainfully. Nangong Long pinched his neck with his right hand, and his left arm began to emit a dark red light. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "No," Bushikui said, pulling the corner of Nangong Long's clothes. Nangong Long stopped attacking and threw him out. The people around were so scared when they saw this scene that they ran away. This is a typical case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. "How dare you not want my money?" Nangong Long said as he looked at the two people slumped on the ground. Don't dare, we want it, we'll get out of here right now." "Haha, you were so shameless just now." "It's too late to leave now," Nangong Long sneered. At this time, Satomi came over and said, "Forget it, Long. We are in big trouble now, don't continue." "Trouble? I don't think so at all. I'm just cleaning up the scum. Stealing is wrong no matter what." After hearing what Rintaro said, Inju's eyes became a little dim. "How do you know what I did?" the little loli retorted. "What would you do if you were so hungry that you would die if you didn't eat?" "I will find a way to earn my own food, not steal it." "Satomi, do you think these guys will give him this opportunity?" Rimi was speechless for a moment. "Besides, do you really think she is only doing this for herself?" "Of course not. There are still many sisters waiting for me to go back," said the little loli. "You heard it. Nangong Long ignored him and kicked the two people who were sitting on the ground away one by one. "Whether you live or die depends on your own fate. It gives me a headache seeing this scene. What trouble?" "Rintaro, I am so disappointed." "What's wrong?" Looking at the sad Yinju, he seemed a little at a loss. "Rintaro should be a righteous partner. Why didn't you save her and stop your brother?" "I hate this feeling. Let's leave here first. I don't feel like hanging around anymore. You come with me." Oh, the little loli nodded. A group of 5 people headed toward the Tiantong Civilian Security Company. "Thank you for saving me," the little girl said gratefully. May I have your name?" "Ellie." Nangong Long stroked his chin and thought for a moment. "Let's go to the clothing store first." With Yuri leading the way, Nangong Long and the others first bought a new set of clothes for Ellie, and then went to a hotel to let Ellie take a bath. Ellie looked very happy in her new clothes. It was almost noon when they finished all this, so Nangong Long decided to buy some ingredients to go to Mu Gung's place for hot pot. While shopping, Yinju also regained her former energy. "Satoshi, you don't have to be so sad. Someone will take care of this matter. After all, they want me to help solve the problem of Hiriko Ainin. Holy Son of Heaven, Kikunajo. I don't know whether the Holy Emperor will know, but the old man will definitely know, so he will be there to clean up the mess." "I see." During the chat, the group soon arrived at the Tiantong Civilian Security Company. Nangong Long knocked on the door, but the person who opened the door was not Mu Gung, but someone else. "Brother, you are finally here." Kigen pushed away the guy who was in the way. "Something happened on the way, and I was delayed for a while. It's been a while since we last met." Sima Weiji pushed Kizara aside and pressed her whole body against Nangong Long. "It's really you, it's been 10 years. Get out of my way." Kizara pulled Miori away without any hesitation. Nangong Long and the others then walked into the house and found a place to sit down. "What are you doing?" "Let me hold you for a while longer," Weiji said unhappily. "Wishful thinking. Stop making trouble," Nangong Long advised. "Snort." The two of them snorted coldly and stopped. "Who is she?" Mu Gung asked the strange little girl in front of him. "She's Ellie. I just picked her up on the road." I picked it up." Nangong Long briefly explained what had just happened. "This happens every day," Kizara sighed. "Let's not talk about this. How did Miori know that I was back?" "Don't underestimate the Sima family's intelligence network," Miori said with her hands covering her mouth. "But I was really shocked. I didn't expect the intelligence to be true. I have to say you look pretty cool like this." "Is this material holmium metal?" Wei 0.5 G said, while touching Nangong Long's arm. "No, this is Black Dragon steel. Its hardness and rarity far exceed that of holmium metal, but does not have the ability to inhibit the regeneration of protostones. Haven't you heard of a newly discovered metal? Miori showed great interest. Don't think about it. You won't find it. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Haha. Let's prepare lunch first. Nangong Long looked at Kigen with some amusement. Oh, what's that sound? Miori joked. It's none of your business. Actually, I have always been concerned about a question, Nangong Long said as he looked Mugung up and down. What's the matter? Mugung felt a little embarrassed being stared at. Nangong Long stroked his chin and stared at Mugung's chest in confusion. How did you grow so big when you're always hungry? Go to hell, Mugung shouted with a red face. Everyone is eating hot pot around the table. There's one thing I'm very curious about, which is why your left arm emitted red light at that time, Yenju said. That's an incinerator cannon. If Long gets serious, the whole block will disappear in an instant, Bushikui explained. That's too much. Don't talk so horribly. At most, I just want to burn the guard, Nangong Long said, while rubbing Chui's head. Burning the guards would be a big problem, too, Satomi complained. I'm not exaggerating. I saw it with my own eyes on the way here. The dragon blew away the entire mountain in its way, Bushikui retorted. Yenju almost spit out the food in her mouth. No way. I don't want to take a deeder. This reason was not woven. This is really exaggerated no matter how you look at it, Yenju said in disbelief. Kigen heard another meaning from Chui's words. Brother, didn't you come here by plane? No, because I wanted to see what the unexplored area looks like, so I came here on a motorcycle. It's a miracle that you made it here alive, Yenju complained. It's not a miracle. It's all based on strength, Chui said indignantly. Don't worry. Here you go. Nangong Long added a piece of meat and handed it to Chui's mouth. Ah! Seeing this scene, Weiji immediately opened her mouth and looked at Nangong Long expectantly, and the little lowly Ellie also followed suit. Nangong Long added 2 more pieces of meat and fed them to each of them. What are you doing? Kizara said angrily while glaring at Miori. Of course it's an exchange of love, Weiji said with a proud smile. Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Nangong Long decisively fed Mugung a bite. Biji, what are you doing? I didn't tell you to soar, said Mugung with a red face. In order to hide his shyness, Mugung changed the subject. Did the Holy Emperor come to see you yesterday? Of? What conditions did you propose? I plan to build a house in the outer area to house them. I just want to remind her that I will kill anyone who makes trouble, Nangong Long said, touching Ellie's head. Do you need my help? This isn't an easy task, Weiji said. I'll tell you if you need me to. That's not what you said yesterday, Bushikui revealed. Does any condition include yourself? Bushikui imitated Nangong Long's tone and repeated what he said yesterday. You little traitor, Nangong Long said with amusement while pinching Chui's cat ears. Can you tell me what's going on? I'm curious. Me too. Kizara and Miori exuded a very terrifying aura. I just said it casually. Real. Of course, you have to trust my character. Well, for now, let's just assume that what you said is true, said Kizara. By the way, Long, you haven't joined any security company yet, right? How about coming to my house? Weiji suggested with a turn of her eyes. As long as you're willing to come, you can do whatever you want with my body, Weiji said temptingly. Impossible. If you want to join, you'll have to join my company, Xiaogung said viciously, glaring at Chuangji. How dare you work for such a poor company? Miori glared back without showing any weakness. So what? The strength of a company is not determined by its appearance. Strong reasoning. Please choose one. They both looked at Nangong Long and asked at the same time. I'd better join Kizara's company. After all, if I'm not around, she'll have to skip meals again. It's not good if she's hungry. Nangong Long glanced at Kizara's chest, and Miori and the others naturally understood what he was talking about. Even though he was extremely shy, Kizara still looked at Miori with pride. I won't give up. After the pleasant meal, Nangong Long accompanied Ellie back to District 39 and gave all the things they bought to the group of little Lolas. He returned to Kizara under the Lolita's reluctant gazes. Nangong Long plans to build a school in District 39 after dealing with Scorpio. I believe we will meet again soon. Next day, Nangong Long learned the approximate location of the source of infection, the spider-type gastrula, from Mu Gung, and took Bushi Chui to its location. Looking at the spider floating in the sky, Chui asked, "Do you want to take it down?" "No need. We are just here to watch the show." The height of the gastrula slowly decreased. When it reached a certain level, a petite figure jumped out of the forest, and with a flash of a knife, it cut the gastrula into several pieces. "Dad, recycling is complete." Well done." At this time, Nangong Long came over. "Nice to meet you again, Nangong-san. Are you trying to stop me?" "Just giving you a piece of advice. I don't want any initiates to die at your hands." "Got it. I understand," Ing-yin replied. After expressing his understanding, Ing-yin took Xiao Bainai away. To be honest, he did not want to have a head-on conflict with Nangong Long before the plan was completed. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it was evening of the next day. "Brother, you must come back," said Mugong. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Unexplored areas. Boom! A loud noise was heard in the silent forest. Someone used a grenade. Incineration cannon. Nangong Long burned all the guys who were in the way to ashes. 497, let's go. Relying on his searching ability, Nangong Long quickly arrived at the edge of the cliff. Bushikui understood Nangong Long's meaning in an instant and jumped onto him and hugged his neck. Nangong Long jumped off the cliff, and the powerful impact caused the ground to crack rapidly. "Dragon, there is light ahead." Chisho Natsuyo looked warily at the two people who suddenly broke into her hiding place. "It's you," Xiashi said in surprise. "Don't try to be stubborn if you're injured," Nangong Long said as he walked up to Xiashi. Then, Nangong Long handed Xiashi a bottle of potion. "What is this?" Xiashi asked curiously. "It's a healing potion. Your injuries will heal immediately after you drink it," Bushikui explained. After drinking the potion, Xiashi saw his wounds heal quickly and muttered, "A new type of medicine. Here, eat something." Xiashi took the bread and looked at Nangong Long in confusion. "Where did you get these things from?" "I could do magic, isn't that great?" "My IQ is about 210. Do you think I would believe it?" "Forget it. Why did you come here? Are you regretting it?" Xiashi asked. "No, I'm waiting for the Zodiac." Xiashi's pupils shrank slightly, and he said, "What a crazy man. What are your plans next?" "Wait for Mr. Jiang Jian to contact you. Don't get your hopes up." "I understand." After a moment of silence, Xiashi said, "I envy you. My husband takes good care of you." At this time, the communicator placed next to Xiashi made a chaotic sound, and then gradually became clearer. "Hey, are you still alive? I'm so glad you're okay, mister. How could I be in trouble? I have good news for you. We found that B***************** D and are about to kill him." The supervisor described the location. "You should come here soon, too." After saying this, he unilaterally cut off contact with the prisoner. Xiashi got up, put out the fire, put on his luggage, and prepared to leave. "We'll go with you." "Thanks." Nangong Long took Chui and left for the agreed location. We still inevitably encountered gastrula on the road, but no matter how many of them came, they would just die. Are all the mechanical soldiers of a new human plan so powerful? Xiashi sighed. "No, I'm an exception." "That's right. If they were all so strong, they wouldn't need us." After walking for a long time, they arrived at the agreed location, but there was no one there. "It looks like they've left. You two stay away from me." Bushikui pulled Xiashi to the side, and then Nangong Long jumped up from the ground and leaped directly into the air hundreds of meters high. "Can you do this?" Xiashi asked with his mouth open. "I can't do it. A few dozen meters is already the limit," Bushikui said, shaking her head. Soon Nangong Long fell rapidly from the sky. When he was approaching the ground, dark red flames spewed out of his hands to slow down the force of his fall. The main purpose of doing this was to avoid the shock wave affecting Chui and the other person. "I saw a light in the church over there, but there was no sound of fighting. I'm afraid it's—" "I understand. Let's go over there." Wait a minute." Nangong Long, who was moving forward, suddenly spoke. "What's wrong?" Xiashi asked. "Let me take care of the trouble behind me first." Nangong Long turned around and put his hands together and stretched them towards his chest. His arms and shoulders began to deform rapidly, and a large number of gun muzzles appeared with ominous flames flashing inside. And incineration cannon. The fierce flames swept towards the countless gastrula creatures in front, and everything was reduced to ashes wherever the flames passed. Done, and called a day. Nangong Long pinched Xia Shi, who seemed to be in a daze. Recovered. Your strength doesn't require a starter at all, Xia Shi said after taking a deep breath. Who said that? I was counting on Chui to act cute for me every day, otherwise I wouldn't have the motivation to work. You do this again, Bu Shikui said shyly with a blushing face. You are really weird, Xia Shi Dao said. The three of them quickly arrived at the church and saw the corpses scattered all over the ground. The result was obvious. Hey, classmate Nangong, you are here too. Let us enjoy the coming of divine punishment together. Ingyin Jizi opened his arms and looked at Nangong Long and invited him. Operational headquarters. The conference room fell into deathly silence. Through the real-time images transmitted back by the reconnaissance drone, they saw that the police officers who rushed to the scene were completely wiped out without any resistance. Where are the other police officers nearby? Saint Emperor sighed. The fastest one will arrive in an hour, said the defense minister, wiping his sweat. Please make the decision, Lord Saint. The door opened and two girls walked in. Who are you? Step back. I asked them to come here, said the Holy Emperor. President Tendo, what do you think of Mr. Long's chances of winning? 100%. If what Bushikui said is true, I really can't imagine the possibility of Long losing, said Weiji. That's too naive. How can we, as mechanical soldiers, definitely win? The chief cabinet secretary sneered. Chui, go gather up the initiators who are still alive. Good. I'm not interested in divine punishment, Nangong Long said, looking at Ingyin. Version Upgrade Turbo. Nangong Long directly skipped G4 and upgraded himself to turbo mode, then rushed straight towards Ingyin. Repulsive force field. Nangong Long punched the invisible barrier, but it only paused for a moment, and Ingyin still couldn't escape being blown away. This pain, huh? I can feel that I'm still alive. It's awesome. Dad, if I don't beat you up, I'll be really upset. How is it possible? Said Chief Cabinet Secretary Zhu Sheng. It looks like there's no problem. The Holy Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. Do you feel that the dragon's appearance has changed a little? Miori looked at Kizara and said, Really? Little Benet slashed directly at the hateful guy who injured his father. Frankly speaking, except for its extremely fast speed, Xiaobanai's swordsmanship was completely random. Nan Shoyulong easily blocked all the attacks with just one hand. It's useless. In my eyes, your speed is no different from that of a snail, and even if I stand still, you can't cut me. Kobanai's double swords broke again. Xiaobanai hates you, a guy who can't be cut. Come back. Dad, I try my best, Little Benet said dejectedly. Unlike the last time, this time Xiao Bainai used all his strength but still couldn't do anything to Nangong Long. It doesn't matter. I'm getting more and more curious. Which genius made the transformation for you that could completely defeat the initiator? Ingyin said, You didn't kill the initiator, so I won't kill you this time. So leave now. Hidden Zen Black Sky Wind. We won great. The people in the conference room cheered, but soon they stopped laughing because the zodiac sign Scorpio appeared. Stage 5, like a mountain, began to move towards the Beijing area. I finally waited for you. Is this stage 5? Xia Shi, good one. And Chui said in shock. That's right. You wait here for me. I'll go and kill it. At this time, Nangong Long's cell phone rang. Hey, what's up, Mugen? Brother, I have already proposed to the Holy Emperor that you can use the ladder. Not necessary. Brother, can't we just defeat it? There's no need to do it yourself. Besides, you are at least 50 kilometers away from it now, Mu Gung shouted. Trust me, it's okay. If I win, how about you wear a nude apron? That way I'll have a reason to win, right? Mu Gung on the other end of the phone had a face as red as a cooked crab, and steam was still coming out of his head. Okay then, it's settled, Mu Gung replied stutteringly. What did Long say to you? Weiji replied, suspiciously. Unfortunately, Kazara was still immersed in his own world and didn't answer her. Dragon H. Bushikui pouted and said unhappily, "It's obvious that I already have one." "You'd better wait a few more years to grow up," said Nangong Long, rubbing Chui's head. "Snort. You two have such a good relationship," Xia Shi said enviously. "You two just wait here for me to come back, okay?" Clear. "Hey, wake up, what did Long say to you?" Miori asked while shaking Kazara. Long said he can do it himself without the need for a ladder. "There has to be a limit to arrogance," the chief cabinet secretary said with a grim expression. "Then go by yourself. Just shut your mouth if you can't." Mu Gung retorted bluntly. Okay. Everyone be quiet," said the Holy Emperor. The chief cabinet secretary immediately shut up and said nothing. "President Tendo, did you tell me how to get there?" "No." "Hey, why is the dragon gone?" Weiji, who had been staring at the screen, said in surprise. "What? Find it for me, quickly," the Holy Emperor ordered hurriedly. "Yes." The operator began to sweat. Finally, he couldn't find the image and could only slow down the image several dozen times to give a try. Only then did he find a blurry figure. Saint Emperor, the other party did not disappear, but moved too fast to be seen by the naked eye. "Are you kidding me?" the chief cabinet secretary snapped. No, this is what I saw after slowing down just now." The operator hurriedly projected the captured images onto the big screen. Everyone present gasped. "Can it be clearer?" the Holy Emperor asked calmly. "If it's slower, you can only look at pictures. It doesn't matter." Finally, the operator transferred the processed and clear images to the big screen. Nangong Long was seen running, with dark red flames spurting out from his shoulders and legs. Can mechanical soldiers really achieve such a level? The chief cabinet secretary said in disbelief. "Ha! The dragon transformer must be a genius." Miori laughed with her hands covering her mouth. In just a few tens of seconds, Nangong Long arrived in front of stage 5. Boom, boom, boom. Seef. Countless shells hit Scorpio, but they were useless under the powerful regeneration ability of Phase 5, and the shells were quickly squeezed out of the body. Scorpio let out an unpleasant cry and waved its tentacles to shoot down all the attacking drones. "I can only rely on you, Mr. Long," the Holy Emperor thought. "Stop all shelling to avoid hurting Mr. Long," ordered the Holy Emperor. No, but didn't you see it just now? OG is completely useless against it," the Holy Emperor said firmly. "Yes." Nangong Long followed Scorpio's huge body and began to move towards his head. Machine gun punch. Nangong Long broke all the attacking tentacles. After reaching the head, Nangong Long jumped up into the air, and a strong light began to emit from his chest. Super Spiral Incineration Cannon. In the pitch-black night, a huge column of dark red flame shot toward Scorpio, piercing straight through its head, and even the sea level behind it was split in two. Scorpio regenerates its cells at an extremely fast rate, but unfortunately the karmic fire destroys them even faster. Hades of Erosion. This is a curse magic that is specifically used to deal with monsters with strong recovery abilities. It can suppress their regeneration ability. Nangong Long still needs Scorpio's body for analysis and as a raw material for making medicine, so naturally he doesn't want the karmic fire to burn it. After destroying Scorpio's brain, Nangong Long stopped the karmic fire from burning and stored the entire Scorpio into the system space, handing it over to the system for analysis. Meeting room. When Nangong Long launched the fire bombardment, the people in the conference room were already stunned with surprise. "Now I absolutely believe that what Bushi Sui said is true," Miori exclaimed. I've always believed in my brother." "President Tianton, what are you talking about?" Sheng Tianzi asked curiously. "On the way here, my brother flattened the entire mountain that was blocking the road," Mu Gung said proudly. "Is it necessary to be so willful?" The officials present thought speechlessly. Even if his flames are very powerful, can they destroy the regenerative ability of the gastrula? The chief cabinet secretary questioned. At this moment, the picture changed again. The gastrula stopped moving and remained motionless as if it were dead. Everyone looked at the chief cabinet secretary with strange eyes. However, the changes were not over yet, and Scorpio disappeared from the screen. Did we win? Weiji said with her mouth wide open. I think so, Kizaru responded mechanically. But why did stage 5 suddenly disappear? Asked Miori. I don't know either. Huh. Anyway, we won, Exine Weiji said with a long sigh of relief. Yes, we won. The conference room was filled with cheers. Church. Welcome back, Chui said happily. Let's go back. Mr. Long was eliminated in stage 5, right? It disappears for the same reason as you create bread, Xia Shi guessed. You guessed it after just one look. You're truly a genius with an IQ of over 200. What exactly is that? Can you tell me? Yes, to put it simply, it is similar to space compression technology, which can store objects in a specified space. Do you understand what I mean? It's possible, but I just find it incredible, Xia Shi nodded. The general is dead. What are your plans for the future? It will probably be recycled to ISO. Would you like to follow me? May I? Certainly. Then please give me more advice in the future, Xia Shi said with a smile. After the unconscious initiators woke up, Nangong Long took them away. When passing by District 39, Nangong Long sent them to Ellie. After all, if they were taken back, they would be recycled by ISO. He will come to District 39 to build a base tomorrow. On the barren mountain, after seeing Nangong Long destroy Scorpio, Hiriko Ingin laughed wildly and disappeared into the jungle with Xiaob and I. Kizarai, brother, where did Scorpio go? Nangong Long repeated what he had said to Xia Shi, to Kigen and the others, and also explained the reason for his change in appearance. This is Xia Shi, and he will stay here in the future, said Nangong Long. Welcome aboard, Kizaru said with a smile to Natsuyo. Please advise me. Brother, the Holy Emperor has invited us to attend tomorrow's celebration. Do you want to go? Do you think it's necessary to go? It's better to show up. Then go ahead. Don't ignore me, Miori complained. Hey, you're still here? Mugung pretended to be surprised. Of course I was there. After all, I always felt that your face was red and it was abnormal. You immediately changed the subject when I asked you something. It was really suspicious. Miori stared at her with suspicion. Even, what's it got to do with you? Mugung said firmly, but his face began to turn red again. You see, that's it, Long. What did you say to her? Weiji asked, staring at Nangong Long. Oh, don't say it, or I'll quit, Mugung interrupted. There's nothing I can do. Nangong Long spread his hands to indicate that he was powerless. It's suspicious, too suspicious. I've decided to stay here today. No, there's no place for you to live here, Mugung objected firmly. It's okay. I can live with a dragon. I don't mind, Miori said with a smile covering her mouth. That's even more impossible. The two quarreled again, and in the end, neither could do anything to the other, so they had to compromise with each other. Miori was pulled into Mugen's room to watch over her, to prevent her from sneaking into Nangong Long's room. Well, it seems that I won't be able to see Kigen's naked apron today, Nangong Long thought with regret. However, there's still a long time, so there's no need to rush and go to sleep. The next morning, Nangong Long woke up to Mugung's roar. What's wrong? Xia Shi rubbed his eyes and said in confusion. Is it morning yet? Chui said. Brother, what's going on? The scene that appeared in Kigen's eyes was that Bushi Chui was holding Nangong Long's arm, and Xia Shi was lying on Nangong Long's chest, looking like he had not woken up yet. They must have sneaked here on their own. In fact, Nangong Long can sleep or not. Choosing to sleep is just his habit. Oh, so Long likes little lowly. No wonder he rejected my invitation. Miori looked very sad. Of course, Long is a Lolita complex, so you don't stand a chance, Bushikui interrupted. Don't talk nonsense, Long said, grabbing Chui's cat ears. After some noise, Nangong Long finally managed to get up. Here, clothes for the party. Mugung handed the clothes to Nangong Long. Nangong Long put on the suit casually, and Mugung pouted in dissatisfaction. Be serious, Kizaru said as he sorted it out for him. That's much better, huh? The tie is still a little off. Kigen untied his tie and tried to tie it again, but after trying for a long time, he was still not satisfied and his face turned red. Let me do it. Miori squeezed through Gung and saw the two of them showing their affection in front of her. She had been enduring it for a long time. Look, what do you think? Weiji looked at cooing Gung provocatively. Snort. By the way, Kizara, where do you get the money to buy clothes? Brother has completed the mission of the Holy Emperor by dealing with Hiriko Engin and Scorpio, so he received a large reward, said Mugung with a smile. I see. What's your brother's account number? I'll transfer the money to you. No need. I'll leave it where you are. Tease K, a kept young lady, Miori said sarcastically, emphasizing the last 3 words especially. Mugung blushed. I am happy to. Haha. I don't mind raising her for a lifetime, said Nangong Long, touching Mugung's hair. Brother, Mugung lowered his head shyly. So biased. Weiji curled her lips. You are a real rich girl. Do you still need me to support you? Nangong Long teased. Of course. Haha, fine. I'll raise them all. That's more like it, said Miori with a smile. Okay, you guys should go change your clothes too. Kizara and the other returned to their room and changed into dresses for the banquet. Very beautiful. Kizara was wearing a black dress, while Miori was wearing a light pink dress. What about me? What about me? Asked Miori. It's also beautiful. Then who of us is prettier? Miori asked. Mugung looked at Nangong Long expectantly. Each has its merits. Time is almost up. Let's go, Nangong Long said, changing the subject. Asterisk 1.0. I've asked someone to pick us up, said Weiji. Everyone went out and got on a luxurious stretch car to the banquet venue. Holy residence. Nangong Long pushed open the door in front of him, and the scene suddenly became quiet. The Holy Sun, sitting on the throne, smiled slightly. Mr. Long, you came just in time. The Holy Emperor walked down the steps and came in front of Nangong Long. Natsuo, Midorikawa, Kizara, and Miori stood a little further back. How does it feel to be the savior? I'm not a savior, and the world doesn't need me to save it. The absence of anyone in this world will not have any impact on the world itself, said Nangong Long, shaking his head. The Holy Emperor's face froze, but he immediately said, 0. Mr. Long is joking. Mr. Long will continue to work for Dekyung District in the future, right? Don't you know very well why I'm fighting? Nangong Long said with a wicked smile. The Holy Emperor's face suddenly turned red. Ahem, that's it. I now announce that based on the results of this incident, the IP ranking of Nangong Long and Bushikui will be raised to the 1000th place. The people at the scene were suddenly excited. I always feel that there is something fishy here, Miori whispered to Kizara. I will keep a close eye on my brother, said Kizara, clenching his fists. Mr. Long, are you willing to accept it? Good. So, Mr. Long, do you have anything else to say? No. Then this ceremony is over. Please feel free to do as you please. After saying this, the Holy Emperor was about to leave the banquet. When he passed by Nangong Long, he whispered, Mr. Long, please come with me. Seeing that Nangong Long was about to leave with the Holy Emperor, Mugung blocked their way. Brother, where are you going? Mr. Long and I still have something to discuss, the Holy Emperor replied. Mugung could only move aside helplessly after hearing this, but she approached Nangong Long and warned him quietly. Don't do weird things. What about you? Nangong Long teased. Mugung's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and he didn't even notice that Nangong Long and the other man had left. Kigura, don't be so shy all the time, Miori said with a headache. What do you care? Kigen turned his head away from Miori's sight. The Holy Emperor brought Nangong Long to her office and walked into the lounge further inside. Oh, Mr. Long, this is it. Take your reward. The Holy Emperor took a deep breath and sat stiffly beside the bed. From her expression, one could tell that she must have abandoned her personal feelings at this moment. Seeing her like this, Nangong Long couldn't help but feel a little touched, and he didn't even feel like teasing her anymore. He walked up to the Holy Emperor, sighed, and said, I don't like the way you are now. The Holy Emperor, who was already trembling all over because of Nangong Long's approach, trembled even more violently now. Nangong Long placed his hands on the shoulders of Saint Emperor and said gently, I won't do anything to you. It was just a joke that day. The Holy Emperor was a little stunned when he heard this. She had not thought it would unfold like this. And then, August 17th, Gong Long was still talking. Don't do things you don't like. There's no need to sacrifice yourself for others and force yourself to do things you don't like. People live for themselves, not for others. I'm done. I'm leaving. Just as Nangong Long was about to turn around and leave, the Holy Emperor suddenly grabbed him. Why? Because I don't want to see you unhappy. What's going on? Why is my heart beating so fast? Am I not beautiful? Beautiful beyond description. Then why isn't there? If you were looking at me with a smile and shyly just now, I would have pushed you down without hesitation, Nangong Long said with a smile. The Holy Emperor blushed and chuckled. Mr. Long has so many requirements. The Holy Emperor suddenly stood up and quickly kissed Nangong Long on the cheek. This is my personal thank you gift. Can I give you a kiss? F. The Holy Emperor was halfway through his words when he covered his mouth in surprise at Nangong Long's change. What's going on, Mr. Long? It turned out that Nangong Long had lifted his transformation and returned to his human appearance. I can switch between mechanization and human at will, and it's not surprising or surprising. The Holy Emperor poked here and there curiously, which made Nangong Long frown. Really? There's no metallic feel at all. I didn't expect you to have such a childish side, Nangong Long teased. No humph. Do it again here, Nangong Long said, pointing at his lips. The Holy Emperor's face turned red with embarrassment, but he still pecked Nangong Long gently on the cheek. It's not the face, it's here. That's it. Well, let's leave it for next time. Seeing that steam had begun to come out of the Holy Emperor's head, Nangong Long thought it would be better not to continue teasing him. Am I the only one who knows about this? For now. Really? The Holy Emperor said happily. Okay, go ahead. I have to start taking care of government affairs. It seems like I'm going to be ruthlessly driven away. Nangong Long spread his hands and pretended to be sad. No, I don't mean that. The Holy Emperor quickly waved his hand to deny it. When he saw Nangong Long's teasing look, the Holy Emperor realized that he had been deceived again. You lied to me again. The Holy Emperor clenched his fist and hit Nangong Long. Because you're so cute when you're silly like this. Snort. After sending Nangong Long away, Saint Emperor sat on his office chair, touched his chest, and muttered to himself. What's wrong with me? Nangong Long, who had regained his mechanization, walked out of the office. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Kigan and the others standing outside. What are you doing? Being a guard? Nangong Long asked with a smile. Mu Gung went straight to Nangong Long and sniffed him. He didn't know what he smelled, but his brows suddenly frowned. Why did you turn to a puppy? Brother, you smell like her. Tell me what you did in there. Tell the truth, Weiji echoed. Xia Shi watched this scene with great interest, while Bushikui lowered her head and muttered something. How is it possible that I am not stained with any smell when I am with her? Besides, what can I do in such a short time? Nangong Long said innocently. It's not sure at all. From the time you entered the door to the time you came out, it was a total of 31 minutes, 57 seconds, 69. I was talking on the phone the whole time, said Weiji. Please, this amount of time is not enough for me. Oh, how long will it take you? Miori asked without any shyness. You will know if you try it yourself. Okay, you shameless guy, I'm going to sing you guys. Mu Gung stared at Swarry fiercely. Come on, who's afraid of who? Weiji refused to give in. Nangong Long quietly gestured to Xia Shi. The two people who were still arguing suddenly realized that the person was gone. They turned around and saw that Nangong Long had gone far away. Brother, wait for me. Kizara chased after him, and seeing this, Miori also hurriedly followed. Kizarai, why are you still here? Kizara looked at Miori unhappily, who refused to leave. I can stay as long as I want. Don't push your luck. Okay, Kizara, Miori will come back sooner or later. I don't believe she will ignore her own company. Asterisk 4. I'm going to the outer area. Do you want to come with me? Certainly. Long, are you ready to build a house? Asked Weiji. Okay, I'll call someone to help. No, I have my own way. District 39. Nangong Long knocked on the manhole cover on the ground. Ellie opened the manhole cover and saw a familiar face and smiled. "You are here. We have been waiting for a long time. Have you notified the other children in District 39? I've already done this, Ellie. 2.3 expressions of you praising me. What can Ellie do?" "Of course," Ellie said proudly. "Go get all the kids here. I'm going to start working." "Okay, I'll call my friends to go with me." Half an hour later, the little Lolas gathered one after another. "Is he going to adopt our big brother?" "I think so. It looks weird. Can Big Brother support so many people?" a little girl asked worriedly. "Have no idea. You won't do this or that to us, will you?" The topic seems to have gone in a strange direction. "It's all here," Ellie said. There weren't as many little Lolas as Nangong Long had imagined. There are probably 750 million people still alive in this world. Less than 100 cities remain, and occasionally mass extinctions occur, causing cities to disappear. Cursed children only account for a small proportion of newborns. They may be abandoned as soon as they are born, and if they are abused by people, even fewer of them will grow up. Moreover, without inhibitors, their erosion rate will increase rapidly, and it is unknown when they will turn into gastrula. ISO would also come to the outer areas regularly to capture talented children. The above was the reason why there were less than 5,000 Lolas in front of Nangong Long. Nangong Long brought the Lolas to a spacious open space and asked them to wait for him there. "Brother, what are you going to do? Burn something?" Nangong Long walked through all 39 districts, burned all the things that were in the way, and then returned to where the Lolas were. "Can I perform a magic trick for you?" "Okay." The young Lola's tender voices rang out. "Long, what are you going to do? Where are you going to arrange so many children?" asked Wei 24G. Nangong Long smiled without saying anything. He picked a suitable open space, took out the magic crystal, and activated the magic sealed in it, Terrain Reconstruction Town. This is the 5th tier magic, which is not very high level. Its only function is to transform the battlefield into a town to prevent the team from being surrounded or sniped from a distance. However, this function is only useful in the early stages of the game, and is useless in the later stages when encountering those earth-shattering moves. Nangong Long took it out at this time, not for fighting, but to create a home of their own for the Lolas. Nangong Long also has magic to create houses, but what he built are all fortress level, which is basically not related to a home. The most important thing is that no one except him can open Yaoen's door. The Lolas looked at the scene in front of them curiously and saw houses appearing out of thin air, but not at all abrupt, as if they were supposed to be there. Kizara and Miori were so shocked that they were speechless. The scene before them was simply a ruthless trampling of their 3 views, and it had been trampled on countless times. The town is similar to Western architecture, but the interior is completely modern. After all, the game is played by modern people, and it is impossible to design it completely according to mythology. Not only that, even the corresponding stores have corresponding items placed in them. This is just a matter of words for the game setting, but it is completely reproduced in reality. "This will be your home from now on," Nangong Long said with a smile. "Yeah, we have a home." The Lolas happily played with each other. "Big brother, is this true?" a little girl with purple hair asked anxiously. "Of course, as long as I'm here, no one will bully you," Nangong Long said gently, touching her little head. The little girl tried hard to hold back her tears and not let them stay. "Cry if you want to." The little girl burst into tears, which seemed to be a signal. Most of the little girls started crying too. Only a few did not cry and were still comforting the younger children around them. There's a place to live, but there are not enough people to take care of them. Maybe in the future, they will accept humans who are willing to live with the children, but for now, they have to figure out a way on their own. Nangong Long picked up the purple-haired lowly with one hand and let her lean on his shoulder, with his empty right hand ready to cast the next magic. At this time, Mu Gung and the other man, who had finally recovered, were about to ask what was going on when they saw something similar appear in Nangong Long's hand. Made creation. This was only a 3rd-tier magic, and its only effect was to create 50 first-tier artificial maids. Their appearances were randomly generated, so they couldn't be compared to the maids that Nangong Long's companions had carefully designed, but they were still much prettier than ordinary people. Each maid was given her own name the moment she appeared, which saved Nangong Long the trouble of thinking of names. It's still not enough. Nangong Long took out a few more identical crystals and stopped only when the number of maids reached 300. It should be fine for now. There are two reasons why Nangong Long has so many such low-level props. One is that he saved them by spending money on lotteries, and the other is that he purchased them before the game was shut down. After looking at the maids, Nangong Long felt that he should create a few leading maids who would also serve as managers of the city. Creation Guard's Battle Maid. This is a 5th-tier magic crystal, which can create a group of 10 combat maids at around level 30. If you're lucky, there might even be 1 or 2 maids at around level 40. To put it bluntly, it all depends on luck. Apparently, Nangong Long's luck was pretty good, as a level 40 silver-haired maid really appeared. Greetings to the Supreme Lord. Hundreds of maids knelt in unison. Get up. From now on, your task is to take care of these children. We will swear to complete the orders of the Supreme Lord until our death. Not that exaggerated. Lena, I appoint you as the head maid, responsible for assigning work, Nangong Long said to the silver-haired maid. Clear. The moment the maids appeared, their names automatically came to Nangong Long's mind. Big brother, are you a god? The purple-haired lowly in his arms asked in admiration with starry eyes. I'm not a god. I'm a big devil who specializes in catching cute little girls like you, Nangong Long threatened. Brother, you are lying. I don't believe you. And you don't have to catch me. I will go with you by myself, the little lowly said cutely while blinking her big eyes. Haha, you've been crying for so long, but I still don't know your name, Nangong Long asked while pinching her face. My name is Leia, and I am 6 years old. Bushikui came back to her senses and tugged at the corner of Nangong Long's clothes, opening her arms as if she wanted a hug too. There was no other way. Nangong Long could only pick her up with his other hand. Xiaoshi was much quieter. He just watched Nangong Long from the side without saying a word, and no one knew what he was thinking. I want it too, I want it too. I want a hug. Soon, a group of little Lolas surrounded Nangong Long, and one of them even climbed onto Nangong Long and hung on him. Haha, stop making trouble and follow us to where you live. There are not only new clothes, but also delicious snacks there. Good. The little Lolas were very obedient and left in groups following the maids. After Nangong Long said that he would visit her often, Shia left with her friends. Only after the Lolas left did Mugung and the others have the chance to get close to Nangong Long. Brother, how did you do this? Yes, and what about those maids? Asked Miori. You can think of this as a supernatural power, magic, or superpower, Nangong Long replied, pointing at the house. As for the maid, she is a man-made person. Artificial human? Cloned? Miori asked. No, you can think of it as a combination of alchemy and magic. Brother, are you still human? Definitely not. Xiaoshi nodded affirmatively. Why do those maids call you Lord Supreme? Asked Miori. Simply because I created them. The last question is why maids are so beautiful, and judging from their attitude towards you, they will devote themselves to you without hesitation if you just beckon them. Pretty and pleasing to the eye, who would create a bunch of ugly monsters? You didn't refute what I said later. Miori stared at Nangong Long and said. Hearing this, Kuan looked at his brother with an even more dangerous look. Well, because what you said is the truth, but I won't do that. Nangong Long shrugged and said calmly. Now I can only follow my brother closely, Kizura muttered. Oh, in that case, Long, come and do it with me. Weiji looked at Nangong Long cunningly and said with a charming and seductive smile. What are you talking about, bud? Do you want to die? Kizara stared at Miori with a look as if he was looking at a dead person. Miori ignored her directly, took a step forward and stuck close to Nangong Long, then raised her head and looked at Nangong Long with warm eyes. My body is very soft. Kizara couldn't bear it anymore and pulled Miori away roughly. It seems that I can only send you, a bug, to hell with my own hands. Ah, how can you say such things to your future sister-in-law, Miss Kizara? Miori teased. I will never acknowledge you, Kizara yelled. I'm just your stepsister, not your biological sister, so I can do that kind of thing, Mugung thought with a slightly blushing face. Don't worry, stop arguing, we are leaving, Nangong Long advised. After hearing this, Mugung and the other man stopped arguing, but they continued to play the staring game behind Nangong Long. After reaching the edge of District 39, Nangong Long stopped and turned to face the town. Fortress Triple Wall. The land at the edge of the town began to shake, and black walls hundreds of meters high rose up on all four sides, surrounding the entire town. On the surface, there are only 4 walls, but in fact each side is composed of 3 layers of walls. Kizara and the others were no longer surprised. After all, they had just seen even more bizarre scenes, and their worldviews had been almost shattered. Afterwards, Nangong Long threw several angel statues in 4 directions. What is this? Xiashi asked curiously. Gorum, I will automatically attack anyone approaching with malicious intent. I really want to strip you clean in every sense of the word, Miori said with a giggle. I should be the one to say this. That's fine, Miori said with her hands covering her mouth. Seeing that Kigen was about to go berserk again, Nangong Long quickly changed the subject. Kizara, I'm planning to move here, what about you? I also want to be with my brother, but I still have to go to school, and it's inconvenient to live here, Mugung said frustratedly. It's okay, I can drive you there. Really? That's great, Mugung said excitedly. You bully me, Weiji pouted in dissatisfaction. If you want to come, you can. That's more like it. 2 days later, Chui and Xiashi went out to find other Lolas to play with. Although Chui was easily shy, she still made some friends. By the way, Xiashi was dragged away by Chui. So at this time, there were only Nangong Long and Mugung at home. Kigura, is it time to fulfill the agreement? Nangong Long said with a wicked smile. Oh, what, you want it now? Mugung was startled by this sudden statement. Of course, Chui and the others are not here right now, so this time is just right. But I haven't had time to buy an apron yet, Kizara explained with a blushing face. Also, I don't know what style my brother likes. Hey, I'm ready. Nangong Long took out a pure white apron and handed it to Kizara. Give. Mugung was a little caught off guard. She didn't expect her brother to be prepared in advance, but then she thought about it and became very happy again. He is still very attractive to me. Kizara quickly snatched away the apron and ran away. Hey, just change here, I don't mind, Nangong Long shouted. Mugung stumbled and said without turning his head. No way. In Muzara's room. Do I really want to wear it? No. We have already made an agreement. What if my brother is unhappy? Mugung shook his head to deny the idea that had just come to his mind. Well, come on, you can do it, Tendo Kimura. This way you can put a big gap between yourself and Miori. This is my victory. Mugung suppressed her embarrassment and put on the apron that Nangong Long gave her. Looking at Wang Nua Zhao, his current appearance, Mu felt even more ashamed and annoyed. Is Kizara still not well? Wait a minute, I'll be right there. You can do it. It's okay for me to just take a look at it. Kizara opened the door of his room with the determination to give it a try. Mugung stood in front of Nangong Long coquettishly without saying a word. So beautiful, Nangong Long exclaimed. Kizara revealed a barely perceptible smile. With the beauty in front of him, how could Nangong Long not be tempted? Just when he was about to take this opportunity to proceed to the next step, there was a noise outside the house. Kizara ran back to his room like a frightened rabbit. Nangong Long smiled bitterly. He knew without thinking that the 2 little brats had returned. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seemed that there was no hope this time. After Mugung returned to her room, she never came out. She didn't even respond when Nangong Long called her to have dinner. She must be still shy. Thinking of this, Nangong Long put dinner at her door. Kigura, I left dinner at the door. Fortunately, the next day was a school day, and Kigen finally came out of her room, but she couldn't help blushing when she saw Nangong Long. Brother, take me to school. You two remember to go to school later, and don't sneak out, okay? I know. Nangong Long set up a school specifically for teaching these little Lolas, with ordinary maids serving as teachers. As for the combat maids, Nangong Long sent them out to search for Lolas in other districts. In the past few days, almost all the children from the outer districts have come to this town that appeared out of nowhere, and only a few Lolas are still scattered in other urban areas. After instructing Xia Shi and the other person, Nangong Long took Mugung to Maiwa Academy. Next time, I'll find a chance to continue what I didn't finish yesterday. Kigan's face suddenly turned red. Her hands were entangled together. Her eyes were wandering. She neither agreed nor objected. After a long while she finally spoke, but she talked about something else. "Brother, Dr. Miroto Samayer wants to see you. Do you want to go?" Nangong Long was slightly stunned. He had never met the otaku scientist who liked corpses since he came to this world. He originally planned to find her after some time, but he didn't expect that she would invite him first. But on second thought, he probably understood why Miroto Samayer wanted to see him. "Good. Dr. Samayer is waiting for you at Kotada University Hospital." Halfway through his words, Kizara frowned, not knowing how to introduce Samayer to his brother. After thinking for a moment, Kizara spoke. "Jean has a strange personality. She doesn't like interacting with people. Also, I know, I have some understanding of the Four Sages." "The Four Sages?" Nangong Long stepped on the brakes and did a perfect drift, parking the car in front of the school gate, which immediately caused screams from the surrounding female students. "Here we are. I will explain the matter of the Four Sages to you tonight." Brother, don't go out and flirt with girls when I'm not around." Before getting off the bus, Mugung reminded her again and again, and only after seeing her brother nod in response did she feel at ease to get off the bus. Nangong Long, who was about to drive away, suddenly remembered something, so he rolled down the window, tilted his head out of the window, looked at Mugung who was leaving, and shouted, "Remember to eat on time. I'll put the lunch in your bag." Hearing the voice behind him, Mugung's face flushed slightly. "I know." Then she quickened her pace and walked into the school. She could not stand the gossiping looks from people around her. "So handsome and warm," a female student said enviously. Her friend couldn't help but criticize her. "She's already taken. You don't stand a chance. TSK, you can't just think about it. Hey, isn't that Kizara? He actually has a boyfriend, and he's so kind. You can't judge a person by his appearance. He usually looks very serious, but he hides his true colors very well." Apparently among the students were Kizara's classmates. Kizara walked into the classroom and sat in his seat as usual, waiting for class. However, today was a little different from usual. It was rare that a classmate came over to say hello to her. "Good morning, Tendu-san." Mugung was a little confused, but still nodded in response. "Don't be so cold. Was the person who just sent you here your boyfriend?" The students around seemed to have heard some incredible news, and the classroom, which had been a little noisy, suddenly became quiet. A barely perceptible blush passed across Mugung's delicate face. It turned out that he came here to gossip. "No, that's my feeling." "Really? Can you introduce him to me?" Jingwei asked excitedly, yet shyly. Mugung's expression changed slightly, and he immediately became alert and replied coldly, "Can't." "Ah, why is that?" Jingwei, deeply shocked, returned to her seat in frustration. "Humph, brother just needs me. I won't let you get close to me." Nangong Long rode his motorcycle to Gaotian University and went to the university hospital. The sports car has allowed him to regain some space in his system, but when he is alone he still prefers to ride a motorcycle. Nangong Long knocked on the door that seemed to lead to hell, and a weak voice was heard from inside the house. "Come in, the door is not locked." Nangong Long pushed the door open, and the scenery before him was indescribable. What caught my eye were all kinds of sophisticated experimental instruments and corpses. Suddenly a hand grabbed Nangong Long's calf, and a pale face appeared in Nangong Long's eyes. "Yes, there is no food." Nangong Long handed the food in his hand to her. When he came, he remembered that Miroto Samayer would eat some strange things. In order to avoid this situation, he bought some food from a street shop on the way and brought it over. Resurrected. After eating her fill, Miroto Samayer looked Nangong Long up and down, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. "You are the brother that Kizara misses so much." It should be me. Can I see your body? Miroto Samaire made no secret of her desire to explore the unknown. It's not good to be so aggressive just after meeting each other. Nangong Long protected his chest with his hands and pretended to be very scared. Your acting is too fake, and I'm not interested in a brat like you. That's not certain. You might fall in love with me someday, Nangong Long teased. Oh, then you have to work hard. Now, can you let me check your body? Well, it doesn't matter, but it's useless to look at it. Miroto Samaire took out tools and knocked on Nangong Long's body, but she couldn't pry open the share at all. Instead, she was exhausted and sweating. Is the level difference so big? I didn't expect that. I don't even have the qualifications to dismantle it, Jean said self-deprecatingly. Having tried all possible methods, Jean could only sit back in her chair helplessly. If you agree to one condition, I can show you the internal structure. What do you want to do? Are you tempted by my lust? Jean said boldly. You think too much. Just promise me that you won't eat those messy things anymore. Nangong Long shrugged and said easily. That's it. Certainly. You are such a strange person. Did Mu Gung tell you about me? Nangong Long nodded. I'll starve to death if I don't eat those things. You can't go out to eat. I hate interacting with people. Hey, I can deliver it to you, right? Why? Jean showed a suspicious look. She didn't believe that someone would be nice to her for no reason. I like you. Is this an acceptable reason? Oh, then what about Mu Gung? Samaire asked playfully. Is it not possible to have both? You want to start a harem? And Nangong Long nodded in acknowledgement. It was the first time that she met a man who openly admitted that he wanted to have a harem, and the corners of Jin's mouth rose unconsciously. I'm a little interested in you. I promise you. After leaving Miroto Samaire, Nangong Long went to wander around the streets with the idea that maybe he could pick up 2 Lolas to take back with him. He had nothing to do anyway. If you just look at the people coming and going on the street, you won't think this is the end of the world. It's no different from the normal world. But this is just an illusion. The reality is that humans are huddled in the giant stone tablet and struggling to survive, and outside is Wang Yang's sea of gastrula creatures. Before he knew it, Nangong Long had reached the commercial street, and he heard pleasant singing in his ears. The voice was very childish, probably from a child. Nangong Long followed the sound to find the owner of the singing. But the sound suddenly disappeared, replaced by sounds of beating, scolding, and cheering. Get back to the outer area. Little B asterisk 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 D. A man who looked like a bad gangster was pushing the weak little girl with silver hair towards the glass fence beside the bridge. Instead of stopping this evil act, the people around him cheered. Even after being treated like this, the silver-haired lowly still had a smile on her face, as if she was not the one being beaten. Nangong Long frowned and quickened his pace towards the direction where the sound came from. Nangong Long roughly pushed away the person who was blocking him. The person who fell to the ground was about to curse, but what happened next made him shut his mouth immediately, for fear of attracting Nangong Long's attention. Nangong Long grabbed the gangster's neck and lifted him up. Is it fun for bastards to bully children? When the people around saw this scene, they all blamed Nangong Long. What are you doing? He didn't do anything wrong. It's just a fight with the devil. Let him go quickly. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. Frightened by Nangong Long's fierce gaze, everyone retreated one after another. The timid ones had already sneaked away, but after all, there were still some brave ones who didn't believe that Nangong Long would dare to touch them. Let go quickly, or we will call the police. The passerby took out his cell phone and waved it while speaking. Plug your ears. Oh, the dazed lowly obediently covered her ears with her little hands. Although she couldn't see anything, she understood that the person in front of her was here to help her. Nangong Long pulled out his pistol and shot the phone into pieces. The onlookers were stunned. They didn't expect that the other party would dare to openly shoot in the street. If you don't get out of here, I'll blow your heads off next time. Passers-by were immediately frightened and ran away in all directions, not realizing that they had 4 legs. The gangster was so scared that he was shaking all over. He was lucky that he didn't wet his pants. He couldn't understand why it turned out like this. He had done this many times before, and no one would stop him. Instead, he would get applause from the people around him. Why did he encounter such bad luck this time? Why do you want to stand up for the murderer? The silver-haired lowly was heartbroken upon hearing this, but she did not refute. Countless tragic experiences had taught her that refutation would only result in a more severe beating. Who did she kill? Nangong Long asked, staring at him. My family and friends were all killed by the gastrula creatures. Don't you have any family members killed by them? The gangster stared the silver-haired lowly with hatred in his eyes, as if they had a blood feud. Boring. If you have the ability, then step out of the stone tablet and kill the gastrula creatures. What's the point of hiding in the safe zone and abusing children? The gangster seemed to have heard something unbelievable. Get out, I'll die. Identification completed. You're just a complete rubbish. It's my fault for talking so much nonsense with you. Nangong Long walked to the edge of the bridge, and the gangster was hanging in the air. What do you want to do? Nangong Long threw him out fiercely. Without some strength, it would be difficult for him to suffer any serious injuries from a height of 5 or 6 meters. Whether he lived or died depended on his own energy. When pedestrians on the street saw this, they all moved away from the scene. Some called an ambulance, while others secretly called the police. Feeling that the matter was over, the silver-haired lowly said, "Can I touch your face?" Okay. Nangong Long squatted down so that he was at the same height as the lowly and pulled up the lowly's soft little hand and placed it on his face. The silver-haired lowly searched carefully. She wanted to remember the only kind person who had helped her. Big Brother is very handsome. There must be a lot of girls who like him. Please give me flowers, so. I don't deny that. Nangong Long picked her up. The little girl was a little overwhelmed and waved her hands in panic. What happened? Don't be afraid. I'll take you away from here, and no more people will die. Why? Because I'm afraid I won't be able to help but kill those annoying guys. The little girl didn't understand much, but she knew that her big brother would not harm her. Brother, where are we going? District 39 is also your new home in the future. The little girl was stunned at first. Then she seemed to suddenly remember something and said, "Is Big Brother the pervert who is rumored to be collecting lolis everywhere? Is something weird going to happen to me?" 0. Nangong Long's face suddenly turned black. Why is there such a strange rumor? Who is ruining my reputation? Nothing will be done. That's a rumor, and it's false. AAA. The little Lolita laughed like a silver bell. May I have your name? Big Brother, I have a younger sister. Can you take her with us? Shwena asked. Well, where is she? We live in District 41, and my sister is still waiting for me to come back. Okay, let's go pick her up. District 41 is very close to the monolith, and it is conceivable how difficult it is for Shwe not to come to the city to beg for money every day. Nangong Long took Shwena to Area 41, found her 5-year-old sister Shirley, and returned to Area 39, handing them over to the maid. Of course, before that, Nangong Long had used the healing scroll to heal Shwena's eyes. The two Lolas, one big and one small, were surprised to see the new home in front of them, and there were many children like them here. I'm leaving now. Just stay here and be at ease. Big Brother, where are you going? Shwena and Shirley grabbed the corner of Nangong Long's clothes and asked, I will come to see you often. Of course, you can also come to find me. The children here all know where I live. After Nangong Long and Shwe Na said goodbye, they went to the school to pick up Mu Gung and take him home. After all, it was already evening after all the trip. After breakfast, Mu Gung and Nangong Long sat opposite each other. I have a new commission. I want to be the bodyguard of the Holy Emperor. Do you want to go and take a look? The Holy Emperor has already discussed this matter with Nangong Long in private, but since he is a member of the Tiantong Civilian Security Company, he still needs to formally entrust the company with the permission of the president. I'll check it out later. It has been a month since I defeated Scorpio. 3 days after the town of District 39 appeared, someone finally couldn't help but come to investigate. When they saw the majestic 100-meter-high city wall and the tall golem angel statue, they were shocked beyond words. Seeing that someone often let a group of little girls into the city wall, The investigators planned to sneak in at night to see what was going on inside. There is no doubt that he failed, because he sneaked in with hatred for the cursed 753 child. When he stepped into the range of 200 meters of the golem, the angel statue automatically activated into annihilation mode and beat him to pieces on the spot. The companions behind him were so frightened by this scene that they could not move. It took them a long time to retreat and pass the news back to the headquarters. Afterwards, more people came to investigate. No, it could no longer be called an investigation. It was more of an assault, and even armed helicopters were sent. Unfortunately, the angels can fly, and they were wiped out. The matter got so serious that it reached the ears of the Holy Emperor, so he called Nangong Long privately to ask what was going on. Nangong Long told her the truth, and there was nothing to hide about this matter. The Holy Emperor immediately said that he would restrain his subordinates and not let them cause trouble again. The Holy Emperor personally ordered that the mastermind behind the scenes, Tendu Kikunajo, could only give up, at least not do anything on the surface. So he began to use his power to spread the word that someone had established a district in District 39 to adopt cursed children. When the people learned that the cursed children lived better than them, they were immediately furious. On what basis could those red-eyed demons be happy? This is absolutely not allowed. Things escalated, and extremists even began to march and demonstrate, strongly demanding the demolition of District 39 and the expulsion of the cursed child from Dekyung District. Seeing this scene, Tendo Kikunasuk laughed. He didn't believe that Nangong Long dared to offend the public, but reality ruthlessly slapped him in the face. Nangong Long didn't bother to care about the people's parade, just let them swim as long as they felt tired. However, anyone who dared to cause trouble at the doorstep will be shot to death as a warning to others. District 39 suddenly became a restricted area, and no one dared to come here anymore. Upon hearing the news, Tendo Kikunasuk was almost furious, but he could only endure it because he couldn't beat him. This iron-blooded approach silenced the people for a while, but was followed by a greater backlash. The extremists began more frequent and larger-scale demonstrations, strongly demanding that the Holy Emperor sanction Nangong Long. Normally, Kikunasuk should be very happy, but on the contrary, he was very troubled. He had seen Nangong Long's powerful strength, and it was possible that the military strength of the entire Dekyung district was not enough to withstand a single shot from him. Finally, there was really no other way. The Holy Emperor could only ask Nangong Long if he could announce that he was the one who defeated Scorpio. Nangong Long nodded in agreement, as he didn't want to make things too difficult for the Holy Emperor. When the people learned that Nangong Long was the hero who defeated Stage 5, they fell into silence for a long time. They needed time to digest this explosive news. Almost all the people were silent and stopped making trouble. Only a few people were still insisting, but that was meaningless. There were even a few people who began to support Nangong Long and said that he was right. This is human. This is reality. No one wants to be driven away by themselves when they can defeat the strong man of Stage 5. With such a strong man, their lives can be better protected. Of course, this does not rule out the possibility that there are people who are willing to accept a cursed child. After sending Mu Gung to school, Nangong Long went to Xingju. The guards of the holy residence already knew Nangong Long, so he entered without any hindrance. Arriving at the place where the Holy Emperor usually worked, he pushed the door open and walked in. Judging from his proficiency, it was obviously not the first time he had done this. "You are here." The Holy Emperor knew who was coming without even looking up. In the holy residence, the only person who had the courage to enter without knocking on the door was Nangong Long. Nangong Long found a place and sat down casually, then made a gesture to the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor blushed, stood up, and walked to Nangong Long and sat down in his arms. When he was in close contact with a girl, Nangong Long would remove the mechanization and restore his physical body. The mechanization was only used to show off, and it was not necessary to hug a girl. "When did it start?" "You want to hug me as soon as you come," the Holy Emperor joked. "Hug? More than that." Nangong Long lowered his head and kissed her. The Holy Emperor stared at him with wide eyes. The Holy Emperor held his chest and breathed rapidly. "Umph. I'm not going to pay attention to you. You just know how to bully me. If people outside saw you like this, I think they would be so shocked that their eyeballs would fall to the ground," Nangong Long joked. "I won't let anyone see it. So this is mine." The Holy Emperor slightly adjusted his posture and leaned his head on Nangong Long's shoulder, whispering to the ancient Taoist. "You're asking even though you already know the answer. Damn it. Hey, why do I hear someone saying bad things about me?" No. Stop kissing. Let's talk about things first, okay?" The Holy Emperor looked at Nangong Long with watery eyes and asked, "President Chi Wu is coming to visit Dikyung District this time. I want you to be my bodyguard. Is that okay?" Nangong Long nodded in agreement. "Long, do you know anything about President Chi Wu?" "Arrogant 0.4. Warmongering, self-centered. I might be too tired. I seem to be hallucinating. Did you just mention war maniac?" "Yes, you heard it right." The Holy Emperor felt a tightness in his heart. "That's terrible, but Mr. Tiantong is not here at this time. I guess that guy picked this time on purpose, but don't worry, I'm here and I won't let you get hurt." The Holy Emperor leaned in further, pressing tightly against Nangong Long's body. "Long, after this matter is over, I want to give you a gift." "Oh, what is it?" The Holy Emperor lowered his head so as not to let Nangong Long see his face, which was red, as if he had a fever. "I won't tell you. You just have to look forward to it." Nangong Long took advantage of the Saint Emperor a lot, and was eventually pushed out of the room by the ashamed and angry Saint Emperor. Phew! It was so dangerous, he almost died. I was planning to give him a surprise. After tidying up his clothes and patting his face, the Holy Emperor calmed down and sat back in his office chair to continue handling government affairs. "Oh, I forgot to introduce the guard officer to Long." "Never mind, it's not a big deal anyway." Thinking of this, the Saint Emperor continued to read the documents in his hand. A sleepy blonde girl in pajamas was riding a bicycle, staggering forward. Because she was still sleepy, the little girl accidentally bumped into a gangster, and the gangster's companions immediately surrounded the little girl. "Hey, you little brat, you hit my leg. It might be broken. Pay me the money. Where are your parents?" The gangster pushed and hit the little girl as he spoke. The confused blonde didn't quite understand what was happening. Nangong Long, who had just walked out of the holy residence, happened to see this scene. Just as the gangster was about to hit the girl's wrist, someone grabbed it forcibly. The severe pain in his wrist made his face begin to distort. The companions around immediately gave up the little girl and surrounded Nangong Long. Let go quickly, or you'll be in trouble," the gangster's companion threatened. Annihilation Scorpio only disclosed Nangong Long's name, and that he was the founder of District 39 and kept everything else secret, so these gangsters didn't know him. Nangong Long ignored them completely and kicked each of them 7 or 8 meters away. This was the result of his mercy, otherwise this kick would have blown them to pieces. The thugs were all scared they had offended a ruthless guy this time, so they immediately showed their attitude. "Well, actually she was the one who bumped into me, so it's not too much for me to hit her twice to vent my anger, right? Are you hurt?" "Yes, my leg may be broken." The gangster stretched out his left leg to show Nangong Long, pretending to be in pain on his face. It wasn't all fake. At least half of it really hurt because Nangong Long pinched it. "I see." Nangong Long kicked the gangster's left calf and broke it. The gangster let out a howl of pain, and this time it really couldn't be more real. "That's very similar." Nangong Long threw the gangster to his companions. "If I see you bullying others again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Get lost." The thugs were relieved upon hearing this, and quickly left with their companion with a broken leg. The blonde lowly looked up at Nangong Long and murmured, "This is the first time I've seen a hero of justice." The little lowly followed Nangong Long to the seat next to the sink. Then Nangong Long walked to the faucet, took out a handkerchief, soaked it, and returned to sit next to the little lowly. He used the handkerchief to wipe the little lowly's dirty face, and Lowly let him play with her as he pleased. Lowly stood up and bowed. "Thank you." After he finished speaking, he did not raise his head and just kept bowing. Nangong Long leaned closer and saw that he had fallen asleep. "Oh yeah." Lowly took out a bottle of medicine, took a handful and put it directly into her mouth and started chewing. Sorry, I feel sleepy during the day, and I can't stay awake without this. Loli sat back in the chair, still drowsy, as if she could fall asleep at any time. Nangong Long, my name is... Nangong Long looked at Loli. The meaning was self-evident. For some reason, the Loli's eyes wandered, but in the end, she seemed to give up struggling and spoke. Tina Sprunt. Just call me Tina. Tina, do you remember how you got here? Tina fell in a deep thought. I wake up in the morning, brush my teeth, take a shower, change my clothes, and go out fresh. Looking at Tina talking nonsense seriously, Nangong Long was still very impressed. Her skills were almost catching up with his. You usually go out in pajamas. It was ruthlessly exposed. Mr. Long is actually a Lolita complex. He just stared at my exposed skin intently. I swear to God that Nangong Long really didn't watch anything. Nangong Long stretched out his claws and wantonly ravaged Tina's golden hair. Don't spread rumors about me. How did you notice that when you can barely open your eyes? Forget it. Do you want to take you home? Tina shook her head to indicate that she didn't need it. Seeing this, Nangong Long told Tina his cell phone number. Just call me if you have any questions. Tina took out her cell phone and dialed the number directly, and the phone in Nangong Long's pocket immediately rang. Hey, what are you doing? I'm afraid you gave me a fake number. I still love Lolita. Tina hung up the phone. Actually, I remember the apartment I lived in. I want to go back. I'm really happy today. See you next time. Tina walked away with unsteady steps. We'll see you soon, Tina. It was already completely dark when Tina returned to her remote residence. There was basically no one living around here except her. Tina's spirit becomes active at night. She stands in front of the mirror in the house and looks at herself carefully. Is this how I appear in front of him? Wouldn't it be cuter if I put on a skirt and dressed up carefully? When Tina thought of this, she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. After adjusting her mood, Tina went into the bathroom, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and went to the place her master had mentioned to pick up the weapons for this mission. Unfortunately, she was noticed by the police on the way back. Tina had no choice but to follow her master's orders to eliminate the unstable factors. Nangong Long's home. Everyone was sitting together eating hot pot, but there was one more person at home today, Xiao Yinju. Recently, Xiao Yinju often came to District 39 to play with other Lolas, not to mention that there were people she knew here. Every time she played too much and forgot the time, she would run to Nangong Long's house to stay. When everyone was enjoying their meal, there was a knock on the door. Mu Gung got up and went to open the door. As soon as she opened the door, she immediately closed it even faster. Who is it? Kizara. It's okay. I must have heard it wrong. There's only a bug outside the door. The knocking on the door became more intense, and Nangong Long knew who was outside the door without even thinking. As expected, a weak voice came from outside the door. Long, open the door. I can't take it anymore. There was no other way Nangong Long could only go and open the door himself. If he waited for Kizura, Miori wouldn't be able to come in even if she was dry. As soon as the door opened, Weiji fell on Nangong Long. I'm sick, take care of me. Weiji was obviously feeling much better after taking the medicine and was able to sit down and eat hot pot with Nangong Long and the others. Mu Gung was so angry that his teeth itched. He chewed the meat in his mouth fiercely and stared at Miori, saying word by word, "What tricks are you going to play?" Miori stopped using the chopsticks in her hand and said with a sweet smile, "No, I'm just sick and want Long to take care of me. Why wouldn't my brother take care of you? I won't let the dragon take care of me for nothing." Weiji looked at Nangong Long with blurred eyes and flushed face. "The reward is mine. You can do whatever you want, even if it's a little excessive. Haha, I'm very weak now anyway, and there's no way I can resist you." Weiji looked like she was so weak and wanted to bully me. Mu Gung was so angry that he was shaking all over and poked the bottom of the bowl with his chopsticks. His next words completely ignited the powder keg. "Long, in fact, you must be enduring it very hard. You have Runyo Mu Gung by your side, but they are extremely well protected. If you attack Chui and Xia Shi, you will be caught. So I'm the only one who can satisfy you." "My words are fine," Xia Shi on the side said suddenly. Bushikui's face turned red, and they started playing the finger-poking game, with her cat ears drooping because of shyness. I could do that, the furious Kizara shouted. I've shown my brother naked aprons, but I am far inferior to you. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and Weiji looked incredulous. Impossible. How could you, a conservative person, make such a bold move? Brother, it doesn't matter if I'm naked. Oh, what am I saying? Never mind, love will be what it is. Kizara gritted his teeth and looked at Miori. He couldn't back down at this time. Miori turned and looked at Nangong Long with a hopeful heart. Kizara is bragging, right? Nangong Long shook his head and gave the answer that Weiji didn't want to hear. It's true. Chui, who was standing by, touched her washboard and couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. See, you've already lost. Ah, damn it, I'll let the rigid Kizara get ahead of me. I miscalculated, but I won't give up. Miori stood up and prepared to take off her clothes. What are you doing? Kizara rushed over and stopped Miori's actions. Humph, of course I want to let Long appreciate my beautiful naked body. What's so good about you, poor guy? Upon hearing this, Kuing-gung and Wei-ji had another earth-shattering battle. Nangong Long said he would just watch and not say anything. Finally, the two exhausted men sat back in their original seats and began to eat frantically, apparently preparing to replenish their energy for another battle. Mu-gung, who was busy eating, seemed to remember something and looked up at Nangong Long. Brother, how was the commission going? Yes, I took it. Okay, I'll send you the detailed information later. Hearing the conversation between the two, Miori also stopped what she was doing. What mission? You don't need to know, Mu-gung said unhappily. The Holy Emperor commissioned me to be his bodyguard. Miori's pupils shrank instantly, and then she glared at Kizara and said, Why did you accept this commission? None of your business. You are creating opportunities for the Holy Emperor, Weiji said unhappily. Mu-gung was suddenly panicked. She really didn't think that much. No way. Hee. Miori looked at Nangong Long with a cunning look. Elder brother? Mu-gung looked at Nangong Long suspiciously. Nangong Long sighed inwardly. He was shot even when he was lying down. It's okay, let's eat. Next day, in the extended luxury limousine, Bushiki sat on Nangong Long's left, Xiashur sat on his right, and the Holy Emperor sat opposite him. After driving for about 2 hours, we finally arrived at our destination. Nangong Long and the Holy Emperor got out of the limousine, while Chui and Xiashur stayed in the car, as it was not convenient to bring children to the meeting between the heads of state. Nangong Long and the other person walked into the building and took the elevator to the top floor. Don't leave my side for a moment. Don't worry, I will always be with you. Don't be nervous. The Holy Emperor felt much more at ease. Finally reaching the top floor, the first thing that caught my eye was the blue sky, followed by the burly man standing next to the elevator. Chi Wu, who was sitting on a specially designed sofa, stood up and looked here. Nice to meet you, Your Excellency, the Holy Emperor. After seeing Nangong Long, his tones sank. You are the other adopted son of the Tendo family. I don't like this name, Nangong Long said lightly. Watch your attitude. You're just a police officer. A mere police officer can take your life right now. Nangong Long retorted without any hesitation. I've never been afraid of anyone when it comes to bickering. In the end, Chi Wu took a step back and returned to his seat. When the Holy Emperor heard the two people's heated words, he clenched his hands nervously and his face turned ashen. Nangong Long came back behind her and whispered, This won't do, my princess. The Holy Emperor couldn't help but roll his eyes cutely, but then he remembered that this was a meeting and immediately regained his serious expression and sat on the sofa opposite the glass table. Is the guy who carved the Buddha statue okay, Nangong Long? Still alive? Normally, what would follow would be a conversation between the leaders of the two regions, but Chi Wu had no such plans. I heard that you defeated Stage 5. How about coming to my side? A fragile place like Dekyung District can't give you a bigger stage, but I can. We can enjoy the joy of conquering the world together. The Holy Emperor tried to get up in a hurry, but was held down by Nangong Long. Sorry, I'm not interested in old men. Chi Wu was not angry when he heard this, but continued to extend an olive branch. As long as you're willing to come, you can choose the status, wealth, and women you want. The Holy Emperor was completely panicked. She was really afraid that Nangong Long would nod in agreement. Nangong Long smiled disdainfully, pointed at the Holy Emperor, and said, "Is she as pretty as she is?" This unexpected answer instantly made the Holy Emperor's delicate face blush. Chiwu nodded, as if he understood something. "I see. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful at such a young age." "No, there is no such thing." Before the Holy Emperor could finish his words, they were drowned out by Chiwu's words. "But I will not give up. I will win over all powerful people to work for me. My will is the will of our country, and the will of our country is my will, Nonos. 1. It's about time to get down to business," the Holy Emperor interrupted. Chiwu seemed uninterested. "Ah, yes." The talks lasted for more than 2 hours before they ended. When Nangong Long and the other man came out, it was already completely dark. The Holy Emperor spoke with some uneasiness. "Long, I really didn't lie to you. I really like you, and I don't mean to take advantage of you." Nangong Long placed his hand on Saint Tianzi's head, rubbed her hair, and said with a smile, "Of course I know, little fool, you don't think I would believe what that old guy said. Huh, you actually call me stupid? I'm really worried, okay?" It's rare for the Holy Emperor to show his feminine side. The two got in the car and found that Shui and Xiashi had fallen asleep, so they quietly sat opposite them without disturbing them. The Holy Emperor leaned on Nangong Long's shoulder, looking a little tired. "Please don't leave me, please." Nangong Long was currently thinking about whether or not to find an opportunity to kill the old man Chiwu. The Holy Emperor looked out of the car window with gloomy eyes. "Don't be sad. You've done a good job. Even if a regional war really breaks out, it doesn't matter. With me here, you'll be the only one who wins." The Holy Emperor regained his senses and slowly spoke. "I would like to avoid war if possible. I don't want to continue to spread sadness. Do you know who dies first in war?" Without waiting for Nangong Long to answer, the Holy Emperor said, "They were babies and the elderly. During the chaotic post-war period, I visited various places in Kyoto with my mother. I saw dying children trying their best to smile at me, but they soon turned into cold corpses. So I want world peace and no more sadness. It's not just talk, but we have to make it happen through our own efforts." After hearing these words, Nangong Long felt helpless. They were really too idealistic. Where there are people, there are struggles. This is an eternal theme. Unless everyone becomes a machine without a mind, your idea is too idealistic. The Holy Emperor was not struck, but said firmly, "I don't want to live a life without ideals." 857. Nangong Long sighed and hugged the Holy Emperor tightly in his arms. "Very silly and naive, but I don't hate it." At this time, Xiashi suddenly woke up and looked at the two of them. "It looks like there's another competitor." The Holy Emperor's face suddenly turned red, and he wanted to leave Nangong Long's arms. Xiashi poked Bushikui, who was still sleeping. "Don't sleep. The dragon is about to be kidnapped." "What?" Bushikui sat up in shock. "Don't move. Something's happening." Asked the driver to stop the car. The Holy Emperor stopped struggling and immediately ordered the driver to stop. She had absolute trust in Nangong Long. A large caliber bullet hit the ceremonial car, and then Nangong Long protected the Holy Emperor and got out of the car. The Holy Emperor was a little frightened, and his legs began to tremble and become weak unconsciously. He leaned against Nangong Long and barely stood. Nangong Long gently patted the Saint Emperor's jade shoulder and comforted him. "It's fine." The Holy Emperor stopped trembling after hearing this, but still did not leave Nangong Long's arms. Only here could she feel at ease. This scene made Bao Xie, who was hiding aside, furious. "That position should have been mine. It's all your fault, you damn Nangong Long. I will definitely make sure you die a miserable death." Sniff, sniff, sniff. 3 bullets came at the same time. If an ordinary person faced this scene, his hair would stand on end, and he would be killed instantly. Unfortunately, the people present were far from being ordinary people. Xiaoshi raised the gun provided to her by Sima Heavy Industry and fired several shots in succession, all of which hit the same position accurately, successfully exploding the bullets. Xiaoshi was originally unable to do such a thing, but after Nangong Long injected her with the latest potion, her strength increased by leaps and bounds. The analysis was completed 1 day after Scorpio was killed. The solution given by the system can indeed cure the Lolas, but their power will disappear. Nangong Long didn't want this, so he put forward a new requirement to treat them without eliminating the Lola strength. The omnipotent system quickly came up with a second plan, raising the upper limit of the erosion rate to allow Mengli and the others to maintain their original form and fuse the virus. Nangong Long directly decided to choose the second plan. Although the potion obtained by analyzing Scorpio could only increase the upper limit to 80%, this was not a problem at all. It was just a matter of killing a few more zodiacs. Erosion rate: Xiaoshi 43.72%, Bushikui 51.23%. Bushikui stretched out her cat claws and cut the incoming bullets into countless pieces. Nangong Long was much simpler. He just grabbed the bullet in his hand and crushed it to pieces. Bao Xie, who was watching the whole process, couldn't help but tremble in his heart, but he did not give up his plan against Nangong Long. Since he couldn't solve the problem by force, he would just outsmart the policeman. Tina in the distance widened her eyes, unable to come back to her senses for a long time, and finally put down the gun in her hand. She knew that she had no chance this time. There was a buzzing sound in his ears, and Nangong Long knew that it was made by Xianfeld, so he ignored it. "Do you want to give chase?" Xiaoshi asked. "No need. The other party has already left." The guard who had been hiding before finally showed up and walked to Lu Lai's side, wanting to escort her away. Bao Xie stared at Nangong Long fiercely and said angrily, "Take your dirty hands off the Holy Emperor." The Holy Emperor frowned in displeasure and started to reprimand. "Stand back." How could it be? Lord Saint Emperor? Nangong Long looked at the clown in front of him with amusement and deliberately tightened his hands on the slender waist of the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor naturally noticed Nangong Long's little action, but he did not resist and instead let him hug him. Bao Xie was so furious, especially the submissive attitude of the Holy Emperor, that it almost drove him crazy. "You guys came out after the enemy disappeared. You are really qualified guards." Nangong Long looked down at the Holy Son of Heaven. "Just throw away these garbage. It's a waste of resources to keep them." Hearing his words, the guards were extremely angry, especially Bao Xie, who could no longer control his emotions. He walked forward and tried to forcefully separate the two people who were hugging each other. Nangong Long was not going to let him off and kicked Bao Xie away. Bao Xie fell to the ground and rolled for several times before stopping. He fainted, and he didn't know how many ribs he had broken. If the Saint Emperor hadn't been there, Nangong Long would have killed him. The other guards showed expressions of disbelief. After all, they were guards of the Holy Emperor, and yet they started fighting over a disagreement. The guards couldn't help but look at the Holy Emperor, hoping that she would severely punish the arrogant policeman, but they were destined to be disappointed. The Holy Emperor only gave Nangong Long a slightly reproachful look, then turned around and ordered them, "Send Mr. Baowei to the hospital." Seeing this scene, no matter how dumb the guards were, they knew that the relationship between the Holy Emperor and Nangong Long was not as simple as that between a police officer and a client. "Who is hindering me?" "I'm sorry, Master. I failed. There are very strong police officers among the other party's guards." "Police? There's no mention of that in the intelligence." There was an angry voice coming from the other end of the phone. "Did you see the other person's face clearly?" "Sorry, it's too far." The next day, the Holy Emperor once again summoned Nangong Long to the holy residence, thinking that she had some urgent business. However, when she arrived, Nangong Long found that it was completely different from what he thought. With a shy look on her face, Saint Emperor hurriedly brought him into her private room, then asked Nangong Long to sit in the living room and wait, while she ran back to the bedroom. After waiting for a long time, her expectant, shy, and trembling voice was heard from the Holy Emperor's bedroom. "Okay, come in." Nangong Long walked towards the Saint Emperor's bedroom and pushed the door open. The beautiful scenery that came into his eyes made him lose his mind for a moment. The Holy Son of Heaven, wearing a gauze, sat diagonally on the large white bed. "This is the gift I gave you. Do you like it?" Manual harmony. Fill in the blanks yourself. After the lovemaking, the Holy Emperor lay in Nangong Long's arms. "Do you know why I gave myself to you in advance?" I guess it's because of the assassination." The Holy Son smiled. "As expected, I can't hide anything from you. I don't want to have any regrets before I die." Nangong Long hugged the Holy Emperor even tighter. "Don't worry. I'm here so you won't get hurt. I believe." Ever since Yashur found Nangong Long's chest too hard for sleeping, Nangong Long no longer maintained his mechanization except for fighting. Almost everyone around him knew about this and were quite surprised by it. That day, Nangong Long stayed in Shungju and did not go home. He didn't go back until the evening of the next day, so naturally he couldn't avoid being questioned by Mugong. Fortunately, he managed to get away with it, and Nangong Long quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Garden. Nangong Long took the takoyaki he had just bought and returned to the bench where Tina was. Tina rubbed her eyes that were about to close and happily took it. "Thank you." Nangong Long sat next to Tina, looked up at the sky, and couldn't help but think of the meeting a few days ago. They started a discussion about the attack on the Holy Emperor and who was responsible. After discussing for a long time, they were just passing the buck to each other. If the Holy Emperor had not been sitting next to him, Nangong Long would not have participated in such a boring meeting. Bao Xie attended the meeting despite his injuries just to bring down Nangong Long. But he ended up seeing the Holy Emperor sitting together with the person he hated, and he was nearly mad enough to burst a blood vessel. "It's him. He must be the traitor." Bao Xie stood up and pointed at Nangong Long and shouted. Unfortunately, no one responded to him, especially the senior officials who looked at him with eyes that showed concern for the mentally retarded. The people at the top knew very well that it was Nangong Long's own strength that defeated the Stage 5, and he did not rely on the initiator at all. Wouldn't it be a waste of time to provoke him? Besides, they have sharp eyes, so how could they not see the special attitude of the Saint Emperor towards Nangong Long? As for those who are not at a high enough level to know confidential information, seeing that their superiors do not speak up, they naturally will not step forward. Few people who can reach this position are fools. Bao Xie felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong and the script did not go according to his idea at all. Shouldn't everyone agree with him and put all the blame on that annoying guy? In this way, no one would be punished and everyone would be happy, right? 2 plus F8F. Bao Xie couldn't stand those glaring eyes and shouted angrily. "What are you looking at? Am I wrong? There have never been any assassinations before when he was not around, so he must be the traitor. Request flowers 0. The security officer must provide evidence. Mr. Nangong Long has no idea how the itinerary plan was leaked. It will be more convincing if you say you are the traitor." Bao Xie completely lost his mind. Why are so many people on his side? How am I worse than him? I'm obviously better. How can you talk like that? Believe it or not, I will immediately dismiss you from your position. The Holy Emperor is now filled with rage, but Nangong Long looks calm. There is no need to be angry with a dead person. That's enough, Mr. Bao Wei. From today on, you will no longer be the captain of the guards. 0. And you have all been dismissed as well. The Holy Emperor continued, looking at the rest of the guards. The senior officials looked as if they knew it. Bao Xie couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. He was dismissed from his post. How could this happen? Shouldn't the person who was kicked out be that rubbish policeman? Bao Xie roared fiercely. "Sir, you can't do this." Before he could finish his words, Bao Xie suddenly fell to the ground and lost his voice. It turned out that Nangong Long used heart control to crush the annoying fly to death. The person next to him quickly squatted down and put his hand in front of Bao Xie's nose, exclaiming, "Dead, dead." The others were very surprised, but they didn't take it too seriously, thinking that he was just angry and died. Finally, Bao Xie was carried out of the meeting room. Nangong Long held Saint Emperor's jade hand and pulled her into his arms, but Saint Emperor immediately dodged away. She was still very shy when there were many people around, but she was afraid that Nangong Long would be angry, so she could only whisper, "Don't be angry. Come back to the room later. Whatever you want." Snap! The sound next to his ears brought his thoughts back to reality, and when he saw the takoyaki on the ground, he instantly understood what was going on. Nangong Long reached out and took the box of takoyaki from Tina's hand, stabbed the takoyaki with a bamboo skewer, and forced it into Tina's little mouth. Tina opened her eyes wide in surprise, but immediately relaxed the muscles in her cheeks and began to chew gently. "Mr. Long, I want it." Nangong Long couldn't help but laugh at Tina, who looked like a little hamster, and continued to feed her the takoyaki in his hand. After eating all the takoyaki, Nangong Long took out a handkerchief and wiped Tina's little mouth. Tina closed her eyes and enjoyed this happy moment. "I like Mr. Long." Nangong Long listened to Loli's confession calmly. "This is probably the first time someone cares about me so much." 617. Tina seemed to remember something sad, and a depressed voice came out. "After my parents died, my life was filled with pain. This was the happiness I hadn't felt for a long time. Can you tell me about yourself?" Tina's eyes were a little wandering. Seeing this, Nangong Long did not force it and instead mentioned it. "Xiao Mihu, where do you want to go today?" Tina thought for a moment and looked up at Nangong Long. "Can I go to the outer area?" "Okay." Tina took the initiative to put her little hand on Nangong Long's hand and let him hold her hand. Nangong Long took Tina to the 39th district. Instead of driving, they chose to walk and take the subway because Tina also wanted to see the situation on the road. "Mr. Long, there are very few cursed children in DxD district." Tina had been here for so long, but she had hardly seen any cursed children. The only ones she saw occasionally were initiators. She was very surprised by this situation. Were they born young, or were they driven out of DxD district, or were they killed? When she said the second half of the sentence, Tina's mood became obviously sad. Nangong Long rubbed Tina's golden hair. "Don't think so darkly. You will know the answer soon, and it will definitely surprise you." Upon hearing this, Tina realized that things were not as she had imagined, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Stop rubbing it. It's all messed up." Although I say no, I actually don't hate this feeling at all. Soon Nangong Long and Tina arrived at District 39. Looking at the city wall in front of them, Tina remained silent for a long time. "Where is this, Mr. Long?" "This is the outer area." Nangong Long found it very interesting to see Tina with her eyes wide open and a look of surprise. After all, Tina always looked sleepy during the day, so it was not easy to wake her up. "This is the outer district? Is D Kyoto such a wealthy area?" "Okay, let's go in. There are more surprises to come." Tina obediently followed Nangong Long into the town. Tina's mouth never closed along the way. She felt that the environment here seemed to be much better than that in the city. Finally, Nangong Long brought her to where the Lolas were. When the little Lolas who were playing games together saw Nangong Long coming, they immediately gave up the game and ran towards him. "Big brother is here." "Huh, I must hug you this time." "Humph, that's wishful thinking. I will definitely be the first one to arrive." Seeing the Lolas rushing towards her collectively, Tina was a little confused. She hadn't figured out what was going on. Nangong Long still couldn't escape the fate of having a group of Lolas hanging on him, but he was almost used to it. After all, it was an indispensable part of every visit. "Okay, everyone be good. I'll introduce you to a new friend." Nangong Long took off the Lolita clothes one by one, then pulled Tina, who was still in a daze, over and said, "This is Tina, just like you guys. Is this something my brother brought back? Will you live with us in the future?" The little Lolas were talking to each other as if they had 100,000 questions. Tina was dragged away by them in a daze and started playing games with the Lolas, but she seemed to fall asleep while playing. Seeing this, Nangong Long took Tina away and prepared to return to the city. Tina perked up, looked at Nangong Long, and asked, "Mr. Long, can you hold me like you held them just now?" Nangong Long did not answer, but directly picked up Tina. Tina smiled with satisfaction. Can I call you brother too? I've always wanted to have a brother like Mr. Long. Sure. Elder brother. What? Nothing. Just wanted to yell. After getting the results she wanted, Tina asked about what happened just now. When did my brother find out? Tina didn't say what it was specifically, but she knew her brother would understand what she meant. I knew it from the beginning. Where's the flaw? Tina tilted her head in confusion and looked at Nangong Long in confusion, wanting him to give her an answer. It's very simple. How can a normal little girl be fine after taking so many medicines? Tina covered her mouth and smiled. Brother, you observe very carefully. Then those just now were all cursed children. Well, what you see is just a small part. In fact, almost all of DxD District is here. This place was built specifically for us, right? Is DxD District so friendly to us? To be honest, I don't feel that way. Your feeling is correct because I built this city and it has nothing to do with DxD District. Tina opened her mouth in shock and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Should I say he is your brother? Nangong Long pinched Tina's little face. Where else do you want to go? That's all for today. I have to go back too. Okay, I'll take you to the 1.9 city area. Tina nodded obediently. She didn't want the happy time to end so soon. When Tina returned to her temporary residence, her cell phone rang. The new itinerary of the Holy Emperor has been obtained. A smug voice came from the other end of the phone. So fast, Tina was surprised. Well, after all, there are many people who hate Gastrola. The police officer who obstructed you last time has also been found to be from the Tiantong Civilian Security Company. Tina was stunned, staring blankly ahead. So Tina, your next mission is to kill Tendo Kazara. The cold voice reached Tina's mind, causing her to temporarily lose her ability to think. She could only mechanically reply, Yes, master. Looking at the dim sky outside the window, Tina murmured to herself, Brother, you knew it a long time ago, right? At Nangong Long's house at night. Bu Shikui ran into Nangong Long's room in a panic. Dragon no look, I have a tail. Bu Shikui looked at Nangong Long with tears in her eyes, and the white cat's tail behind her was swinging restlessly. Nangong Long understood what was going on immediately, squatted down, touched her little head, and comforted her. It's okay. This is the same reason as your cat ears. It must be caused by the erosion rate. But wouldn't this be weird? Will you stop liking me? Bu Shikui said uneasily. How come? It's even cuter this way. Bushi showed a look of surprise. The next morning, after breakfast, Nangong Long asked Shui to follow Mu Gong, and he took Xiashi to Tian University. Muroto Samayer contacted him and said that she had something to discuss with him. Before Nangong Long entered the basement where Jean was, her loud laughter was heard from inside. When I heard the door being pushed open, I knew who was coming without even turning around, because there was no one else willing to come to this room. Long, the gang members actually believed the rumors and bought up a lot of land on the moon. Isn't that funny? Jean was lying on the table with her arms and legs spread out, laughing nonstop. Nangong Long found a place and sat down with Xiashi in his arms. What do you want from me? Is there no food again? No. Jean walked to the side, pulled open the white curtain, pointed at a corpse, and said, You should be familiar with it. Nangong Long nodded. The person who brought it here said that you made it die of anger, but after I dissected it, I found that was not the case at all. His heart seemed to have been crushed to pieces, but the most incredible thing was that there was no other external injury. Xiashi showed a look of surprise, then lowered his head to think about whether there was any way to smash the heart without damaging the appearance. But he came to the conclusion that it was simply impossible. Jean walked back to the table, sat on it, stared at Nangong Long, and asked, How did you do that? Why are you so sure it was me? I can't think of anyone else but you. 11. Unable to bear Jin's curious gaze, Nangong Long could only give a brief explanation. I'm really becoming more and more interested in you, Dong said with a smile. Nangong Long stood up and said, I have something else to do, so I'm leaving now. I'll come see you in 2 days. Tina is about to take action at this time, but what choice will you make since you already know that I belong to the Tiantong Civilian Security Company? As for what Jean said about Nangong Long last time, I also had some clues, but I didn't expect that a few words would cause Jean to change so much. Could be that I also opened up the protagonist's mouth cannon aura. 3 days ago, Nangong Long came to Gateta University as usual to deliver food to Miroto Samayer, but this time was a little different. Miroto Samayer showed a rare, serious expression and asked him a question. Do you think I did the right thing? Nangong Long knew that Jean was referring to the new human creation plan, so he replied without thinking too much. You did nothing wrong. Those who underwent the surgery were dying. You saved them for whatever reason, so you don't need to blame yourself. Jin's complexion improved a little, but her face was still full of self-blame. But it was I who led them to the path of killing. Nangong Long shook his head to deny her words. They're soldiers. Whether you show up or not, the result will be the same. How can you say that you are leading them? But it was me who gave them superhuman powers. Power is neither right nor wrong. It's up to them to choose. Samayer, there's no need for you to take everything upon yourself. What's more, most of them are still fighting against the gastrula creatures to protect the last territory of mankind. This is all thanks to you, isn't it? Miroto Samayer was silent for a long time before she spoke again. Thanks. Afterwards, she returned to her sloppy look and lay casually on the table. Tendo Civilian Security Company. Nangong Long pushed the door open and walked in. Mu Gong was sitting at his desk doing his homework, while Bushi Chui was sitting on the sofa in a daze. It seems that Tina didn't come. Brother, are you done? And has anyone been here? Mu Gong shook his head and asked. Brother, is there something wrong? Otherwise, why did you let Chui follow me? I just thought someone might come and attack you. Mu Gong showed a surprised expression. She didn't remember ever offending anyone. Why? The people who assassinated the Sane Emperor might try to eliminate you. After all, if they can find out the Sane Emperor's schedule, there's no reason they can't find you. Don't you think I'm dangerous? To Mu Gong's surprise, Nangong Long denied her words. It should be fine. Tina's failure to come here means she has given up on assassinating you. Mu Gong showed a puzzled look, looked at Nangong Long, who was sitting on the sofa, and asked, Tina? Brother, do you already know who the assassin is? Well, the starter of IP ranking 98th. Mu Gong slapped the table in surprise and stood up, saying in shock, That wasn't a bad one. It's okay. Tina is not a bad person by nature. I will handle this matter. You don't have to worry. But after this time, one more person may have to join the company. Kazara felt relieved upon hearing that and sat back in his chair. That means my brother has kidnapped another loli. Loricon, playboy, Chui muttered. Just admit it. There's nothing wrong with being a Lolita complex, Xiaosher interrupted. After leaving Kigan, Nangong Long went to Sima Heavy Industries. He had already made an appointment with Weiji, and he planned to experience the virtual battlefield. When Nangong Long arrived, Weiji was standing at the company gate to greet him, and he didn't know how long she had been waiting. Then Miori took him to the underground room where virtual technology was controlled. I'm looking forward to it. Show your true strength. Nangong Long smiled and entered a huge space with white walls on all sides through a special passage. According to Miori, this is a huge cube that is 1,000 meters long. The walls on all four sides are made of special rubber that can withstand various live-fire drills. Therefore, police officers and guards often come here for training, and of course there are also those who have money and want to have fun. A clear electronic, synthesized female voice came to my ears. Welcome, Mr. Nangong Long. This is your first time here. How's that? Dragon. Unwoven voice came from the headset. No problem. As soon as he finished speaking, the scenery in front of him changed, and there was only desert all around. Nangong Long squatted down and grabbed a handful of sand. The touch was quite real. Ahead of science is magic, which can turn the impossible into possible and do things that are incredible in the eyes of ordinary people. What level of pain should I adjust? It doesn't matter. It will be over soon anyway. That's right, but don't use your ultimate moves, or my little place will be ruined. At this point, Weiji paused for some reason, and then immediately changed the topic. It doesn't matter if it's destroyed. I can ask you to compensate me this way. Just give me yourself as compensation. It's about to start. Soldiers of varying numbers appeared in various places in the desert, aiming at Nangong Long and shooting. After trying the magic first and finding that it had no effect at all, Nangong Long showed an expression of as expected. Compared with the system's training space, it was still far inferior and could not recognize the power of magic at all. Come to think of it, the SEMA Heavy Industry Training Room was programmed by humans. How could he program magic if he didn't believe in its existence? Thinking of this, Nangong Long didn't plan to play anymore, so he relied on his own speed and strength to quickly end the game. Clear. The pleasant synthetic female voice sounded again. Miori was obviously stunned for a moment, then said, I didn't expect you to be so strong, even without mechanization. You are worthy of being the man I like. Weiji, can this device create virtual scenes on the spot according to personal wishes? Miori's slightly apologetic voice came through the headset. I'm sorry. I can't do that for the time being. Nothing, I'm just asking. Afterwards, Nangong Long followed Weiji to her private office. Miori, who was sitting in the office chair, suddenly laughed and looked at Nangong Long with a slightly coquettish look. Do it. Nangong Long looked at the giggling Miori with a suspicious look and said, I always feel like you're up to something bad. Miori immediately showed a hurt expression and bit her lip and said, How can you say that about someone? Seeing that Nangong Long's expression remained unchanged, Weiji had no choice but to tell the truth. You really guessed wrong this time. I didn't have any bad intentions. I have fully realized that you can't give up Kazara, and I don't want to leave you. In this case, I have to make some sacrifices, Joe. Miji looked at Nangong Long with pitiful eyes. I want to be yours completely before Kazara. Is that not okay? After a fierce battle, Nangong Long, feeling refreshed, sat on the sofa, holding Weiji in his arms. Miori leaned against his chest and whispered, If you dare to abandon me, I will beat you into a beehive. She is beautiful and kind-hearted. How can I bear to part with her? Weiji nodded in satisfaction. I'm tired. I need to take a nap. Just as Nangong Long was about to pick up Weiji, he was interrupted by Weiji. No need to change places. This place is fine. I have already instructed that no one will disturb us today. But you have to hold me, Miori said coquettishly. Okay, it's up to you. Nangong Long took out a prop similar to a soft blanket from the storage space and covered 607 with it to prevent Weiji from catching a cold. It was not until the evening that Weiji woke up slowly. It seemed that she was really tired. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Weiji said in a daze, What time is it? It's getting dark, my lady. What? Miori exclaimed. Nangong Long carefully got off the sofa, then picked up Weiji by the waist. Seeing him so gentle, Weiji smiled sweetly. Seeing the luxurious bathroom in front of him, Nangong Long couldn't help but smile. The bathroom in the office is so luxurious. Isn't it worthy of being a rich lady? Why do you envy me? Do you want me to support you? Okay, eating soft rice is not bad either. Nangong Long gently placed Weiji into the bathtub full of water. You can come too. Miori looked at Nangong Long coquettishly with her gentle eyes. When the two finished washing, Ian was completely black. After putting on her clothes, Weiji said reluctantly, I want to go back. Nangong Long immediately grabbed the limping Weiji. Why, it's time for you to go back, right? If you want it, you'll have to wait until next time. Weiji said something contrary to her own will, but in fact she really wanted Nangong Long to stop her. Come home with me. See, why aren't you afraid that Mu Gung will get jealous? Weiji looked at Nangong Long with a cunning look, but did not break free from his hand. You'll know sooner or later, won't you? Miori suddenly turned around and hugged him tightly and whispered, I suddenly feel that I have made some concessions, but I don't want to quarrel with her today, so just send me to your room. I haven't gotten enough sleep yet. Upward transfer. After returning to Nangong Long's room, Weiji took off her clothes again and occupied Nangong Long's big bed. This place is mine now. I'm going to sleep. Nangong Long covered her with the quilt and kissed her forehead. Sweet dreams. Nangong Long would occasionally teleport back, and he looked no different than usual, so Mu Gung and the others didn't suspect anything. Although Chui's sense of smell and hearing were very sensitive, Nangong Long had already used magic to interfere with them in advance, so she did not notice anything unusual. The reason why Weiji chose to sleep obediently in the room was that she didn't want to make things difficult for Nangong Long, and he naturally wouldn't waste Weiji's kindness. It will take some time for the girls to get along well with each other, so take your time. Tina's temporary residence. I got the news that you didn't kill Tendo Mugen. Are you going to betray me? A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. No, I didn't. I just didn't make a move because I didn't have absolute certainty of killing her. Are you kidding me? How can a mere human being be stronger than my masterpiece? Ayn Rand's exasperated voice reached Tina's ears. Tina quickly explained. There's a very strong initiator beside him who's protecting him all the time. I don't have a chance to attack him. Even if Bushi Chui hadn't been there to guard Mu Gung, Tina wouldn't have taken action. This was a decision she had made when she learned that the target of the mission was someone Nangong Long knew. It was just that Chui's presence gave her a good excuse to deal with Ayn Rand. Stronger than you? It goes without saying that Ayn Rand must have frowned at this moment. Well, it should have reached the realm that the master once mentioned. Tina was not wrong about this. Bushikui had already reached the realm when the erosion rate exceeded 48%. What? An unbelievable voice came from the phone, and it was a long time before Ayn Rand's voice sounded again. Are you sure? More than 90% chance. This matter was not mentioned in the intelligence. It's really tricky. You try your best to complete the task of assassinating the Holy Emperor, and don't worry about the rest. Yes, Master. If you're captured, kill yourself. Tina is the result of his research, and she cannot be caught alive by the enemy. Understood. Tina clutched the hem of her skirt tightly. Brother, please don't come. Tina doesn't want to fight with you. A few days later, the second meeting was held as scheduled. The Holy Emperor and others were sitting in the stretched limousine. Nangong Long did not suggest changing to another car. With his strength, that was unnecessary. Actually, you don't need to attend any talks. Just refuse directly. The Holy Emperor shook his head and said seriously, as the head of state, I cannot refuse talks without reason. You just think too much, Nangong Long said slowly, touching her head. Tina was ready on a tall building in the distance, with her gun aimed at the Holy Emperor. Brother, you finally came. Tina is so sad. A gunshot broke the silence of the night. Nangong Long directly broke through the car window to block the incoming bullets. Come on, stop the car. The driver braked immediately. Xia Shi, you stay here to protect the Holy Emperor. Good. Chui, we are. Although he knew that there would be no problem with Nangong Long's strength, the Holy Emperor still couldn't help but worry. Be careful. I'll wait for you to come back. Peace of mind. Nangong Long took Bushikui to the building where Tina was. The distance of 1,000 meters was nothing to the two of them, and they soon arrived at the destination. Why, brother, you have to come here. Tina has finally found happiness. Tina's sad and tearful voice reached Nangong Long's ears. Give up, Tina. Impossible. If I give up the mission, my existence will be meaningless. How can it be meaningless? We have met, haven't we? Tina was slightly stunned, revealing a conflicted expression as if she wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. My brother is so cunning. Come with me. Hearing Nangong Long's words, Tina's heart was moved. She really wanted to live happily with her brother forever, but her long-standing fear of Ayn Rand still made her shake her head and refuse. She would still struggle a little bit, thinking that this would be okay. There's no other way. We can only pack it up and take it away. Brother is really overbearing, but I don't hate him. Tina smiled, and her smile was very genuine and happy. Let me do it, said Bushikui, who had been watching for a long time. Nangong Long did not object to Chui's decision, as Chui's domain was already so large that there was no possibility of losing. Tina released all her bits. She knew that it would be the most foolish thing to do to conserve her strength when facing an initiator who had reached the realm. Although Tina is a powerful participant in the new human creation plan, She is still far behind Chui, who has already reached the realm. Chui disappeared from the spot in an instant, and even the self-detecting and electronic eyes could not find Chui's location. HR? Huh. It was destroyed by Chui one after another. Is the gap so big? Tina couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Tina, who had lost all her bits, was quickly subdued by Chui. After all, Tina was best at long-range attacks, and was much weaker in close combat than Chui. I lost, kill me. My body is the fruit of science and technology, and cannot be obtained by other countries. You are my prisoner now, and have no right to speak. Nangong Long picked up Tina, and prepared to return to the previous place. Tina leaned her little head against Nangong Long's chest, and smiled mischievously. Then, brother, you have to take responsibility in every sense of the word. Chui, who was following beside her, pouted in dissatisfaction. Long, you're actually a blonde Lolita lover, right? Tina's eyes lit up. If it was true, then her chances would be very great. Why do I have to add the word Lolita complex every time? Nangong Long said helplessly. Because you, brother, are a Lolita complex. Tina and Chui spoke at the same time, surprisingly. It seems that I can't get rid of the title of Lolita Control. In this case, I'm a total control, black silk maid, royal sister, innocent, pure young lady, animal ears, flat chest, uniform. As long as they are beautiful girls, I will control them all for you to see. TSK, isn't that just being fickle? Ushikui complained. Tina was stunned, then she started laughing. Brother, you really don't hide your desires at all. I will work hard. Nangong Long looked at Tina in confusion. What are you working hard for? Hee. Of course I'll turn my brother into a pure, blonde Lolita. No, it should be a Tina Lolita. Chui on the side couldn't help but fight back. Long is only a cat-eared Lolita control. That is, control me. The two half-grown Lolas had a heated argument about Nangong Long's preferences, and it was hard to tell that they were enemies just now. Because of the assassination incident, this meeting had to be cancelled temporarily. Originally, the Holy Emperor planned to send someone to notify Qi Wuzong Xian, but Nangong Long vetoed it, leaving the old guy to wait there foolishly. Seeing Nangong Long's firm attitude, the Holy Emperor could only nod and agree. Office of the Holy Son of Heaven. Tina is not a bad person. I hope you can give her a lighter punishment. Okay, leave this to me. Seeing that the Holy Emperor agreed so readily, I felt very guilty. Sorry. The Holy Emperor looked at Tina tenderly and said, I forgive you, so don't blame yourself anymore. Tina's matter was quickly downplayed by Saint Emperor, and then Tina was taken home by Nangong Long. The old fellow Chi Wu felt that he had been fooled, so he flew away from June 47 the next day. Before leaving, he threatened to go to war with Dijing District. However, Chi Wu no longer had the chance to see what was to come, as Nangong Long had released a timed magic trap on his plane, which would activate once the plane landed, and everyone on the plane would die of cardiac arrest. Chi Wu, who had just stood up and was about to get off the plane, suddenly covered his chest with a grim look on his face and died without saying a word. Chi Wu didn't know what happened until he died. The last thought in his mind was, I still want to dominate the world. How can I die here? But reality will not change according to his will. As soon as Chi Wu died, the entire Dabin area fell into chaos. Those politicians who had been suppressed by Chi Wu in the past emerged one after another and began to fight for power. No one was willing to give in. After all, this was a rare opportunity, and they might become the head of the region. No one could refuse such a huge temptation. At first, they also investigated the plane that Chi Wu and others were on, wanting to know what caused the people on plane H to die in almost the same way. The researchers in charge of the test initially speculated that someone had hidden toxic chemicals on the plane with the intention of damaging the human body through chronic invasion. However, after the test results came out, this speculation was immediately overturned because the test report showed the absence of any toxic chemicals. The researchers simply couldn't believe the result, and he did several more tests without giving up, but the results showed no change, so he had no choice but to give up. At this time, someone proposed a new speculation that it might be some protogastric organisms with strange abilities, but this theory was immediately rejected by everyone. Aircrafts traveling between different places were specially made of holmium metal. So how could protogastric organisms approach them? If it was true, wouldn't it mean that there were protogastric organisms that could resist the erosion of holmium metal? They instinctively refused to believe this terrible speculation. Some people also said that it was done by DxD District, but without evidence they could not just accuse other regions. Otherwise it would trigger a war between regions. They were not Chi Wu and did not want to start a war for no reason. In the end, no conclusion was reached and the discussion ended in nothing. The most urgent task is to elect a new regional head to lead the Big Ban area, and everything else can be left aside for now. Caught in the power struggle, they had no time to think about the real cause of Chi Wu's death. He was already a dead man, so who would care about him? After the people in the Big Ban area learned the news of Chi Wu's death, they even started celebrating, which shows how unpopular Chi Wu was. Soon, the news of the unrest in the Daban area reached the ears of Saint Emperor, and she contacted Nangong Long immediately because she felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. Holy Sun private room. The Holy Emperor leaned on Nangong Long's shoulder and said in a tone that was half certain and half speculative, "Chi Wu's death was caused by you, right?" The Holy Emperor looked up at him with a puzzled look. "Why do you do that?" Nangong Long stretched out his hand and pinched the smooth face of the Holy Emperor and said seriously, "Who asked that old guy to hire someone to assassinate you? How could I let him go?" Although he had guessed it long ago, the Saint Emperor still felt warm in his heart. You know, the top leaders in the Bar region are now vying for the leaderless position. Well, that's inevitable. There are few people who wouldn't covet that position. The Holy Emperor looked at him with a smile in his eyes. "You too. I have no interest in that position at all, but you are the one that I covet." The Holy Emperor blushed immediately. "You bullied me again." "No, I'm serious, okay?" Snort. After a while, the Holy Emperor continued. "The people in the Daban area are very happy now. Chi Wu, who oppressed them, is no longer here. From this point of view, I'm also very happy. It's better not to continue to hold on to this mood." The Holy Emperor didn't understand what Nangong Long said. Isn't it a good thing for people to feel happy? Why? Who do you think the new head of state will be? Nangong Long asked back. "He should be someone loved by the people," the Holy Emperor said uncertainly. "Unfortunately, that is impossible. The new head of state will only be born among the top leaders, and Chi Wu's subordinates will not have anyone who cares about the people. Maybe there were some at the beginning, but people like Chi Wu will not allow those who oppose him to live in the world. So the conclusion is obvious. The new rulers of the Big Ban areas will still be brutal guys. The only difference is the degree of brutality." The Holy Emperor looked sad. "How so?" "Don't worry about those things. If they can't stand it, the people in the Ban area will revolt. If they don't fight for it themselves, it's useless to think too much." Nangong Long rubbed the hair of the Holy Emperor and continued. 3.9. "As for you, just do your best and don't let Dekyung become like them." "Yeah, I know." After adjusting his emotions, the Holy Emperor whispered, "And don't worry, you'll keep rubbing it even if I don't tell you. It's all messy. Luckily, it's almost evening, or else I'd still have to clean it up. I can only say sorry to Miss Kazara tonight. I want you to stay." Seeing Nangong Long's agreement, the Holy Emperor continued with a ruddy face. "I want to have a baby for you. This is a bit difficult. The chance of a human conceiving Nangong Long's child is still very low. However, he would naturally not say such a disappointing thing. If the chance is low, just do it a few more times." After the ups and downs, the Holy Emperor fell into a deep sleep. A surviving urban area in Europe. After the Chi Wu incident, Nangong Long embarked on a journey to various surviving areas to collect Lolita. Of course, things were not smooth sailing, not because of the people in the surviving urban areas. After all, they could not stop Nangong Long from doing anything, but because of the Lolita themselves. The long-term life of being bullied made the Lolita mature early and unwilling to trust anyone easily. Even if Nangong Long expressed his kindness, and said he would take them away to live a better life. Their reaction was only vigilance. Nangong Long, who had been wandering around the outer area for half a day, suddenly had his eyes light up as he finally spotted a pink-haired lowly. The lowly in front, please stop for a moment. Anya Agnes, who was returning home with food, was startled by a sudden sound behind her. She subconsciously looked back and saw a man with glowing eyes running towards her. What happened? Was she being targeted by a perverted Lolita? Thinking of this, Anya started running. She believed that an ordinary person would never be able to catch up with her. After running for a while, Anya looked back and found that there was no one behind her. TSK rubbish, it can't last after just a moment, Anya thought smugly. Bang! 24 Anya felt she bumped into something while running and was about to fall when someone reached out and grabbed her. Anya looked up and immediately showed an expression of disbelief. Impossible! How could you run ahead of me? The person standing in front of her was Nangong Long, who disappeared behind her. There was no way the little lowly could be faster than him. Nangong Long gave the little lowly a helpless smile. I told you to stop. Why are you running? In the eyes of the little lowly, Nangong Long's smile was so evil that she couldn't help but tremble in her heart. I don't believe it. After shouting this loudly, Anya turned around and ran. How could an ordinary person possibly outrun me? I'm a cursed child. Thinking of this, Anya couldn't help but smile bitterly. Unfortunately, no matter how many times she ran, she would always be caught up by Nangong Long. Anya, who was exhausted, sat on the ground, looking at the man who was chasing her relentlessly, and said with a heavy breath, "You're not a human being, you pervert." Nangong Long didn't mind the dirt at all. He just sat opposite the lowly and said with a playful smile, "No more running. What on earth do you want to do? Are you a perverted girl control freak who is interested in my body? This is not the first time that this has happened." Nangong Long has been described as a pervert more than once in the process of collecting lolas. Nangong Long could not help but look up at the sky in silence. I just want to do good things. Why is it so difficult? With a glimmer of hope in his heart, Nangong Long showed what he thought was a kind look and said, "Do you think I look like you?" "Not at all." Seeing the man in front of her showing joy, Anya rolled her eyes and smiled slyly. "You are." Alas, the pink hair turned out to be all black when cut open. Gong Long couldn't help but sigh. Anya was in the mood to make such a joke simply because she didn't see any disgust in the other person's eyes. He was fundamentally different from the people she had met before. Of course, if the other party really intends to do something excessive, she will definitely resist immediately. She is not one of those cursed children who allow others to beat and scold her. "So you're from ISO. Are you going to capture me and make me the initiator?" Speaking of ISO, Anya's little face clearly showed disgust. Nangong Long knew very well why the little lowly had such an expression. Although ISO adopted a large number of cursed children, it was purely for the purpose of cultivating combat power and did not consider the children's own feelings at all. It can be said that ISO just treated them as props to be thrown away after use. The only benefit was to provide the initiators with enterovirus inhibitors. "No, but I am here to take you away. I will take away not only the cursed children in your area, but also all of them." Anya frowned when she heard the first half of the sentence, but when she heard the second half, there was only shock and disbelief on her face. "What do you want to do? What's your purpose?" "I promised you that I won't betray my companions." Nangong Long covered his forehead and said helplessly, "Please, do I really have to look so inhuman?" "Forget it. It's a good thing to have this level of vigilance after growing up in that environment. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nangong Long." Anya hesitated for a moment, but finally told him his name. "Anya Agnes." "Then we are friends." Anya was stunned. This was the first time an ordinary person was willing to be friends with her. "You are really a weird person. Most people would stay away from us even if they don't beat or scold us." Nangong Long smiled and said, "Why would I do that? In my opinion, you're just cute little girls. TSK, I want to be a Likun." The inadvertently upturned corners of her mouth betrayed Anya's true feelings at the moment. "I built a city, and all the people living in it are children like you. Be realistic when you brag." Anya said with a curl of her lips in disbelief. Anya didn't believe what Nangong Long said at all. Even if he was willing to build a city, there had to be people willing to work. I guess everyone would run away once they heard that the city was built for the cursed child. I know you don't believe me. I'll take you there now. When you come back, you have to promote it for me. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to deal with so many Marys. Have you finally revealed your true colors? You're trying to trick me into a place where no one is around and do all sorts of things to me. Nangong Long held Anya's little head. What's going on in your head at such a young age? After saying this, Nangong Long directly initiated the upper transfer and returned to District 39. Anya was confused. She didn't understand how she found herself in a completely unfamiliar place the moment she lowered her head, and there were girls around her who were about her age. 280. Look how funny she is. How dare you laugh? You were like this when you first got here, too. The companion beside her ruthlessly exposed the laughing lowly. I don't want to save face. Anya stared blankly at the quarreling girls. She could tell that none of them were really angry. They were just playing around. Nangong Long waved his hand in front of her. You've come back to your senses. Do you believe it now? They're all the same as me, Anya stammered. Don't doubt it. We were all brought back by my brother, you see. The lowly who ran to Anya showed her red eyes. It's actually true. Of course my brother wouldn't lie. There are people from other countries like us living in other areas. I went to see them, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. Luckily, the maid translated for me. Nangong Long arranged the Lolas from the same country in one area to facilitate their communication. After all, the languages of different countries are different. Fortunately, the maids have their own translation skills, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with. In the eyes of lowly, translation is just repeating what others say to the maid. I have to sigh at the power of the game system. No matter what you say, it will be automatically translated into a language that others can understand. Only then can Nan Tanglong communicate smoothly with Lolas from different countries. Anya finally convinced herself and looked up at Nangong Long. Are you human? Nangong Long rubbed Anya's pink fur and said with a smile. What do you think? Anya nodded as if she had suddenly realized something and gave Nangong Long a mischievous smile. You are a super Lolita control. Nangong Long smiled indifferently. Then do you want to stay here with a Lolita like me? Anya shrugged and pretended to be helpless. Do I have a choice? No. Anya gave Nangong Long a cute eye roll. Then why are you asking me? It's just a formality. Wouldn't it be better if you agree? We're going back. Nangong Long picked up Anya and started the upper transfer back to where they were before. Anya didn't struggle, but leaned obediently in his arms. If he had held her like this from the beginning, she would probably have resisted fiercely. The Lolas around him were no longer surprised by Nangong Long's sudden disappearance. After all, they had seen it many times. Schwa. Although she was mentally prepared, Anya was still surprised when she saw the familiar scenery. Anya stared with wide eyes and asked curiously, How did you do that? Magic, superpowers, whichever you like, just treat it as that. What a perfunctory answer, Anya complained. Anya took Nangong Long to where she lived. There was no doubt that her residence was also a narrow space under the manhole cover. Along the way, Anya seemed very excited and told Nangong Long a lot about herself and her companions. After arriving at the place, Anya reluctantly got off Nangong Long and squatted on the ground to knock on the manhole cover. Soon a blonde lowly opened the manhole cover and was obviously relieved when she saw her companion. But when she saw Nangong Long behind Anya, she immediately became alert. Anya, who is he? Don't worry, Nellie, he's my brother. Anya paused suddenly. Her eyes rolled and then lit up. He's my fiancé. Hey. Anya, when did I get this identity? How come I didn't know about it? Fiancé? Why haven't I heard you mention him before? Nellie asked puzzledly. Anya stood up and said domineeringly, Just now, if you like someone, you should take action without hesitation. This is my life principle, Anya. Anya, you're here again, Nellie said helplessly. However, she already knew that Nangong Long was not here to bully them. as Anya had such a great liking for him. Nangong Long stretched out his hand and flicked Anya's finger. Anya immediately squatted down, covering her forehead, and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Why bully others? In fact, Anya didn't feel any pain. She just wanted to do it. She liked this kind of play, which was a feeling she had never experienced before. You're a little brat. Wait until you grow up before you say such things. Anya curled her lips, turned around, and went down the well, saying to Gu Dao without saying a word. I don't want to wait that long. Nangong Long heard it clearly, but did not answer. This was not the first time that Lolita said this, so he remained extremely calm. After Anya went down, Nangong Long followed her. The little Lolis looked at the stranger, Nangong Long, with curiosity. Anya, who is he? The Lolis asked the same question, and this time it was Nellie who answered them. Anya explained Nangong Long's purpose to her companions. The Lolis had different reactions. Some were suspicious, some were surprised, and some were confused. Anya, are you sure? I'm afraid I was cheated. Really? Facing her companion's doubts, Anya patted her chest and assured. Absolutely no problem. I have seen it with my own eyes. Although the Lolis still had some doubts, they still chose to believe in their companions who they were with day and night. In that case, can you do me a favor? What's up? Ignoring the Lolita's vigilant gazes, Nangong Long continued. Can you please persuade your companions from other areas to gather here? No problem. Anya agreed without hesitation. With Anya taking the lead, the other Lolis also nodded one after another to show their agreement. It seems that Anya still has a lot of prestige among her companions, even though she is a lowly. The Lolis moved quickly and soon dispersed to various places in the outer areas, and a small number of them ran to the urban area. After returning to the ground, Nangong Long found a place to sit down, and Anya sat on his lap without any hesitation. Anya is very comfortable to hug, and she is as soft as a high-end pillow. Why don't you go? I want to stay and watch you. If you run away secretly, we will suffer a great loss. Nangong Long looked up at the sky, smiled, and said nothing. Anya had her back to Nangong Long and could not see his expression. Suddenly, there was no sound behind her. Loli became anxious and turned around and said, Don't be angry. I just want to stay with you. Nangong Long looked at the nervous Loli with some amusement. I'm not angry. Then why are you ignoring me? Thinking about something, Anya turned her body sideways so that she could see the changes in Nangong Long's expression. What are you thinking about? There are more and more Lolita. I am considering expanding or moving to another place. It would be better to expand it. Wouldn't it be too troublesome to rebuild the place? Time passed by unknowingly, and the Lolis who went out came back one after another. More and more Lolis gathered, and Nangong Long decided to teleport these Lolis in front of him back first. He did not choose to use the portal. After all, if you don't know the effect, it will still be very scary when you see it for the first time. Nangong Long asked the Lolis to hold hands together and directly initiated an upward transfer to bring them back to District 39. Anya couldn't help laughing because the Lolis were just staring at everything around them in the same daze as she was just now. There was already a maid on standby here, taking Mengli and the others to change into new clothes. Then Nangong Long returned, and Anya still followed him. Outside the giant stone tablet, a huge and strange-looking monster was moving towards the city where Anya was. Nangong Long, who was waiting for the Lolis to return, suddenly looked in a certain direction and frowned. Looking at Nangong Long, who looked unhappy, Anya asked cautiously, What's wrong? It's okay, just a little trouble. Trouble? Anya tried hard to look in the direction that Nangong Long had just looked at, but she saw nothing. Dun District Palace. In the emergency conference room, a huge display screen was showing images captured by the satellite 3 hours ago. A protogastric animal was moving towards the Dun District, and its abnormally large body showed its powerful strength. The young queen sitting in the first seat spoke solemnly. Has it been confirmed? The intelligence processing officer stood up and said affirmatively. This huge creature with 2 heads is undoubtedly the stage 5 Gemini. The queen took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. How long will it take to get close to the Stonehenge? 1 hour at most. What would be the best outcome if Stonehenge were destroyed? The Minister of Defense replied in a cold sweat. If the evacuation goes smoothly, about 20% of the people will survive. But if there is no rescue after a month, the people who survived will also die. The hearts of those present suddenly sank. Everyone knew that the chance of rescue was zero, which meant that the Dun district would become history and turn into hell. The assistant officer broke the brief silence. Queen, please evacuate as soon as possible. No, I'm leaving. Where are the others? No one spoke, and everyone knew there were only two possible outcomes: death or transformation into a gastrula. Organize a counterattack immediately, the Queen ordered, and call in the police. In short, mobilize all available forces. The future of Eldun District is in your hands. Yes. Stage 5 Gemini has approached the monolith. Anya looked at Gemini in horror, and she finally understood what the trouble Nangong Long was talking about was. That's a protogastric animal? Nangong Long nodded. How is it possible? Can protostomes be so big? Anya opened her mouth in disbelief. The Lolas who rushed back and were waiting on the side were already furious. Really? I haven't seen it before. Are we going to die? These are the ultimate protogastric animals of Stage 5. They are not affected by the magnetic field of the monolith. Their appearance means the end of the city. They have existed for 10 years and rarely move now. It's normal that you don't know about them. Looking at the calm Nangong Long, Anya was a little confused. Isn't this a big crisis? Why are you so calm? Nangong Long pinched the little girl's face and gently pulled it to both sides. Because it can't beat me, there's no reason to be afraid. Anya broke free from Nangong Long's hands and stared at him with wide eyes. Don't be so stubborn. Just take them away. What about you? Anya's eyes dimmed, and she lowered her head and said, I still have to wait for the other companions to come back. Don't worry, I will be fine. If you don't leave, I won't leave either, said Nellie firmly. Me too. And me. The Lolas around all said that they would not abandon their companions and run away, and the braver ones even suggested that everyone go together to kill Gemini. Nangong Long rubbed Anya's hair randomly and said domineeringly, Just wait here obediently. I will take care of this scum in minutes. Under the surprised gazes of the Lolas, Nangong Long activated the Forbidden Hand transformation and flew towards the Zodiac. Partner, I have a bold idea. Arubian's interest was immediately aroused. What is it? The artifact will respond to the host's expectations, right? So how about swallowing my mechanized form? Oh, that's a good suggestion. After the excitement, Arubian's deep voice came. Partner, are you sure you want to do this? I don't know what will happen. Previous hosts have never done this before. Haha, that's why it's fun. Arubian was also infected by Nangong Long's laughter and replied generously. Now that you've said that, how can I back down? I'm the only dragon left. If Drake knew I was being cowardly here, he would laugh his head off. Let's get started then. Nangong Long activated the highest level of mechanized lightning core in the Forbidden Hand state. The devouring and fusion began immediately, and other colors slowly emerged from the pure white armor. 0310-3107. Meeting room. The Minister of Defense is directing the operation. Emission. On the ground, rounds of missiles were fired at the Gemini, and the bombers in the sky dropped all the explosives they were carrying. Boom, boom, boom. Erode. Countless powerful shells exploded on Gemini, but to no avail. The wounds on Gemini's body healed in an instant, and the bullet shell was squeezed out of the body by the regenerated muscles. All the fighter planes in the sky were shot down by the furious Gemini. As for the police, many of them chose to refuse when they heard about the confrontation with Zodiac. Even if there were a few people willing to fight to the death, it would be difficult for them to arrive in a short time. Everyone looked at the real-time transmitted images in despair, and some people even couldn't control their emotions and started crying. The Queen's expression didn't change much. Perhaps she had already prepared herself for death. Just at this moment, things seemed to take a turn for the better, and Gemini suddenly stopped moving forward. The queen, who had been staring at the screen, suddenly pointed at the screen and shouted, "0." Quickly enlarged that area to the maximum. At this time, the operator also reacted and started working quickly, and soon a clear, magnified image appeared in front of everyone. Nangong Long, who had completed the evolution of the artifact, instantly appeared in front of Zodiac. The armor was still mainly white, with black and dark red patterns on it. There were also some small lightning patterns on the chest, and the wings on the back were faintly flashing with sparks and light. This feels pretty good. Nangong Long looked at his new look with satisfaction. That is to say, your partner has no life limit. If it were someone else, they would die before the fusion is completed, a Lubian said with emotion. What is this? The assistant officer asked everyone's question. An unknown gastrula? Probably not. With such a small body, it can only be stage 2 at most. There is no reason for Gemini to stop for an ant. Seeing that the Minister of Defense was halfway through his words, the others hurriedly urged, "Just finish what you're saying. Maybe it's a new type of man-made weapon. Do we have that kind of thing?" Everyone couldn't help but look at the queen. The queen said expressionlessly, "I can tell you for sure that there is no such thing, but no matter what the situation is, this is a turning point and it won't be worse than before." Everyone nodded in agreement, and then everyone stared at the screen intently, expecting a miracle to happen.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.